stay down when I ride.
Gå till mig.
Nej.
They got it, Miles. They're gonna get it, Miles. Phase 2, phase 3. What a round! Perfect. He's able to take out the trophy and win that. Dude, beats is him. But now X in 1v2, and he's got these boys in position. Can he get the 1v1? Oh, what a win! He makes the play, finds all three. Seconds for a game 5. Dashi, front line. We're going all the way.
Nothing else, kids. Nothing else, kids. They have to come. They have to talk. I have to back. Hold this. You want to build on the back? I can be one. Let's go! Get that.
Nobody beats the Vegas Falcons 21 times in a row. X-Nid, Pred, and crew celebrating their first match victory of the season. And while Maven thinks it's
Already,
too late
dude.
for them to make it into champs, I think there's still potential. Let's start here with the dub yesterday, Maven, on our special Maven Sunday. What did you see from Falcons? Are they a real threat?
No, I don't think they're a real threat. I don't know what you mean by threat. Like a threat to make like a run or win a tournament? No, absolutely not. But like, I was so happy for these guys. Like X-Nid, bro. Like just, you know how much I hated that last team. Just because they couldn't win a hard point, they couldn't win a series. It drove me insane. But like seeing how fired up Pred was playing his former team, seeing X-Nid, like he lost his voice for God's sake.
Yeah.
It was kind of contagious. Like,
it was.
It literally made me feel good. And I think that's like one of those great stories.
Call of Duty makes you smile.
Yeah, dude, it just feels good, man. Who doesn't love a good feel-good story?
I completely agree with you. And they are, though, in this weird situation where they could cause upsets, right? Like, that's probably the biggest thing when it comes to teams like this getting better in the middle of the season, near the later half. Sure, the road to champs isn't easy or possible, but they could cause some issues for some of these other top teams should they get caught slipping.
Shanghai Dragons in the Overwatch League started 0-40. They picked up some new players. They won a Overwatch League championship. Vegas Falcons, will you win a championship this year? Probably not. Next year? Maybe. We'll see what they can build right now as they are currently 1-0 this week. 2 Hardpoint wins. And of course, you look at the average difference though against Optic, it wasn't even close, 101.5.
Yeah, like, I don't know. That's what's tough with this conversation. Like, there's two sides to this. On one side, it's awesome for Vegas Falcons and for Exton and for Clay, and these guys have got to win. And for your Priestess, who's been in hell for years, like, it's a very good feel-good win. But then on the other side, it's like, Optic, sheesh.
Yeah, we're going to talk about some of these roster moves, starting with the good ones, shall we? Miami Heretics may have found gold twice. First, it was with Rancor, the rookie, as he entered the season. But now they moved Super from Challengers up to the starting lineup, and this guy has won MVP honors.
This guy is disgusting. And what's so funny to me is I'm mad I didn't get to ask Rancor this, of just like, does having Super on the team push you a little bit more? It's like the anime arc of having best friends that are rivals. These guys are on the same team, and they are both unbelievable in this series versus Atlanta FaZe. Like, when Atlanta lost to Vancouver, it was initially like, okay, Atlanta might have had a slow day, right? But then Vancouver goes on and gets a top 3 placing, top 2 placing, and now we're looking at Miami Heretics possibly looking at the same thing, and you couldn't ask for a better time because we're literally heading to Florida in like 2 weeks.
I found myself in that same position because I casted that Vancouver match first FaZe. But we're first, like, were they the real deal? And pretty quickly I was like, yes. I'm still like in that decision.
You don't believe them yet?
Right now, maybe not yet, because at first, yes, but then you see Optic with that loss to Vegas, it kind of takes away from Miami's win. I actually, as pro-FaZe as I am sometimes, I actually don't think they're playing very well right now. So, do I think this Miami Heretics team is good? Do I think they make some runs? Yes, but I don't know how good. I'm not sure yet.
Metals was frying Simp and Abeezy. I'm going to leave it at that. Let's take a look at a team whose, I guess, challenger run has not paid off in the CDL level. LAG, still looking for success. You look at where we're at in this season, I don't think anyone predicted them to be an 11th after the original roster. They have been riding the struggle bus. Are they getting better with the current players in the lineup?
Kind of hard to say that right now. It seems like it's the same thing. They have some close maps. They crumble in some big moments. Same thing you say about the previous roster. You know, Joe and I were chatting yesterday. It's so interesting right now because there's so many good team changes, so many awesome ones, which we don't usually have a lot. It's a lot of team changes. I'm like, I don't care about this. They're not going to be that much better. This is an example of one. I just don't care. I don't care. I don't care.
You don't care, I feel like, after the fact. I feel like when it initially happened, maybe there was some interesting conversations.
No!
Well, Johnny was in the league, and he made some noise last year. He didn't get a starting spot this year off the side of what Ant had to say, and he's shown us some good things throughout these series. There's been some close maps. There's been some moments where you think there's going to be a light at the end of the tunnel.
I would like to see him on a good team.
Exactly, but it just hasn't pulled through.
Take a look at a team that did pull through once, twice, and now has lost twice in a row. Optic Texas, after playing 4 matches, is 2-2 with Hook back in the lineup, and Skies, of course, is the main AR. How do we feel about the roster changes amongst Optic?
I was so excited, as I feel like all of us were, when we saw those wins versus Minnesota and Cloud9, because Minnesota was a team that was considered on the up and coming, right? They make that roster move, they add Kenny. You think there's some consistency added to this roster. They're starting to get some wins under their belt. Same thing with Cloud9. That was a team that was in the top 4 conversation, but then they go to lose to Miami and then Vegas Falcons. So it's a downward trend. It's once again the situation where you don't know what Optic you're going to get, and it's frustrating.
If this team can't win online, I thought at least you're going to get back to kind of what you were like in stage 1, but if you're not going to be winning online, like, this becomes now. I thought at least this team could win online, so you'd be okay for top 8 for champs. Now I'm like, oh god, are they? I don't know.
You don't know.
With Hook and Kenny in the lineup, they went 6-0. They have the #1 seed entering Major 1.
Kenny was the problem, bro. Kenny was the problem.
They keep mixing things up, and they are maybe looking at an elimination bracket unless they get a dub in their 5th match. Let's rank our Roster Mania moves, though, because I want to know who you guys had at the top and the bottom. Where do you guys want to start here? Should we start at the top? Let's start at the top. Who made the best move, Alley Cat?
Miami, easily. That is the easiest answer I could possibly give you. They're 3-0 right now, heading into their own major. And not only that, like, they just seems like everybody's been getting better. We've gotten peak performances from Metal since adding Super into the roster. I love it.
All right, at second spot, you both have Rocker. Kenny move that good?
It has been good. I just think it's interesting so far. It's like they've lost 2 Game 5 round 11s. That's all they've gone to. They're very close to being 3-0. I don't know how good they can be, but they seem better to me at least.
They're a better team at least.
Yeah,
you know, like overall, they've clearly made them into a better team.
A lot of question marks amongst the Falcons. When they first picked up Arcides, he didn't have a lot of success in his previous run in the CDL. Now he is back. A bad match 1, but they bounced back, getting a dub.
It's another situation where it's like the team itself clearly is a million times better with these roster changes, and that's always going to be the goal when you're making middle season roster mania. So Vegas Falcons, I think they deserve to be above Optic and LAG.
And then Clint, I think you need to explain to the world why you think LAG made a better move than Optic when it came to roster mania.
Well, I think for me, this is all like expectations. Like that's everything for me when it comes to this.
Yeah.
Like the reason I'll like Falcons at 3rd is because the expectation, the team was nothing. They couldn't win a series. Now they're winning a series. That's awesome. For LAG, we've seen some improvements. I said I don't care, but there's at least been some there were 0 expectations. Chris, they had 30 points in the CDL. That's what it is for me. Optic is a team that has expectations to get to champs. Expectations to maybe make runs and win tournaments. And what I'm seeing right now, yeah, I know. That's the only reason I put them under LAG. It's just the expectations part of it. Like, am I crazy for that? Like,
not at all.
Is the Optic organization, you have a core of Shotzi and Dashi who should be 2 of the best players in the world. And Shotzi went -22 yesterday or something?
I woke up with the sun shining on my face. I'm going to focus on the positivity, and we have 2 fantastic teams facing off a little bit later today. They're both in your top 4, and in fact, they battled for top 3 at the last major. I'm talking LA Thieves and Toronto Ultra. Let's start with the Thieves, because this squad, while they struggled on land, like we've seen a number of teams do after going perfect in the online qualifiers, the team's back online, Allie. This is now 11, I think 12 straight match wins online.
They're so good that now when we talk about them, like for me to just try and even take a negative angle, it's just that the 2 teams they have played in Vancouver Surge, that was a huge win, a 3-0 that they did, because Surge was looking to be a team that could cause some problems when it comes to the top 4 conversation. But then they get the 3 over Cloud9, and Cloud9 has not been looking good this split. That's the only bad thing I can say, is that maybe we still have more to see from them, but regardless, they are #1 across the board in almost every category, and they own so many teams. They're 4-0 versus Miami, Carolina, New York, Vancouver. Like, they are unreal.
it's almost to me at this point, like they're so good online. They said there was like an overconfidence thing. They were too comfortable, but like maybe they need to like force themselves to be tested a little bit this time through. Like
That's
honestly,
true.
Yeah, we said it yesterday.
pick some shitty maps. Just
Pick
pick
your
some stuff.
best map. I dare you.
And I know that might be faded, but like maybe, or you just learned the lesson last major. Like you won't let that happen again.
This isn't against Toronto, so you got some stiff competition, and LA Thieves, they're looking to keep their winning ways rolling. 12-0 online. That includes, of course, our Minor 2 tournament. Map win percent, though, it's ridiculous. Nearly 90%, 86% at this point. Maven, LA Thieves, why doesn't this translate to LAN? How much time before they're raising a trophy?
Well, it's kind of hard to say it doesn't. You know, they go to Game 7, obviously they major 1. I think they got caught slipping last time. And they weren't the only team. The reason that major was such a dud in my eyes from a lot of the matches is because they got caught slipping, Ultra got caught slipping, and yeah, suddenly your loser's bracket looks like your winner's bracket and everything got crazy.
Yeah,
but
everything got crazy.
It's just, do they learn from it, Chris? That's the big
It's
thing. Do you
good
learn from it?
rivalry. Toronto had their number last time around, and we asked Scrap about it. What's it like playing against Beans on the other side?
Yeah, I don't know if I got real beef with Ben Bees. I like Ben Bees. We've been friends for, all the way until challengers and stuff like that, but he's another player in the league that, will talk some shit. And it's always fun to talk shit when against other people because people are dry in this league sometimes, so he's a good one to talk to.
We love the entertainers here in the CDL, and you're looking at two of the best. If you don't follow them on Twitter already, you are missing out on some fantastic content. But when it comes to gameplay, Ali, these two are some frag leaders. Look at these numbers. Walk me through the big ones.
The big ones are just that they're both having similar KDs during stage 3 specifically. And the reason that is important is because Beans, compared to Scrap, has a floor sometimes, where Scrap will stay fairly consistent. I mean, he has a 1.21 overall right now. We're on the side of Beans. He's rocking like a 0.9. It's just because Beans has some blunders of games every once in a while. So that's why when you compare these two, it's kind of like he needs to be playing at his best for this comparison to be truly a 50-50.
Toronto Ultra is going to have Beans in action today, but keep in mind, this team is currently sitting at 1-1, coming off a forfeit to Boston Breach. Toronto has had some struggles online as of late, but they did get the Game 5 over Atlanta. How do they match up?
Well, speaking of matchups, though, like back to that really quick, like we talk about Beans and Scrap because Beans is literally filling in Scrap's shoes. Like he's filling his spot.
Right.
Like how's he going to do that? That's why it's going to be a conversation all year round. But I don't know how many times we could change servers, Chris. I don't know. I went from like asking not to cast Falcons matches because they piss me off just losing all the time to asking if they not cast Ultra matches so my time doesn't get torched. I'm hoping that situation is going to be resolved. They can get it in a fight, put that past them.
Get a better IT guy.
Yeah.
I don't know what's going on exactly with it, but I hope that they can be focused on the gameplay and not all this stuff that's not the gameplay, you know?
Yeah, we're going to leave it there before we get fired.
Yeah.
Ali, thoughts on this matchup?
Well, for the side, when it at least comes to the gameplay, Toronto's in an interesting spot where they could be the first team to beat Atlanta and LA Thieves in this split, which would put them in a great conversation heading into Major 3.
Nameless is not here today, but he's still watching out there on the golf course. We have Cloud9 versus Minnesota. He says it's 3 Game 5s. Maven, do you think we get our first when we come back?
Well, Ali and I were chatting. We thought it was going to be like all 3 O's or all Game 5s today.
Yeah,
Just one of those, bro.
between.
One of those.
Lock in. It's Sunday without a championship.
Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
The Esports World Cup is an official partner of the Call of Duty League. The 2025 Minnesota Rocker Team Pack is available now. Each pack includes home and away operators as well as a weapon charm to keep the competition on ice. Next time you boot up, suit up at the in-game shop.
First match is ready to rock. We have a good one for you. Minnesota Rocker have scooped up a veteran, a world champion in Kenny. He is looking to lead this team. On the other side, you have Cloud9 that has looked red hot throughout Major 2, and then ice cold as of late. You lost to Optic, who's losing to everybody this weekend, Ali. So walk me through this series. What do you see going down?
I honestly think that Optic series was Optic. It's one of those back and forths where they actually played good versus when they actually played really bad, because Cloud9 has had a really tough road to this major. But on the flip side for Minnesota Rocker,
They went round 11 against that same team.
11 versus Texas, and then they get a Game 5 against Boston, and then they lose another Game 5 versus Carolina. So it's been a lot of trials and tribulations, but it's come from a lot of their own mistakes. You're talking about hard points within 5 points. You're talking about S&Ds within a singular round. So I think their biggest focus and their biggest pain point is going to be that map pool. It just not match up well against the rest of the league.
100%. I'm excited to see what the maps are going to be because, like, I know we casted a lot of the Rocker matches. They've looked incredible on Skyline. They threw away the one big advantage they had over Optic, but the other two they've won, and some they've won by like 150 points. So Skyline, Hardpoint's been really good for them. Hardpoint, I think in general has looked good for them. It's just the search. Like, I don't know what I'm going to get. Sometimes though, it's like they'll have this hero play, like, you know, Geo kill 3, Nero kill 4. They'll have these insane search rounds that like another team's not going to pull off, but it's not as clean as it needs to be. We need to see some search and destroy improvements for sure.
Cloud9 has won 2 of the 3 meetings between these squads. Minnesota, though, looking stronger as of late. Will it be true today? Let's take a look at the opposition. New York, I don't know what to do with this squad right now. Name was said they have the worst SMG duo in the CDL. Let's take a look at the entirety of this roster. And Maven, do you agree with that statement?
The worst of the whole CDL.
Like, do you have a better or worse front line than what Cloud9 has right now? Statistically, they're both rocking a .9.
I mean, a lot of times your front line .9 is not the end of the world. You're like an entry guy, but I don't know. Worst?
I mean, I'm looking at
Are we talking like overall, like just
out of all the 12
teams?
All the 12 teams currently.
Like, is there any SMG duo you would take over? You wouldn't take over Kemper Mac? I mean, technically, I feel like the answer is no. I mean, I kind of agree with him in that sense, but the reason being is because
it's tough to make an argument.
It's just they're inconsistent. It's not necessarily that these players are bad. It's just they are never on at the same time. That causes a lot of issues for their backline. And then you look at the maps and modes, and they're spotted in on Skyline.
Well, we got Rewind here for you. Search and destroy. You've been missing this map.
Well, this is what's interesting, though, when you talk about Skyline, because I didn't think we'd see much more of it from Rocker, but then that's also, like, what, Cloud9's first or second best hardpoint. So they are going to see their Skyline, which I think bodes really well, though, for Rocker, their chances in this. Rewind's interesting because we haven't seen a lot of it, but, like, Rocker's played it twice. Cloud9's played it once. Like, Rocker, we've seen a little bit of both because, what, they won it 6-4 against Optic. They got smashed, I think, 6-2 by Breach. But it's always fun to see the new maps. Maybe we'll see both in this, but I'm surprised to see Skyline, but I guess I'm not surprised to see Skyline because it's Cloud9.
Allie, I had production look it up just 22 days ago. You told me Cloud9 was a top 4 team. Do they win over Minnesota today?
During that time they were, but right now I don't know how I feel about it. I'm gonna go with Minnesota Rocker.
Going Minnesota Rocker. Maven.
Rocker.
Rocking it for me as well. And the fans, too, will turn purple. Everyone believes in Minnesota. And Kenny, do you, casters?
Ooh! I mean, we've seen so much Minnesota since Kenny's come into play. I mean, map 5s every single time. So I think just off of that, the eye test, we just have more to go off of. I think there's a little bit of a spark of inspiration that comes with the roster change. Where on the other side, Cloud9 has not been able to resurface the magic they've had in Stage 2, which I think is a major issue for them looking into what is just a couple of weeks away for Florida.
Yeah, you know what's so tough about it, Alan, is because the series was Optic. At the time that they played Optic, everybody was thinking, okay, Optic are finally looking good. And then you run into LA Thieves. That's an expected loss to go 0-2. But then with Optic losing to, like, the Falcons, losing their last couple of matches, you're sitting there like, wow, Cloud9 might be worse than we thought because they haven't been able to figure it out for a long time now. 1-9 in the last 10 HPs. At least for them in this series, you got a couple familiar maps that you used to be good on. So show me some.
Yeah, we definitely need that spark of life to come through once again, because it was like the first weeks of Stage 2 major qualifiers. We had been asking the question, would Sib continue from the spark he found in Madrid? The answer was yes. Then we get to the minor. They looked okay. We get into the second half of the major, and then, of course, the major itself, and it just felt like the team fell apart. And so now a chance to try to get themselves back into the mix when it comes to possibly, I don't know, maybe even a chance at finding themselves into the winner's bracket for Major 3 as Mac kicks us off with an opening double.
Oh, yeah, this is a good map for Cloud9. Obviously, their best hardpoint on the season, and the reason why they find so much success is usually due to breaking, but this new form-founding roster of Minnesota Rocker, they have been playing this basically every single series they have spawned in. You had a choke versus Optic, and the other two were absolute smoke shows. They are perfect when it comes to that setup. And if they can figure that aspect out early on as a brand new team, then your ceiling is through the roof, because all you're relying on now is search and destroy when you hear a click touch on it.
Yeah, absolutely the case. Well, as we get through the opening here at P1, we will be rotating over to the left side of the map, and Cloud9 will be spawning here for the second hard point. Kremp kind of holding the front line up top, but the hits starting to develop over through Kitchen where Mac will fall. So a little bit of pressure now starting to come through for Cloud9. Minnesota building up for a little 2-2 split on this break attempt.
Oh, and all the kills go in favor of Rocker. They set up the proper pinch, so already 3 players make it. Beautiful. All 4 from Cloud9. We're going to spawn all the way across the map. Lead change already in. Rocker know that they have to put their focus through the front side. Narrow here, only able to at least put down shots to set up Estria for the double, but 2-2 split. Minnesota still got the spawn.
Yeah, and Kremp's elimination up top, founding a second, actually allows an opportunity for a free route to hit around the back. Kenny trying to hold on to what he can, seeing if maybe he can give one more lease on life for the Rocker to hold on to the scrap time, but now it's going to have to be Estriel around the back. Spawn should be blocked off of this, plus he finds a follow-up. 9-3 start for Estriel. Spawns are in Narnia for Cloud9. Just comes down to can they hold from inside the hard point, and the answer is no. It'll be a small lead for Minnesota as we try to rotate to P3, but Attach finesses the old time, and we're going to have essentially a tie game.
Yeah, it's a big double there out of Attach. To contest that old time, control the spawns for new, and tell your teammates who are already off the rotation, you're going to have some free time here, so let's just sit on down. Kills still going in favor of C9. They're trying to potentially flip these spawns out, but now everyone's backing up, playing for that first layer wave before they push on through.
Be the case. Nero only able to find one though, so very comfortable ground being held by Cloud9. Attach on 4 in a row. Good look towards Estriel. Can't finish it, and Geo up top will confirm the damage done by Estriel, who still keeps his life over through hot tubs. So now numbers for Rocker, still trying to maintain the right side of the minimap, and the kills from inside the hill are decent initially to contest the hard point, but Cloud9 trying to fight back.
Yeah, Cloud9, thankfully, Kremp whips out an extra AR there and just allows the kills to keep going his way. He found a double, and now his teammates are able to flood their way on through, potentially for the final 20. And now if you're Rocker, thankfully, you're still spawning towards the back. You're able to stabilize at the moment. You got to hold the pressure over through Kitchen. All the ARs are lining them up for clean 3 dead. So you're down by 30, but a perfect setup off the rotation should allow you to get back into this game.
Yeah, you did see Geo fall on the backside of Patio. Sib following up on this play, moving through the prior pile. And, well, it is a lot of pressure for Geo to try to hold this. Estriel still keeping things contested. Big win from Estriel. The spawns will stay stable for Rocker, and they're now within 17 points.
Yeah, that's big plays from Estriel, man. Off the respawn, absolutely beam them across the map with that SMG. Secures the spawn for your team. First wave gets shut down for Cloud9, but already 2 kills go their way. You're gonna have Rocker in the split man setup here. You have to clutch up and get kills. Estriel's gonna get swarmed. Spawn secured there for Cloud9. They can walk away with this final 20.
Yeah, this has been a very back and forth affair. Just when you start to really need a break to come through for one team or the other, the development of the hit ends up allowing some time to go through. We have kind of these handshake moments, kind of 40-20 splits off on some of these hard points, and Nero just not allowing the exit time to go through freely. Clean kill feed for Minnesota, down roughly 15 points, but able to set things up over on Hot Tub.
Yeah, they're going to be the team early set up. This time they have trophy systems to work with as well, but no one watching over towards Kitchen. So if you are C9, you can push your way on through, set up this pinches. Nero's going to work back into the play and able to find a double. So just not taking space that they're given there. Now you're going to be a little bit late to the party because Minnesota still holding.
And Nero still cutting down the reinforcements for Cloud9. It'll leave Mac by himself on the left side of the map. And he will not be alone for long as the rest of Minnesota follow up, find the kills, but a big win from Attach. Spawns are still in for the moment for Minnesota on the left side of the minimap. It just comes down to how these next wave of kills come through. I don't know if Cloud9 fully expected every single Rocker member to spawn here, and in that moment, it will be Minnesota back at the hill with a chance to fight for rotation to do.
Yeah, now it's on Mac again to try to make a big hero play. He was the guy who got it done for them to soak up a little bit of that time there at P1, but he's only able to get one before falling. So 3 seconds remaining. Prep here trying to contest it before his teammates spawn on up. Can only find one, so Rocker winning the rotation over towards P2. Kenny finds an opening double, so again, first wave already shut down.
But Mac just kind of playing his life over towards Patio side, catches one, and is now trying to be a nuisance in the backline of Minnesota. It allows an opportunity for Kremp to play in, but only finding one is not enough. Attach is already committed into the play. He's trying to find separation away for his teammates, and it looks like he will gain some space over towards Piano side, but nades and stuns go his way, and Minnesota continue to hold nicely.
Yeah, and you're simply just going to get outnumbered right now until Seb gets himself back into the play. Now you have the numbers, and you're also winning the gunfights on entry. The 2 players already spawning all the way across the map. A clean 4 dead. A perfect time for Cloud9 to find that break. But this is where Rocker need to make their adjustments. This was a perfect hold, or basically keep away from Cloud9 last time around here at P3. But the initial kills go in favor of Rocker. They're going to have the rotation for some early time.
Yeah, keep away is a really good way of framing up what happened here in our first set of hills. This time, though, Minnesota, like you mentioned, already in position to get some early time on 3. New York working on a bit of a split, though, trying to get in, but immediately shut down. And as they come off spawn, we join in Cloud9 for a listen it.
I'm trying. Grill. Only one time. Grill time. I want to see one time. Heard you. I'm waiting for you guys. Like, TV's dead one time. Out of time there. Could be you. Kill Nero. Could be middle. Under again. I'm pushing for you. Get it through. I got time. Really Nero. What time is? I'm waiting you. Could be first spawn on us. Get first spawn enemy. I'm banging on the mid. I'm going top zone, okay? I'm going top zone. I'm banging on the mid. Back dead. Nice. I heard you. In you. Really hurts those steps. Don't you. Don't necessarily. On new. One shot you. One new. One there. Stone. P1 near weak. They spawn there. I'm going top zone. Take your time. Get time in. I'm back in the race. Spawn low. Look, you guys should wrap. Yeah, I'm going top middle. Stone on you. Close middle already. I'll check my top. Wait. I'm aiming my top. Top. RB deep. I'll see top. On the couch. One shot there on the couch. One shot in the back. Yeah, we got it. Top there. Stone. Back couches. Back couches. They spawn down. Nice. Get my time. I'm going top. Go. I reframe, but spawn bar, right? Yes, spawn bar. The first you had in the back there. Mark one dead. Nice. You know, he's Jim. I'm running up close enough there. P1 dead. You win HP. Turn on mid. I can cross the top. On your stone. Yeah, stone. I'm living. Top flat. Stun. One was you and me. I'm playing to the left. It's Kenny flat. Yeah, I'm running drop. What's behind me? They look for me left. First jump, hitting good. Two back left and right. Cancel top. Yeah, top. Stairs. One shot, Absolute T. Bar me dead. Nice. He's not picking up time. He's not picking up time. He's not up top. Dead. Piano pillar is dead. And piano hitting. Top piano me. Love piano. I'm coming to look over you. Sit down. You go, Chad. Piano pillar going stairs. Heard you. Let's see him on top. Get top key. Low you. That's true. Outside the closet. You dead? Nice. I am.
Woo, we've got ourselves a battle here. Just continues to just be lead swap after lead swap, hill after hill. Currently Minnesota holding a marginal lead, but with that full wipe, a chance to hold on to the P2 side of the map with only 18 seconds remaining here on Hot Tub.
Yeah, Cloud9 are in this game because they keep on breaking some of these setups that look to be unbreakable. That time at P4, it was Kremp flying out from overextension, gets a double, then whips out the pistol, puts down a couple shots, and allows his teammates to have the advantage to work back in. Minnesota keep winning the rotations. It's just once that setup is broken, Cloud9 have been able to run away with that remaining junk time every single time. Already here, though, at P2, Minnesota winning the rotation again. 3 kills go their way, but already Mac making a play.
Yep, they're on the back, able to help open up some space, gets Nero out of the hard point, Cloud9 in, but Minnesota trying to block or at least hold on to this backside where the spawns would occur. But still, the elimination's too strong for Cloud9. Gio's the last one left. The hunt is on as Mac makes his way forward, finding one. No trade imminent, at least not from Estriel's POV. Help is on the way through Piano, but Cloud9 are dealing with it.
Yeah, they are just trading effectively. Now, Estriel, you know, he's pretty close, so let's just find that trade there. We still have the numbers. We still have the spawns. Now we're going up zip. That's going to be an easy kill, so just keep on finding your kills if you are C9. Gio trying to contest towards the back, but it's only for 10 seconds left. And Kremp again, a massive double to potentially secure this remaining time until Estriel flies on in to get it, but Cloud9 got the rotation anew.
Really bad team Semtex, though, from Sid makes up for it by finding elimination onto Gio mid-map. Wants to try to push out Kenny at Jim, but he will leave it with Kremp, and he will only be able to find the one. Estriel, 3 in the feed. Attach trying to come forward as quickly as humanly possible. Mac trying to set up a pinch through mid, but again, another teammate onto Attach. He can't stay alive, and now Minnesota with numbers as they get the full wipe.
And now you just keep on holding. You don't really have to flip these spawns. Back on up, play your life a little bit longer. Just play like a cred ball. Estriel trying to hold down P1, just causing a distraction. Able to pull some players in that direction, but they only need 10 points. You gotta go if you're C9.
Gotta find a way to break through this. Gotta find a way to jump on in. It's a split spawn situation. Nero trying to do what he can with the pistol, but the break does come through.
Spawn's
Contest is here. P4 side of the map currently being held by Cloud9. Kenny looking for timing to play towards topside bedroom, and it may be a 1v1 with attaches. Estro drops into the Hellstorm.
Oh, this is a big Hellstorm because now you're going to force everyone indoors. You're giving the information to your teammates. They're able to push out towards the backside of Plat. Attach trying to shoot it out the air, and I think he actually does. So you get nothing done with the Hellstorm. It's all on Kremp.
He's able to find the first from the front. Estriel trying to pinch this up as Gio is still holding around the back. Just down to, can they stay alive inside a bedroom? The answer so far, no. One more attempt trying to break through from the front, but Kenny able to lock him down and secure the map for Minnesota in what was an absolute thrilling way to start off our Sunday.
Whew. That gets the blood flowing there. I know if you're watching the matches, you're already feeling the antsiness, but some Call of Duty is going to get you out of your chair, especially a map one like that on a grade A bang out on Skyline. Minnesota Rocker, they just stayed ahead of the game. That was what the biggest thing was. They were winning a majority of rotations throughout the map. They're the team starting off with the initial time. Cloud9 were majority of the time relying on their breaking. They found success, especially at that P3. The P2s for the final 20 seconds, good. P4s for the final 20 seconds, good. But then once Cloud9 won the rotation finally over towards P3, start off with 3 kills, shut down that first wave. Minnesota Rocker are now a little bit scattered because they go 4 dead at the same time. So that allows Minnesota now to realize, okay, they all have to approach us at the same exact time. So let's just spread our map a little bit, pull some attention, keep them away from a hard point as long as we possibly can, and don't give them an opportunity to break there. Kremp had a magnificent map number 1, had moments where he was using the SMG, moments where he was whipping out the AR, but just not enough there for Cloud9 to stop this losing streak in HP.
Yeah, the flexibility from Kremp is massive, and I think, again, his decision-making of when to use an AR versus when to use the SMG, crucial towards some of the break attempts that come through, but Cloud9 just a little bit scattered when it comes to trying to actually win, and more importantly, hold on to a rotation. I mean, we kind of saw it from Max POV in particular, talking about breaks. It often would be Mac by himself, the only guy to slip the net, trying to foil a Minnesota rotation, and I think a lot of that is the consistent slaying ability for Minnesota at the end of hard points, often got 3, sometimes even all 4 down. And that helps, I think, when it comes to Minnesota saying, all right, they're all dropped. We only have 15 seconds left here. We can just make the easy decision to rotate across the map, win the middle of the map back again, get to P3 or get to P4. Whatever it happens to be, it doesn't make much of a difference. So I think that helps a lot for Minnesota. I think also you can't talk about that last P3 without talking about 2 different teammates from Sib. A massive difference maker there in terms of time accrued, but more importantly, being able to comfortably rotate back to P4, as you kind of saw only a couple of members able to find corners to hold in. But look at this game flow graph, just about as tight as you'd like, the largest gap being about 30 points or so. And that's about the same margin we end this map out with Minnesota finding that late lead between P2 and P3.
Yeah, and that final, 60 seconds of that map had to be so devastating for Cloud9 because, like you said, those team kills don't help the situation. You're rallying together, everybody off the respawn for a 4v4 push. We need all the man advantage that we can get. But then when you're instantly taking down one of your own, you're at a man disadvantage. You're just allowing Minnesota Rocker to hold down the proper angles, probably double stack one angle to just isolate one player and always keep the numbers on their side. Just those little mistakes continue to bite C9 in the butt. Yeah. And now they need to respond in the search and destroy. Where yesterday versus LAT, they were throwing away 2v4s, 1v3s, you name it, Alan. They let it go.
Both these 2 teams, I think, are going to be desperate to try to find redemption on a Rewind search and destroy, because when the season had started, the stage had started, it looked like Rewind may be kind of a vehicle for this Minnesota Rocker team. They end up losing their second instance to the Boston Breach, and that was a pretty convincing loss as well. So there is a level of, we talked about Boston in particular on this map being an early success story in Major 1 qualifiers when Rewind was still in the pool, but we'll see how these new maps try to identify themselves with these squads who find themselves in the mix, not just for trying to find the upper bracket for this particular major, but you got to keep in mind that both these 2 teams were at that point in the season where every win is a critical one, especially considering that the gap is currently 30 points. Miami looks to be heating up, whereas Optic Texas continue to try to find these little stumbles and things of the nature. So being able to get into a position to contest or maybe get more comfortable on the bubble is crucial for both New York and Minnesota in this stage.
Oh yeah, every single bubble game is going to be crucial because it's so tight between number 6 and number 9. Like, those guys have to lock in. Every single match, every single moment is so crucial. And if you're Cloud9, you're starting to feel that pressure. Same thing could be said for Minnesota, because obviously you're sitting outside of the top 8. But with the new roster change, adding Kenny into the lineup, you're only thinking we're going on the up and up. Cloud9 go from up, down, back to up, then a little bit down. And right now they are going straight down into the ground. And at least you can always rely on this young man in Search or Destroy. Everybody else, though, they have been struggling. And if Kremp is always going to put up these numbers, he's usually the guy that we talking about. But throughout stage 2, when Kremp was doing this, it was also his teammates allowing him to make those kind of plays while they assisted him. Everyone from Cloud9 just needs to step it up here. 2v4s, 1v3s, can't allow that to happen again.
Absolutely agree with you, my friend. So we'll see. Another attempt for both these two teams on the rewind. Let's see how the work has come through for both the squads. It'll be a Jens hit here for Minnesota with eyes over towards the A connector. Astro just stuns the backside at glass, no one home. And now it comes to trying to feel out everything over towards the main desk, and Kremp is in the most unpredicted spot, just hiding wide out in the open. He finds 2, shuts down the play. Cloud9 are in a 4v1.
Yeah, right there. If you're Astro, you're thinking, okay, bomb side has to be clear. Kenny was working his way through mid street. No one crossed. He didn't give me any comms, so there's no way in hell he's going to be sitting at the mid doors. But Kremp must have just got great timing to get past Kenny. Puts himself in the corner, watches him cross over towards the site. Shoots the first one for free, but then Nero just slides on into a stun. So an easy double to open up the round there for Cloud9. Secure the first.
Good stuff. Great stuff. And just a little bit of a weird position. Unorthodoxically, Kremp just kind of puts himself into a weird spot, and now that's going to live in the heads of Minnesota if they try to approach A again. Believe me, you. The Cloud9 now their first attempt on the offense. They'll be attached watching the street cross. A couple of shots have already been tossed. A feel out through laundry here for Kremp, and he has seen there's a player at dumpster. How do they deal with this? Do they commit forward? Do they know they have the numbers? They seem to, but Astral still gets his one.
Yeah, Astro guarantees one. Nero there for the trade, so numbers still in favor of Rocker. Kenny gains the info on both, so if you're Nero out of the play, yeah, sprint your ass over to your teammates trying to get back in it, and he hits it at the right time. All left up to attach.
And he is stuck by Burger, and it looks like Rocker are very aware of that. They sure are. Geo, a couple of shots in. Nero trying to re-pinch, and that will be where attach will fall. So yeah, another moment where I think it's most importantly, Estriel play is just kind of tucked in the corner, and him getting his first is everything for Minnesota holding onto the A side.
Oh yeah, without question, man, because Estriel so far this stage has been struggling with the roster change in Search and Destroy. Sitting at like a 0.6 KD, has an 18% chance at finding that opening duel. And if he can just get it and die, like, that's better than not getting anything. So finds the first kill. Nero there for the trade. Information gained from Kenny, and then the numbers advantage to trap them. Rocker tie the game.
Similar break off here for Minnesota in terms of them trying to play over through this outside street at Jens. And again, if they try to give that same little that door leaner, they have to be aware of that possible position at mid. That stun doesn't really fully get around the corner. Trophy system in, and while that comes through at a pivotal time, you saw a couple of nades already towards this side door, all of it denied. Nade now cooked up to re-clear backside glass, but Kremp is back into his usual spot.
Yeah, and I think Kenny spots them. I think Kenny's given the information. He's in that same exact spot. The stun is going to connect, and they find the first blood onto Kremp. Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, not again. Nero makes it a 3v2. What?
Connors just playing on top, leaving it to a 1v2 situation. Bomb going to be planted here as Sid finds Jackal to work with. Has Kenny in his sides. Can't lock down the shots, though. And yeah, Kenny, definitely the round winner there. You call it perfectly. I don't even think he just sees Kremp. He also pushes back the player that was pushing up with Cloud9 on street. So it just allows that isolation inside the front doors at DVD to work out nicely.
Yeah, the first blood is good, but the fact that Nero just finds 3 on that round, aggressive as hell through mid-courtyard, and takes down every single player besides one. That's just one of those individual, I'm not afraid, I'm going to chow you moments. And Nero usually stumbles upon a lot of those. So already sitting at 6-2. 4 non-traded kills. He's been the guy so far for Rocker.
Oh, look at this opening tempo here for Cloud9 for the first time. Not just at Jens, but around it. Mac just tossing a nade that he's hoping will land right on top of courtyard, but there's a trophy system there. Doesn't stop him, though, from planting this bomb. And now you got a 4v4 retake on the way. Astral's playing deep, though.
Yeah, Astral's playing super close over towards the site. Not spotting anyone. Oh, he's already works his way on in, but time is ticking. And you know they're close by. First blood to Sib.
Yeah, he's going to find a second one on top of that. Mac follows up for the trade on De Niro. And now it's just down to Gio, who played the long wrap. Not going to work out. Bold commitment, but I love the discipline from Cloud9. Even with trophies, eating up some of those nades through courtyard, they say, hey, we've got a trusted setup here to get this bomb planted. We got a couple of players that are pushing out deep for this post plant, and Minnesota just cannot contest.
Yeah, it's because once they realize, okay, we're pushing up B Street, there's no one sitting back 18, no one on site. All right. They're probably already in towards DVD. They gained that info very, very quickly, invest the trophy system, get the bomb planted immediately, and then just completely blind counter Minnesota Rocker because they were just taking DVD away. No one was testing over towards B Street, and C9 found the opening.
So far, so good for both these two teams in a couple of regards, but mostly for Minnesota, it has been the Nero show. Cramp, what is this timing on this round? Goodness gracious. Thankfully, Kenny comes back to the play and stops that from essentially winning the round because he had all three Rocker attackers in his sight.
Yeah, I don't even know how Cramp is able to find that opening.
No clue, dude.
Kenny's playing like a cred ball, watching so many angles on that pitch. Finds the first blood, but Sib with the instant response on Gio makes it a 3v3. So now if you're Rocker, you're thinking, Kenny got some info towards Me Street. Sib is already finding a kill at B. They're all scattered. We just need to outnumber someone.
Well, a couple of shots from Mac. Not going to turn into anything, and it leaves Sib by himself for a 1v3. Again, does have an SFG to work with. Timing here would be everything. Finds the first, cannot contest the bomb plant, but that elimination has pushed Estriel off. A chance to reset. Now Sib can check again. Finds Estriel. Bomb doesn't go down to the 1v1. Sib! How about the 1v3 clutch up for Cloud9?
That's how you turn it around. Yesterday, that was happening to you, but this time he said, don't worry, I'll take care of it myself. Has both weapons for the occasion. The first kill is good, but that first kill is so massive because it pushes Estriel off the bomb site. So as he tries to replant it, he's not able to get it down. And then Kenny's thinking one shot, he's not going to repeat. I got a little bit of time. But the pre-fire, good enough there from Dante. You know, he's always going to have that confidence. And if C9 were looking for a spark, he might have just gave it to him.
I would say so. 1v3 in the ace, why not? 9-3 now for Sib. Oop, a little trophy system boop. A little bit of team damage, but more importantly, that trophy doesn't get as far in towards B as I think they were intending. May not matter, though. Because once again, you've got a position here for Mac to commit for a plant, and they're going to send Kremp on a bit of a pinch route to stop the contest through courtyard, but Minnesota held their ground and found first blood.
Yeah, sure heard the door crack. So he was just waiting for that first kill to come on in. Now you have the numbers advantage. The retake over towards B. You already have Gio pushing out to spawn. They have to be playing around the 18, but Sib makes up for it again. Wow. Another double 2v2. They're on it.
On 6 in a row. He's going to get the regen, but yeah, you're absolutely right. They hold for the defuse. Nobody checks, and that commitment call from Minnesota keeps us at a level set. You can see a couple of smiles do crack the stonewall face of Minnesota fighting back into the surge.
Yeah, they just didn't have the angles there if you're C9 because your setup was to just stack around the 18, Willard, play for all the kills, not really worry about the defuse. But then once Sib is able to find that double, he's obviously going to be weak. He's not in a position to check that bomb and potentially give up his life for free. And an attacher's so far away. Just didn't have an angle there. But it all starts with that first blood from Estriel. Realizing that Kremp was trying to make an individual play. Here's the door crack. Strikes for the first blood. Gives them the numbers advantage on the retake. 3-3.
Defensive nades early tossed over towards the backside doors at generators. Kenny looked like he took a little bit of damage. But it is Estriel to be the first one to drop. Nero for one. Trade immediately there, though. And so now it's just down to Kenny. And as mentioned, I think he's been pretty much red. Yep. It's been over towards Burger Street. Pretty much every single offensive round in Cloud9 will isolate quickly.
Yeah, it's just good, effective plays there from C9 to get aggressive on their defenses. Both SMGs take a lot of space in towards DVD. By the time Minnesota are working in towards you, just don't check the proper corners. Max strikes for the first. You try to make up for it with the trade, but there goes Kremp right behind you. C9 with a quick response there on their defenses. The last two offensive, though, they had like the free pushes over towards B. If you're Minnesota Rocker, adjustments eventually need to come in. If I'm offense as well, like Kenny, we can't go burger every round, dog. Like, let's hit a 4 push towards B Street or something.
Something. It really has been kind of slight variations on the first setup. Oh, this is an aggressive spot for Kenny. Works out nicely as Estriel was there to help him on his cross, and now Kenny can get to work playing back in towards the drive-through, where he will find another. Okay, want a quick adjustment. How about this round? Flawless for Minnesota. Blink and you miss it.
Yeah, finally C9 meet them in towards DVD. That's what they have been playing for in their last 2 defensive rounds, was to get those initial challenges first 10 seconds into the round. But with Kenny finding an angle in towards blue on the fire car, strikes for the first blood, has Kremp weak. He cannot rotate back, so he's trapped towards the middle street. He also finds the second. Numbers advantage instantly towards the Rockers' way. And they respond with a very quick defense to go 4-4. I don't know what it is about Rocker, though. Like, round 11s are just bound to happen.
No, that's absolutely correct. That, or, you know, they start off 0-2, they win a control, and then we're in a map 5 round 11 or something of the nature. Just that little bit of Minnesota magic that keeps coming through. Same setup essentially as what we saw in round 1 offense. The only difference is Gio's playing a little bit further back on the dumpster to make sure there's no immediate pinch. Asher will get an early trophy down. Attach will read that and just kind of spam through the shelves to see if he can find any hit markers, but none are there.
And RC car is getting invested from Narrow, so he's trying to clear out some space over towards glass. They have been going to basically the same exact player on their offensive approaches. Taking control of gens, working 2 sides over the trophy system. Narrow back down to 54. His Peach just gonna get on out.
Yeah,
but a lot of time being wasted.
I was gonna say A is no longer an option through that side door. You have to clear out the front side of DVD, and that looks like what Minnesota are doing. Nero's gonna wait to make sure the pinch stays safe, and whoa, the timing here could be unbelievable. Gio tries to back out. Nero follows up with a trades favor in Cloud9. Back and forth. Pinch shot kill. Big 1v1 win from Kenny. Just up the Kremp. He finds the first. Now to the 1v1. Has Kenny in his sights, but no. Tries to reposition. Cannot get the regen. And Kenny ices up for Minnesota. Gio can't believe how that round unfolded.
Yeah, I thought that was going to be another scary round there for Rocker, because you're taking such a slow approach on your attacks that they are shutting down your initial pushes. And then by the time you're making pushes, Cloud9 are trying to take the opposite side of the map away. But thankfully, you turn at the right time. Even though the first blood goes to C9, Kenny and the rest of Rocker were all around each other, so Kenny was able to strike for all those trades on every single player that was one shot. Able to secure 3 on the round, and now Rocker at game point.
Again, just like the hard point, back and forth, back and forth. Kenny finds himself on a killing spree 5 in a row. Super pressure to Cloud9's offense, and Kenny once again getting aggressive, like you mentioned, through Burger Street, but he's a little isolated right here. Has a 1v1 in front of him with attach. Opening shots do not hit for Dill, and Kenny's just going to reposition completely. He's got to play this island so well, though.
Yeah, if you're C9, you got to isolate this gunfight. Attach is just playing for the information. Now the rat back is going to come in from Sib, so you find that kill, but at the same time, Kremp already falls. 2v2.
Yeah, I was about to say, just as much as Kenny was isolated, the same can be said for the front line for Cloud9, but quickly to recover the bomb is Sib. Estriel sees it. No trigger to split. Oh, what a win from Sib! Now to Nero, trying to chase down Sib, finds him for free. Timing on this 1v1 is everything. Doors will pop. Here comes the slide out, and Nero gets the perfect prediction on the timing. Attach will fall, and Minnesota again. Just heroes in the late game. This time it comes in a very tight affair in the search and destroy, where all you can do is smile about the fact you find yourself 2-0 up.
Ah, man, Rocker feeling good. Finally, they avoid the round 11 in search and destroy. They're able to ice on up at the end of this game. I just think if you're Cloud9, you rush that last round way too quick. Like, Kenny pushes up aggressively through Burger. You're able to get the info on him. You have 2 teammates focusing him for the first blood. But then I don't know where Kremp dies. You're just not really supposed to drop in that situation. You're going to guarantee a first kill. You know we can reset and play our man advantage to our advantage. But just when Kremp falls after they find that kill, everything is still scattered around the map. Narrow goes 16-6. 9-9 traded kill with 2 first bloods. On the opposite side, Sib was there to match him. 1,500 damage on both ends, but just came down to those other risky plays. And the fact that Gio goes 0-7 and wins the game is correct. Truly insane. If I'm Gio, I'm looking left and right like, thanks guys, you guys are the greatest. Let's go.
We really don't see that all that often. But no, I mean, we have to go back and rewatch how that round breaks down. I'm wondering if Kenny is timing on his little peek in through front doors as he got aggressive over towards Burger. I think Cloud9's front line had already committed to playing in front towards A bomb, and then they're stuck there. So there's a level of, we don't know if we can get back. I don't know. Hard to say. Maybe we can get a Maven drawing conclusions on that one. Actually, let's not do that. He'll do something wrong. Let's not do that.
I don't know if we're allowed to see what Maven can draw. Clint, can we start though? What would you call this game to? If you were describing it, who's just a casual Call of Duty fan, what was this?
It's a Nero tweak map.
And what does that mean?
I mean, he just tweaks and kills everyone. Like, dude, he did it live. We watched him versus Optic in this map. He had like an ace in like 3 seconds, or he had triple. He just literally. Usually he does that later in the day. It's not the early matches, but the early matches. What 16 ties the S&D record, just frying. Nero has takeover maps, and like, you know, Kenny, we joke about always laughing, just like he just laughs no matter what. Good
vibes, yeah.
This time he was laughing for good reason because Gio couldn't buy a kill, bro. Poor Gio.
It was basically 3v4.
Yeah. He had 600 damage or something.
Yeah, he shot people, just couldn't get that final bullet. Meanwhile, Nero finds 16. Estriel with some big wins as well. You saw some blunders on the Cloud9 side. Getting trapped in a truck, unable to cover the bomb. You get Nero with a free defuse. That seemed to be the difference maker. That round 6 is where Minnesota started to come back at it.
Yeah, it was that round. It was also a couple rounds after that when we were tied up 4-4, and it was kind of just trade city. You allow Kenny to get 2 in that situation, and then he also gets timing on that last player with no info to work with. That breaks that and gives him momentum for the side of Minnesota Rocker. But I don't want to say, I think both teams played this map fairly well. It's just those opening 3 rounds, it was just straight bang outs in courtyard, and it was Nero that came out on top just about every single time.
Yeah, like him. There are like a handful of players that you'll put on a list that just have potential to drop like 16 randomly, and like Sib is one.
Yeah,
Nero is one that they just get in that kind of flow state, and just everything works, and they are frying. They don't miss bullets, and it's really fun to watch. But yeah, I felt like even though it wasn't that, I felt like Sib versus Nero. It really did.
Sib looking fantastic, drops 14-7 for the L, despite Cloud9 having the lead about 4 times during that game. Minnesota up 2-0 in part due to Nero tying the league record at 16 kills. He now ties Super and Dan Ghosty for the most kills in a search and destroy. When we're looking for top Slayer predictions, Kremp 46, Estriel 45. How are we feeling about our SMGs so far?
Well, what, you had 41? Well, 40 bombs from both in the map 1. I want to go back and look at it. I didn't because I was also watching the Masters. But no, Estriel, I swear, on like the last P2 through the P3, the beginning of the P4. So let's say about 90 seconds of time. I swear he went from like 28, 29 to 41.
We kind of looked at it. He was at like 20.
He dropped like 10 plus over that 90 seconds.
Yeah, he got like 10.
So like late, he was impressive. He had like 1 or 2 like, they weren't exactly triples, but like 3-man feeds where he was like going nuts. They're impressive to watch. I think we thought with Kenny coming in, Estriel probably be the guy that got unlocked the most, like him and Gio. But Estriel, dude,
he's been unreal.
I was slow on the Estriel's like freakishly good.
Estriel train, yeah.
But dude, I'm all aboard. Shoot. Estriel train.
He finally loves Exnid and Estriel. We won them over, boys. Let's take a look at 4 new faces in a game we like to call Hidden Heroes. Any tips here, production? Hidden talents.
What?
Oh.
What?
I get to go first. Founded Community League, Pet Tabby Cat, Casted COD Mobile. I'm going Alley Cat, top left.
Oh, there's talent.
Rosalie, nailed it.
What is this? I wasn't very pissed at all.
Teamed with Adam Cole.
Oh, it's actual talent.
Yeah, teamed with Rainbow.
Pet Tabby Cat thought esports was a fad.
Bottom left is Ant. Bottom left is Nameless.
Yeah, it's got to be Ant.
Let's go.
Nameless.
Talent that thought esports was a fad? Teamed with Adam Cole.
As a Tabby Cat.
I was prepared for players. I wasn't ready for this at all. Not Australian.
Australian.
That's gotta be. It's
Miles.
But has an Australian Shepherd.
It's gotta be Miles, but he is Australian.
The Surrey Hillbillies. I need to find out what that is if it's internet legal.
I'm basing this off of their pets, by the way.
Like, is it Chance? But I would have put like started playing COD on the Wii or something.
Is that like a wrestler?
Who else in
No, wait, Chance didn't team with anyone. Was it Stud?
Chance doesn't have a cat.
Wait, that's you? How did you not know that was you?
I don't have a Tabby Cat. Fake facts are not right. Hey guys, I look good in that photo though.
The first one.
Back over to our friends.
What did you found?
Adam Cole and I, the wrestler, played Big Team Battle in Halo. Shout out to Crystal, our producer. I understand.
Because he doesn't have a Tabby Cat.
It's Golden Boy, maybe. Let's go to Shift and Study for Call of Duty.
We don't have any hidden talents. We're so boring. No one loves us. Not even. No, that's not true. That's not true. Jay,
I don't got a tabby cat.
That's.
I don't got a
ain't
tabby
got
cat.
no cat.
I don't even know what a tabby cat is, but all right. If you
It's
got
the
one,
orange.
Chris.
It's the orange cats.
Oh, okay. Allie's got
Yeah.
one. Wow, she's fancy. Wow.
Wait, that's what makes you fancy? Not the apartment on the North River. No, none of that.
Allie's her. Allie is her. Big Al's her. All right, back into the game we go, Allie. Come on.
Oh, golly. We've got ourselves a heater here, and our hidden talent is we like to cast Call of Duty. Go figure.
Baby.
That's not that hidden. Might not even be a talent on some days. Hard to say. Sometimes the games speak for ourselves. But Protocol, this is, one of those mediums that we've seen really both teams, I think, utilize to some large success. I mean, Minnesota, I think early on in the year, you get to a Protocol control and you feel like anything can happen. They played it an absolute handful of times. But for Minnesota, kind of in the recency of adding Kenny, they've played a little bit of everything when it comes to when it comes to control. So it's hard to say, I think, like what map do they prefer now with Kenny in the mix?
Oh, well, they felt good here. Kenny had like a 1.2 versus Optic last time he spawned on it. Pretty much easy work, especially on the defensive side, but your hands are going to be a lot more full here because Cloud9, this is their best control. Already 4 dead, taking all the space away. The SMGs have been getting a lot of flack recently. They need to start to turn up in these kind of moments, and even though Mac doesn't get one with the kill, he still is always able to find one. All right.
Now, a couple of trades here for Minnesota give them an opportunity to break through the spawn trap. Attach. Oh, what a win. Backing up on the back pedal through sidewalk. And that now leads to, again, Cloud9 reinforcing this spawn trap with only 45 seconds on the clock. Minnesota have barely even seen in front of this tin house.
Yeah, just keep on finding trades if you're C9.
Yikes.
Numbers advantage again in your favor. 35 seconds to go. You're still up by 8 lives. Attached now your time to have a field day off of the respawn. Able to find a double. And now Minnesota Rocker basically on their last push. Have yet to leave their spawn.
Not good news here, Jay. I can tell you, I don't even think they've gotten through windows yet. Sib on the zone. Here comes the first attempt, and he just sprays it down. Sib for 2. 5-1 start for him. 6-1 for Attach. The ARs for Cloud9 not losing any battles. And here's our last effort for Minnesota as they are able to contest for a small time on A, but Attach still putting them together. Sib still turning and burning, and that is a flawless opening defense from Cloud9.
Yeah, that's way too easy. And realistically, like, that's all the momentum you need to realistically walk away with a 3-0 here, because the break off was perfect. You get a clean 4 dead. You don't allow them out their spawn. They only found about 7 kills on the entire round. So for Cloud9 to have 2 tight maps early on in this series, a little break treated them well there in round 1.
Yeah, I'll say. I mean, a flawless opening. I mean, all 4 drop in every position. Hard to come back from that. And so now Cloud9, you have to be looking at this map like, all right, let's just put this one to bed early. Let's get to map number 4 and just reset this entire series.
Just need to try to at least open 1 segment here. Give yourself the full advantage. Slowly working up their progression over towards A, but Minnesota Rocker looking to respond with a shutout round of their own. Geo with an AR. Getting back down from Sid, but the repositioning good enough to still keep the numbers in favor of Rocker. Birth wave already gets shut down, and now the SMGs can roam in your base.
All right, well, an opportunity here for Minnesota to essentially do the exact same thing that Cloud9 did to them, but an opportunity here as Attach shuts down a play topside windows, leaves Kenny kind of by himself in the back. Cramps got him locked into a corner, and now Cloud9 have stopped the clock with success over towards B.
Yeah, that's one of those situations there. If you're Rocker, you really don't have to move until they touch one of these points. You know that all 4 players are up. Let's wait, gain some info. Once they play the objective and then set up these pinches, but a clean 4 dead now for Cloud9. They have all the map control in the world, and B segment's already going to be gone. Time is extended by an extra minute. You're currently still up by 4 lives, but you already have players working on those pinches.
Yeah, this might be over here, Jay. 24 plays 18. Attach. An assist or a kill away from being able to find himself a Hellstorm, and he will get the assist thanks to Max. So Hellstorm has now been earned. Right around a minute and a half to play, pending how this next battle over the top of the A zone goes, and Minnesota will finally get their defense forward.
Yeah, Attach is playing for a nuke. 12-1. I think a Semtex sticks him right in the throat through the window, so that's tough. At least you already earned yourself that Hellstorm. Minute and 20 to work with. Still up by 4 lives. You know that Rocker are roaming in your spawn, so Matt gonna trying to work behind enemy lines. Puts down a couple shots, so his positioning is known, but he's finessing.
Yeah, it sure is. And Minnesota just have not been able to find him. Nero was looking for a while. And still more eliminations for Cloud9. Mac trying to come back over to the play at A. Shut down there, though. So Minnesota are holding, and they've reduced what was a 7 life lead down to just 2 as Geo gets caught trying to play a little bit too far forward. Cloud9 still trying to work through, really over towards the priorly captured B zone. And this is just not amounting to much success here for Cloud9 at any form.
Not at all. You're still up by 1 life, but if you keep on trading in your rocker, you're perfectly fine to be in this scenario. Geo's even finding kills on the pinches versus Kremp with the SMG in hand. So final 30 seconds here. Last attempt here from C9. You get shut down over towards Heli. You find that trade on the Estriel, and that's a good first one to get because now you have the numbers.
Uh-oh.
Oh my God.
Yeah, Tatch just on sprint. Has the knife out and slices and dices onto Kenny, so the clock will come to a pause. 8v7 situation. Minnesota have to try to reapproach this from the P2 side of the map. First tick done at A. Second on the way with this double stack still relatively healthy. This comes down to, do they get a read on how Minnesota trying to want to retake this? Sib for 1 over the top. Can't quite catch the second. And now we're down to the final 14 seconds. 4v5.
Last push. Mac, take your time here. Let your teammates watch over you with their ARs, give you some info before you decide to strike, but the pinch from Kenny might secure this round for Rocker.
Very well may, but Mac wins his 1v1 on the A zone. Second tick done.
My God.
Attached following up, and now it's just down to Estriel. And he's caught. No way, no how. Cloud9, hold on. Last second hit. You kind of had that moment there where Kenny absolutely does get smoked in that 1v1 battle.
Yeah, that's all it comes down to. You saw the facial expression there from Kenny. He's sitting there like, all right, one-on-one versus Dante. He's sprinting up the steps. This should be a freebie. And they should have no more respawns after, but just losing that initial gunfight. Your teammates are still trying to be aggressive over towards Heli. You were the safety net. And unfortunately, you let that one go. So Cloud9 running away with this protocol control. Get it done through the kills, or at least secure 5 seconds, but they're back on defense, which was their happy place.
Absolutely. And it all came off of just a flawless break-off. So if you're Minnesota, just have to not get completely squad wiped. Not a good start. Not a good start. How does Mac get 3 right there? How in the hell does Mac get 3 right there? And now he's in your spawn 5 in a row, trying to get the read on where exactly Minnesota has bopped up to. And, well, timing here has been a bit strange, but it doesn't make a difference if you're in the Mac attack. He's slammed. Oh, my goodness. 17 and 10, 8 in a row for Mac, and this map might just be over.
Yeah, if I'm Rocker, like, let's just leave the lobby. Like, this map is chalk, boys. Our breakoffs have not been the best. We're already in hell. Another clean 4 dead for C9. They are starting to turn the tide on this series. ARs are frying. SMGs are finding so much success. Still 40 seconds to go, and Rocker finally have a moment that they can breathe.
I mean, if you want to call it that, I mean, it is asthmatic breathing at this point. And Attached feeling a little bit of pressure with 2 Rocker members, 1 on either zone. Calls in the Hellstorm to catch them off. Under 30 seconds now to play. And Minnesota still holding on to mid-window. They're really need to commit to one of these zones or the other. Right now, they're still kind of playing for both at the same time.
Yeah, they're just trying to find kills. Realistically, spread your map a little bit. We're still losing track of the SMGs, and Kremp and Mac combined for 3. So now you know the last player is already on that 8 point. Everybody else coming off the respawn. Kremp tries to time the timing on the pinch, but he unfortunately falls, and you're giving Minnesota another lifeline here.
Now Tatch does get traded out. Second tick looking good on the A zone. Nades are landing though, no trophy system here. Estriel trying to keep the Cloud9 defense away from the point as much as humanly possible, but Cloud9 are looking to retake from the Minnesota side of the map. Trades are decent. Clock continues to tick though, as Tatch will go back onto the point, deplete most of this 3rd tick of progress. Estriel's been seen. He really can't commit. He's got to hope that his teammates off spawn can create something. Finally, he's off the regen to find himself on 4 in a row, but no way he can stay on the point. Good team shots coming through from Kremp and Sib, and that'll be a very, very quick protocol control for Cloud9.
Yeah, that's way too easy there for C9. You start off by getting a clean 4 dead, absolute dominant defensive round, and then sneak out one of those attacks because Minnesota looking like they were going to make up for it, but just really couldn't find like a perfect team setup or a team push to shut down those waves once they came on in. A couple gunfights as well realistically didn't go their way. Maybe if you secure some of those one-on-ones, you stand a better chance on the map, but Cloud9 quickly respond on that control. Down 1-2 in the series, now forcing map 4.
Yeah, that's a big bounce back. Just, I think, after 2 maps that felt, I'm sure, winnable for Cloud9. Now you go into a protocol control, like you mentioned, it's been their best control on the year. And to do that to Minnesota, where you're just absolutely destroying them, and a number of individuals going on long streaks, you're feeling like you're God's greatest gift to COD, with a red card coming up of all things. So should be interesting to see if that changes the dynamic of this series, because I think the biggest point about it is, as mentioned, the first 2 maps could have gone either way.
Yeah. Definitely the first 2 maps could have gone either way. Cloud9 had a couple mistakes in that hard point. They definitely want to fix. Same thing could be said for that search and destroy. This control was absolute perfection. Now you at least force another hard point. The guns are a lot more warmed up now too, so you can tell everyone's starting to shoot. Attach had his moments. Mac was turning up multiple 3 pieces on the kill feed. And then Sib, he's been the consistent shooter so far of this series, alongside prepping that map number 1. So just now that we're deeper into this series, you're not going to be on the end of a 3-0 again. Can we try to get through a red card HP, which has realistically not been a good map for them so far this entire season?
Yeah, it's a very fair shout. I mean, realistically, you look down at the red card overall, it has not been good to either of these teams. Yeah. But I think the one that stands in our mind, though, is Minnesota's most recent win on this map. Against Boston, they looked really solid on it. 250 to 112 was the count. Whereas for Cloud9, like you mentioned, it has not been a good map for them, and they have not played it all that often. A couple of moments throughout stage 2, but largely speaking, it has not been a map that they go to. So definitely needs something here to see that this could possibly be something that Cloud9 could utilize, especially in these grudge matches where you're dealing with other bubble players, other bubble teams. That's kind of where I think, a lot of the story is going to be built up for both of these 2 squads.
Yeah, you got to show grit, man. These bubble matches are the most important ones, especially to end out the season. We only have 5 qualifying matches for the next 2 stage. You're already finding yourself in number 4 if you're Rocker and number 3 if you're C9. But they're sitting at 95 points. We are down by at least 35 to get into that top 8. We need some time to make up. We need some kind of matches to add some CDL points into it. And realistically, you still have a chance, to make winners. Your first 2 matches don't go correctly. The 3-0 versus Optic, the 3-0 versus LAT. But I'm pretty sure Ali always says it. Like with Cloud9, their road for the last stage and a half has been super tough. You've been playing every single top team. So these bubble matches, you need to try to respond and take care of these guaranteed, especially if you want to try to make up those points.
Yeah, and I think the other thing about that storyline in particular is you got to remember, I just got to reiterate the fact that we're only dealing with 5 matches in this qualifier and the next.
Yeah.
So when you talk about the simple fact that you only have 6, 7 games left online to determine your fate for CDL playoffs, you better come quickly towards beating up the other squads in your bubble. That's the biggest part. It's not just finding wins, it's beating teams that are in your bubble. Because it might feel like 10 points to you, but really it's like a net 20 because you're getting 10 and you're stopping your opponent from getting 10.
Yeah.
So, the math game starts to get really interesting. And then in particular, of course, being able to show up on LAN at one of the last 2 majors could really help you secure a spot in towards champs. But that's a conversation for another time as we look into the red card hardpoint. And again, I think that the biggest story here, if you're Minnesota, you're looking at this map like, let's just do what we did last time.
Yep. Do exactly what you did versus Boston, which was dominate rotations and be basically perfect on your setups to not allow them to find any time off of that stage hill. That was their money hill for Rocker. So if you're C9, be better off your rotations. You relied a lot on your breaks in that map, number 1. You're going to start off on the preferred side, at least to get initial time here at P1, but it's all about the fight over towards Edge.
Yep. Back, a little quick route here with the sub in hand. Kind of a bold break off for Cloud9. That works out really nicely. Almost a turn to Kenny, but now the hunt for Crimp. Job made easier by the initial damage from Mac and the SMG duo. Really the ones who do all the work, kind of cleaning up Edge.
Yeah, dominated outskirts. That's how you play keep away initially to start off this P1, but then you can soak up a lot of time once the kills go your way. Scattered spawns though for Rocker. You already have a pitch developing from Kenny. He's able to find a double. Now you just got to isolate onto Attach, who's putting down shots on the Geo, but just playing your light to perfection. Allows Rocker to soak up this time and now trap C9 towards the back where they don't want to be.
Yeah, what was that police car made out of? This Attach, I'm sure, is very frustrated not being able to find the final shot needed to take care of Geo. So not a lot of time on the first hill. Not a convincing setup to speak of yet for Minnesota towards P2. A couple of good eliminations for Nero around the back, and more importantly, Geo stayed alive on stage, so they have a chance to continue to fight through the middle of the map, but Cloud9 have done a nice job just making a mess of the hardpoint for now.
Yeah, Geo went a big one-on-one initially to start off this hill onto attach for those spawns, but then his teammates spawn out towards the back, so again, he has to fight that wave. Now he's just gonna get isolated. Your teammates now trying to find the break from the backside, where initially you wanted to hold down stage, but Cloud9 were able to micromanage through those moments. Flip the spawns on its head, and now basically potentially walk away with this final 20 and a rotation.
Yeah. And this has been, again, another back and forth kind of 50-50 tug of war over the majority of what this P2 time has looked like. But now an important moment in this scrap time. We talked about Minnesota on the opening hard point. They looked really good on the old time, 18 seconds or so remaining on the hill, getting clean wipes, guaranteeing quick rotations. Cloud9 now the first one to produce the same thing as we had to 3.
Yeah, they're playing a couple steps ahead right now. Continuously grow the lead, but a couple kills already going in favor of Rocker. Now you can be pinched over towards the hard point. Instantly broken in is the setup for C9. Now you're all trapped in towards the back, and this is where Minnesota can run it up, and Kenny is just shooting.
Yeah, and that's another one of those moments that you tie together the first hard point to this, that Cloud9 just cannot afford to be doing that. I mean, you have 20 seconds of free rotation. You've got a perfect setup where you should, and just no one wins a gunfight. Minnesota just walk on in with just one member spawning behind. Now all of a sudden you've got Mac trying to save the remainder of this hill. Pistol works out nicely for the first. Kremp follows up, and Cloud9 will get back into the hill with 13 to fight for.
Yeah, and that was a massive play from Kremp 20 seconds ago, where he just off the raise spawn runs right through the middle of the map, wins a one-on-one, and it's instantly able to flip those spawns again for Cloud9. Now they're just running it up at the end of this P3. They don't have the spawns for the rotation over towards New. This is Rocker's Money Hill versus Boston. Can they repeat it?
So far the setup looks pretty darn good. Mac able to clear some space at mid, but traded. The numbers still looking decent for Minnesota to watch this cross. Attach the furthest one forward, but can't do too much with an AR, and Kenny will actually find him. That allows time for Nero to peek, follow up, and now Geo is just on the hunt to make sure this pitch stays safe from Sip.
Yeah, this so far is just the perfect setup for Rocker. You have your ARs, everybody whipping out an extra one as well, just watching those crosses, finding their kills on their pinch, and C9 have yet to be able to contest it, but finally, in the final 20 seconds, just like map number 1, they find their break. They're going to be able to take the lead. Early off the rotation will be Rocker, but a couple players from C9 trying to contest early.
Yeah, that's really, I think, just generally a good life from Sib right there. To be able to win one through mid, get around the back, find another, win that crossing angle away. Good life from Sib, locking down those long routes. Now Minnesota over towards bleachers. Nero and Escher will kick us off, and they will combine for really a 2v4 moment. So now you've got the rest of Minnesota following up. Nade to try to block off the front, and Kremp has made his presence known over through the mid. Caught, but he still finds the second. Kenny trying to chase him down, but now an opportunity for Cloud9 to open things up from the front until the ARs once again turn their attention and lock it down for Minnesota.
Oh, man, the fact that Kremp finds too, you're thinking if you're Cloud9, okay, we can walk on in. We got a 4v2, but this time Kenny lines up 3 in the feed. Continues to shoot here on red card. He knows the pressure's going to be on him. Technically, he doesn't get a kill, but the team kill is good enough. You still give your team a fight here at the Old Hill.
Yeah, sure do. Mac still battling. Hardpoint time largely goes neutral here from the back 30. Cloud9, you can see him on the minimap already making plays to rotate to New. Kremp will be over towards stage. Sib will be in the middle of the map, and now you've got that rotation from Eskies for Cloud9 to watch this cross, watch this exit. Good moment here for C9.
Yeah, fantastic moment for C9. They're still going to have a lot of uncontested time unless Escher wins the one-on-one through ticket. You have all-out head control. All your focus is just to stay away from that ticket contested gunfight, but allow that one-on-one to go down, and now Kremp thankfully is able to make up 4 with 3 of his own. Tries to make it number 4. Does not matter. Cloud9 are in.
Yep, stun connects for Nero, trying to play off the regen. Doesn't get affected by the nade, but Cloud9 winning the battles from right in the front of the hard point. Lead swap comes through again. Nice shots from Attach. Onto Geo over a heady by P2. Trade comes through though for Kenny, trying to get himself back over towards stage. Help was there from Estriel initially, but Kenny wins the first 1v1 he needed to. Follow-up not there, and with 10 seconds still remaining, again, Cloud9 will take the scrap and look to play through mid-map to see if they can rotate into P2.
Yeah, they already have stage control, but look, before that new hill pops and just being on the right side of the map, on the back side of Ticket, that allows Minnesota to still be split on this push, but now thankfully you got Attach making the same exact play, working his way around stage. He's relying on his teammates to get a couple kills to make his approach a whole lot easier, but spawns flip, Cloud9 have him trapped.
Is there any way that Minnesota can try to earn a little bit of time here and put the pressure on Cloud9 to push forward? That first elimination's a good one. You can see the hit from Cloud9, try to make a play through Sidewalk. Estriel is here to deal with this, or at least attempt to deal with this, but he's in trouble. Or is he? Nero's right there to bail him out. Follow up over. Oh, stand not going to work out, but Geo holding onto the hard point. He almost finds everything, but Cloud9 quick to re-break in, keep this contested.
Yeah, thankfully Kremp found that double, because as soon as he found both those kills, his teammates are still able to spawn over towards stage. They're able to still keep Minnesota trapped at bay towards the back, and then Sib is not missing again. Another double. Early off the rotation, again will be C9 over towards B3, but every single kill you find right now, they're going to spawn back new. You got to be prepared for it.
And it doesn't look like initially they are. Oh, especially with Sib spawning out towards buses. So can Geo create something as a bit of a Trojan horse behind the play? Shots come through. Now they know he's here, and the SFGs holding on to whatever ground they can find in P3. Cramp in trouble. Still gets damage with his Semtex, pushes out, finds his own elimination. Follow up now for Cloud9 as they're going to have numbers quickly from the backside spawns, as Minnesota are struggling to find any sort of a viewpoint into this hard point, and that matter has been made worse by the SMGs, who continue to light things up for Cloud9.
And they are going crazy right now. Kremp is just taking so much space away, catching his timings and winning some very crucial one-on-one gunfights. And you blow the game wide open, but you cannot afford to chalk this moment up, because 3 players going down at the wrong time. Now you're all spawning on the backside of Old. Sib's hands are going to be full. He's not allowed to back up and play a different position. You just got to gun your way on through, but he's only able to take one. And Minnesota Rocker again win a rotation over towards stage.
At Geo, Sidewalk in trouble, chased down. Mac finds the kill. Mac and Kremp working together now on the opposite side of stage. Nero the only one left, and he's inside the hill. How much can he produce? Good opener! He's able to find a second, and now he's got a little bit of help from his ARs on the cross, but Attach still sneaks his way into stage. Gives a momentary break to Cloud9, but Minnesota have re-won that hedge position for a small time. They can keep fighting, and Kenny will find the kill inside the hard point to keep Rocker in.
Man, big shout out to Nero, man. The fact that he's able to catch that double, give his teammates opportunity to still contest this. Basically walk away with a majority of the time. Again, you just got to put all your ARs to watch this cross. So one player trying to contest, which is going to be Attached. And I love the way that he's playing this. Everybody else just shoot around me. I'm going to lay down on the top side of stage. The break comes in, and C9 still keep their lead.
We're at a minute 40 on the game clock with only a 160 to 147 score. This thing could potentially come down to the game clock depending on how this next P4, P1 comes into play. Over to bleachers we go. Nero, Kenny, open things up. Allow Minnesota a chance to get in. Split spawns for Cloud9. They're going to try to pinch this.
Yeah, and if you're Kenny, you got to play for this pinch. There's already Kremp making another huge, massive play. He can win the one-on-one gunfight. Kenny's going to try to approach it, and he's able to secure it, and that leads to a clean 4 dead. Spawns being secured for Rocker over towards BS&D. Now we can put all of our focus over towards Eskies, where Cloud9 just got to go.
We'll see how they handle it. Minnesota able to retake the lead here as we jump into a late game. Minnesota Rocker listening.
After left guy. Watch out. He's just sitting there. He's one of your side. I promise. I have your I'll block. I'll spawn out. I'll block. This is the game. This is the game. I've asked you that to wrap. There's nothing going there. Yeah, I'll wrap him. I got one. I'm taking the corner. They're going to jump. Head and jump. Both ARs. First 2 ARs. Head on 5 subs. On him, he's weak old. I'm going to kill him. Top right. One's our L. One's also top right. Stop damn shit on. Top right. I'm flicking. Top right. I'm this guy, bro. Okay, they spawn on you like red bus. They spawn like I'm flicking him. You double hitch. Double hitch. Nice. Let's go. I'll say we guess too. We got they're top. You play for it. Absolutely. I will get top. I will get top. Okay. I won't play kill. Get block. Play kill. That's fine. Go there. Can't be right. One ticket. What could be behind us? Nice get shit. Get up. On you all on one time. Hit up. One time. Left two. Max. Both of them.
Just in the middle of listen, another moment there over the backside of P1 where it's a 2v4 for Rocker, able to still win things outright, and now the pressure's on as the time is starting to tick for Cloud9 to make this comeback happen.
Yeah, that was such a big moment there because Kenny was not supposed to walk away with 2. He's managed to be able to walk away with a double, so does Nero. So that initial push that Cloud9 thought that they were going to get to the break instantly gets shut down, but 52 seconds remaining on the game clock. That could potentially come into play, but C9 down by 20. Have them trap it. This long route from Nero is going to be felt.
Yeah, Nero finds the opener. Now the hit from the front starts to develop, and Matt can only find one. This is critical time here for Minnesota, and Krep can feel the pressure. Looking in towards the hard point. Doesn't get really any sight onto Gio, who's able to find 3. What a moment from Gio. 4 in a row. Minnesota looking good for the back 10, but most importantly, they're looking great for the rotation to do.
Yeah, this is the first time they're going to have that P2 to P3 rotation. Just don't allow anyone to slip on by. And I think Esther just got some really bad timing because the entire time Gio's still fighting here. Krep has already got past Gio. So he's here to contest. Couple C9 players hit on system, and Krep finds another clutch double.
Estriel spawns up behind the play. Gio through street side. Good for 1. Damage onto attach. Nade starting to funnel in towards the hard point. 32 seconds on the game clock. 232 to 198. Attach in trouble. Kenny able to open things up with the follow. 9 is perfect. 1 more to find. They just need to trade out Kenny and Gio, but maybe easier said than done. Mac in trouble. Knows he has to play his life inside the hard point. Help has arrived, but how much of it will actually be here for Cloud9?
Yeah, we can't afford contesting. We got to keep on trading. Keep them away from this HP, but the spawns flip. C9 too aggressive towards the back end. This joint time is good, but Rocker, don't die. You win this game.
Cloud9 will not be able to flip the lead on this hard point. It'll be tight though. Every gunfight, a massive one. Rocker coming away with the first 2. A chance for Minnesota to get some substantial time here on stage. Gio, the only defender at mid-map, has to provide for the members inside the hard point. Only takes 1. Follow up from Kenny, just spamming the corner. 245 to 230, but Cloud9 are finding the kills. Contest is in. Down to the game clock now you start to look. 20 seconds on it. Nero's still alive playing contest. This is still ticking. You gotta deal with it if you're Cloud9. They find a couple of kills, and now Minnesota are stretching, trying to get to the hard point.
And there's only one more player here. Estru's gonna fall. C9 just need one more wave, and this is a Game 5 series.
Gio on the pinch. Gio on the pinch. Can he get here in time? Lead swap starts to come through. Gio finds 1, but nothing more. You have to reflip this if you're Minnesota, but they don't get it in time. Oh my goodness, a photo finish. And Cloud9 will extend this series the distance to 5.
Unbelievable ending to a hard point. Rocker again feeling the defeat on a very, very close HP. Felt like every time Minnesota lose one, it's due to something like that. Just a breakdown at the end. You find the initial 2 kills off the rotation, but the fact that Mac is able to find the first kill, Kenny doesn't fully commit on the gunfight and then just gets caught slipping. You make it a 2v2 at the hard point with those spawns for your teammates a little bit farther than they were expecting to have. So C9 with the numbers are able to set up the pinches, find the kills, sit with 5,300 damage and 39 traded. That Agar was felt, but Cloud9, man, again, ice up this time around to see a Game 5, which they haven't seen in quite some time.
And another game flow.
Wow.
Just keeps providing the drama. Wow. Welcome to Sunday. And you want to talk about, again, a series that matters so much for both of these 2 teams in the overall standings, so much in the Stage 3 qualifiers. And after a dominant protocol control, the war will continue as Cloud9 are battling for the reverse sweep, and we've got Hacienda Search and Destroy. Jay, I'm going to give you one chance to talk about one thing for either of these two teams before we go to map number 5.
Hey, this is Cloud9's best Search and Destroy map. Anything that they love to play Hacienda, they are feeling themselves. And in the opposite side from Minnesota, they have yet to play with Kenny. So hopefully they're able to figure out that first Bloods woes, because that's going to play a big part here on the map 5.
Both teams, I believe, 5-2 on the map mode combination, but this map matters more than any prior. We're going to step away, catch our breath, maybe wipe the brow as the sweat is pouring into this first round, this first match here on Sunday. We'll be back. Hacienda Search and Destroy, the ultimate culmination of this opening series on the backside of the break.
The Esports World Cup is an official partner of the Call of Duty League.
Upgrade your game with the SCUF, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
The Arcade Wiz Tracer Pack is available now. Hit the map in retro glory with the Star Player Operator, pixel-inspired emblems, and more.
FaZe fans, the hype squad in the front row, they make it to nearly every single event. That poor guy that hit the deck today outside the venue, is he here?
Saw that. That was tough.
Hey! What is that poor guy ate concrete for breakfast? Tough one.
Get back dead. White car, sell him. On the black car, one shot, sell them. Shit on you fucking idiot. Pillar, mid pillar. Mid pillar dead. Not playing, he's running that. He just got fucking shit on in finals for 5K.
No, core, no.
Dead car right now. Shut the fuck up, get a haircut.
Good. Mid-map.
Come on now, come the fuck on. Who's fucking with me? That's every single year. That's Zuma's tournament every single fucking year. Give me that 3P.
I'll fucking
out of here.
Yeah, Scrap, you want the Twitter to me, big dog.
I'm fucking tweeting it.
Yeah, come on.
They watch us play Search like that? Oh my god, they're shit.
I got it so bad.
Please, like, you're gonna check it, right? You're gonna check it.
Oh, it looks one way. Envoy's on the other. The magic man continues. Envoy gets 2. Scrap gets another. It's all on Nasty 1v3. I promise you, he's in that corner. It's his corner. It's Envoy's corner. Oh my God! The pleasantries exchanged between squads.
Might, the whole team might. I think they are. They're going to get a quick bit of a workout in. Come on, Vical, get up there, son. They're going to get a workout in here in round 1. There we go, team. Up we go. Oh, Vical, for God's sake, he's choking on main.
The 2025 Cloud9 New York Team Pack is available right now. Each pack includes home and away operators, as well as this kitty weapon charm to keep you company while the competition gets smoked. Next time you boot up, suit up at the in-game shop.
Welcome back, friends, family, Call of Duty fanatics. We are here on Sunday. We're at a Map 5 affair, which isn't all that surprising for Minnesota because they've done that every single time since they've added Kenny. But this series, vastly different than the others. Absolute battlegrounds on both the hard points. The search and destroy goes to round 10, where for both of these two guys on screen, they were having a field day. Nero 16-6, but also Sib, a couple of clutches in the mix and able to assist his team to try to keep things tight with the 2.0 as well, Jay.
Yeah, 2.0 out of Sib. He had a 1v3. He was shooting so straight in that map number 2, but Nero just had so many of those moments where it's just like, I'm going to do it all. You don't have to worry about it, squad. Geo sat comfortably 0-7 while he dropped 16-6 with multiple first bloods, but None of that matters. It's all about this game number 5. And if you're Cloud9, you're feeling super confident that you've been able to rally back potentially for a reverse sweep here. And now you got your bread and butter S&D to close this one out. If you're Rocker, it has to be the same way you did it in map number 2, though. First bloods were key, especially on both ends. If you could just win that first blood fight, that is going to dictate how this game is going to go.
I like that call, and there are the numbers to kind of help support that immediately, Jay. Opening to win percentages, pretty darn close to being even. That's a couple of kills away from being perfectly even. The attack ranks are close, the defense ranks are close. So again, both teams being overall on the season 5 and 2 of the map. Feels like a battleground worth our attention, to put it plainly. But like you mentioned, for Minnesota, they have not played this map with Kenny yet. So we'll see what we get. Cloud9 on the opening offense. It's going to be a full hit towards top fireplace hallway, which is attached, tossing a couple of nades from back arch, and he has actually landed his stun onto Estriel already.
Yeah, I love this tone setting round from Rocker. You already strike for the first blood. Read the early aggression coming in from C9 over towards A. With those stuns connecting, if you're C9, you're thinking, okay, they're trying to take this away from him. Sid finds one, but Narrow instantly with the response. And now Kenny with the perfect trigger discipline makes it a 1v3.
Thatch does get the plant down, though, so something to play off of. Maybe missed a little bit of a window there as Nero has already slid forward. Careful there, friends. Oh my gosh, Attach nearly lines up the second. Help is on the way, though. And there wouldn't have been much of an exit for him if he were to even find that second kill, you would think. Regardless of that, though, I mean, Cloud9's opening break-off looks pretty perfect. Attach just stun checks front fences. He gets the information that he wants, but Minnesota set up perfectly to deal with that long hit through office.
Yeah, realistically, that's not the information that he wants. He wants that stun to be thrown out there and no one being aggressive over towards fence, because then that backs them down. You don't want to chow that, not knowing where that stun was able to connect, because he could be anywhere around that shack, inner fence, outer fence. There's somewhere up close and personal, so they try to take it from secret, but then just get blooded. So Minnesota secure the first round. Now they go to the offense. They're going to 3-stack over towards B, and C9 are here to contest them.
Yeah, sure are. A couple of stuns being exchanged. Early trophy system down here for Minnesota. Still hanging on this battleground in front of Rock. Will slide out for Kremp. Damage with Mac, and the SMG duo will clean things up. But a quick pinch on the way. Astriel goes completely unguarded on this long route. May have more, but Attach able to come back through into the play, find his kill, leaving Geo by himself, and he doesn't win his first one, leading to Cloud9 getting on the board.
Yeah, that's 2 defenses where both teams just meet at the bomb site that they're trying to defend. That time in C9 with the double SMG setup. Strike for the first blood, effective on the trades, and then able to stand strong even with Esther hitting such a great rock to work behind him. Able to put yourself back into the play there if you're Sib. Find that kill. Then close out the round as they tie the game.
Different levels of tempo coming out for both attacks so far, though. For Cloud9, it was a heavy hit focus up towards top fireplace hall and in towards office where the play comes to a stop. For Minnesota, it's the play towards Rock that comes to a stop. This time, same nades from Attach, same route for Cloud9, but this time we're not going to office. We're just going to jump out the window, control connector, and just play for the plant.
Yep, stun doesn't connect. No one's getting aggressive throughout offense, so let's just instantly get the bomb down, and now you find the first one to Narrow. Trying to work the pinch. So numbers advantage in favor of C9. Let's just not give up our life for free.
Kenny looking towards something at bottom secret. Doesn't expect that Kremp is up top, and he's already found his one. What a snap from Kenny. Now a 2v2. Time becoming a bit of an issue here, though, for the retake. Kenny, whoa, has to try to reset. Doesn't get away from a tap. Leaving Geo now by himself. And a couple of shoulders from Mac is likely all that's going to be required. Attach able to get back up into top window, pardon me. And these shoulder checks are enough to confirm the round. Not enough time here for Geo to work with.
Yeah, that's a GG on the round. Cloud9 this time said, okay, nobody's pushing up towards fences. All right, we already have top secret control, so they have to be working the pinch. Instantly get the bomb down, put yourself in the proper angle, find that first blood, and then consistently trade it out. But I thought Kenny was in a very crucial position there. But the fact that Kremp, before getting traded, finds a kill, that's what makes that so much more difficult.
Yep.
As Cloud9 able to secure their offense, take a one-round advantage. And now Minnesota looking for a response.
No play call here towards B. It's just a 1-3 split off with a lot of focus towards A arch. Defensively, though, look at Cloud9. Heavy stacked up top through fireplace. Nades and stuns to be tossed towards secret stairs. No one's home, so window control goes to Cloud9. And this is an issue that Minnesota absolutely have to deal with.
Oh, yeah, without question. You can't even think of that bomb plant. But Mac and Crep, I don't understand that play call there. To play it for a bait and switch and basically give up your life for free. And now your teammates and your AR players on C9 are left in a man disadvantage. Rocker now in the 3v2, 50 seconds to work with. Still investing a lot of tax here, and Attach isn't giving up on the play. He knows the play's at A.
Problem is, I mean, wow, I don't understand. Cloud9, I don't know if there was some level of the ARs getting a little bit of a delayed read, that there was a heavy hit from Minnesota onto A. So where those three members up top think that, oh, okay, we'll try to hit this towards bottom secret, but that call to come back through and try to take that position away is just way too late, as Minnesota had already kind of wrapped back over and stacked themselves up to deal with it. That was a confusing push through.
Yeah, it was like Minnesota were trying to play for that A contest, but they knew we don't have top secret, so we'll just take our time approaching it. And if you're Cloud9, you had that power position, but then you just give it up for free by sliding in, thinking, okay, 2 versus 1, we should be able to isolate. But by the time you turn that corner, there's 3 players waiting for you. So just a bad call there from C9. Minnesota able to take advantage of it. Back to the offense for Cloud9. All out pressure through the middle of the map. Kenny strikes on the first. Estrio for the trade. Numbers already in favor of Rocker.
Yeah, that's just a shutdown play from top windows that Minnesota stopped the play in through Fountain. But quick rotation, quick decision here for Attach to collect the bomb and get onto A. It will be a post plant. And when it's going to have to be held largely by Attach playing for info, and then hopefully getting enough to where Sib knows when he can come back to this play and look for that window peek again.
Yeah, it's all on Attach right here.
Yeah.
Just basically banking on them, playing for the kills and not really working for that defuse. But Sib now going to get active. Potentially going to take top secret away. Also finds a kill and spots one jumping out. So just keep on stalling out the game clock.
Think about this as Attach is also repositioned, so you have to be worried about the bomb. There's the check. 15 seconds on the clock. Attach for the 1v2. Bomb now gets hopped. And Attach gonna go for the check. Player watching over the top. Pedestrial able to get him out a window with the SMG just in the nick of time. Maybe a bullet, maybe at most. Needed to find that kill onto the diffuser, but doesn't come through, and Minnesota get the round.
That's such a commitment there from Estriel. Just banking on him to turn this corner. Attach with the repositioning. Jumps down from Platt, shoots the feet off of the bomb planter. Stands a better chance, but Estriel was 100% committed towards top secret window, and it works out for Rocker to secure the round. They got another first blood. So far, that's been the story. 3 rounds for Rocker. They have 3 first bloods on every single one of those. 2 for Cloud9. They have 2 so far. So certainly first kill is everything.
Different look here for Minnesota. Checking to see if they can catch any defensive stuns up top towards fire, as Cloud9 have been pretty ritualistic in trying to play up towards that position. Not the case this time, though. 2-2 split with a little bit of an extra bit of focus here from Kremp, as he's up top playing through Art Hall.
A lot of space over towards A. Attach your job to just spot for info and then give it to your teammates so they can start working these pinches. But the bomb's going down. Nade's probably not going to connect, or do they? Perfect nade spot for the first blood from C9.
Thing about this is Kenny's still in a position to contest towards bottom secret. Cramp just misses the timing. So yeah, you get the kill on the planter, but the job was done for that member. Bomb planted. Sip re-clearing out connector. Cramp able to find Kenny. That's a big elimination. Now Nero's been seen. You can hop this all of a sudden. Nero's being held back. There's Sib hopping on. Hit markers are there, but now comes the push out. Sib never letting go of the defuse, and we're gonna be tied at 3.
Oh, that's perfectly played from Cloud9. Attach gets the info, even though the first blood doesn't go their way. They still had all the power positions to retake it. And Kremp, even though he got some bad timing onto Kenny, it actually worked out to be really good timing when he approaches back to the middle of the map. But it's all about this first blood. They strike onto Estriel once the bomb gets planted. Do your homework, put in some practice, and you're able to see the results. The fruits of your labor get it done for you. Tied 3-3.
Yeah, those are team nades from Kremp and Mac in the same position, essentially. So good work from Cloud9 to get the first blood and continue on that narrative that you were just framing up there, partner. First bloods leading to round wins. Cloud9 going to give us something different here. Mac going to go for a quick feel out over towards B, see if he can catch any pixels on this cross through open hall. Nothing there. And maybe it's a little bit of noise being tallied by the Cloud9 offense over towards A. Mac's just going to hard commit for a B plant. Estriel's not going to have a look at this in time.
Oh, yeah, he's not going to check. He's going to get some really bad timing there. So the bomb gets planted, and Sib is able to catch the player working on the flank. Numbers advantage, rock control in favor of C9. No way they should lose this.
Yeah, I don't even know if that was a flank. I think that was just an exit over from the defense rotating from A to B. And as soon as you find that kill, it forces Minnesota to have to hit hard and have to hit quickly. No matter where you seem to be, just making sure that any potential pincher on the back doesn't come through. And that's really well done for Cloud9, just kind of splitting their focus and just giving Mac the information saying, you're good to go, my guy.
Yeah.
Like, we get at least 2 defensive members tallied over towards the backside of A, so you can go ahead and commit for the plant.
Yeah, big shout out to Kremp and Sib. I don't know if they invested all their attacks. They just drew so much attention there from Rocker to stay strong on their A setup. Basically being a decoy on that side of the map. While the bomb is getting planted on the opposite side of them. Once Sib strikes on the first bullet and you have rock control. It's just such a difficult retake there for Rocker. As the advantage back in favor of the squad in blue. Back to the blood path over here at B. SMG's prepared for the gunfights again.
Yeah, Nero can see the fingernails of one in the corner, but not enough for the kill. Follow-up stun is there, but Nero Geo saved the round as Nero somehow gets 2. Sib, I don't believe, saw Estriel on the fountain, which was going through its Bellagio ritual there. And yeah, he's gonna get turned around. I don't wait, Estriel surely saw him, and yeah, it looks like now that information is there. It should be enough for Geo to plant.
Yeah, instantly plant the bomb over towards top office. Makes Sib work a whole lot harder to try to clutch up on these rounds. He does have a 1v3 so far in this series. Can he pull off this 1v2 and put his team at game point?
He may catch one for free and will. Wow, actually a couple of shots from Geo still land on that reaction. Waiting to see if there's going to be some sort of a follow-up from Estriel, but no, Estriel's happy to keep his position at bottom bar. Doors are closed on him. And now this timing is going to be everything. And Estriel's actually going to make the hard commitment that he can re-wrap back up to office. It's planted for it. And Sib trying to re-clear out Rock. Yeah, it's just not going to be enough time for him to hop for the defuse. So good post plant there for Minnesota. Good commitment from Estriel to think he could play for that re-wrap up to office and save the round.
Yeah, it's also knowing all personnel, like knowing who you're going up against. Most likely if you're playing against Dasher, you're playing against Sib, one of those absolute demon ARs. And most likely going to be playing for that kill instead of the defuse. So just trusting his gut. We saw him have a lot of moments there, but the fact that Nero continues to do things like this, like once he turns his corner, your teammate dies, you're probably not supposed to commit here, but he's always has the confidence, and even with 5 HP, he's able to take down 2 and then still keep the numbers on his side. All tied up at 4. Rocker are real familiar with round 11s.
Yeah. I mean, it's not even just the 2, it's the fact he gets multiple stunned.
Yeah.
Cloud9, this is back to the round 1 offense that they had pulled. And for Minnesota, it's the same round 1 defensive setup as well. This time catching kind of a delayed peek onto Sib through Fire Hall, but this is different. Kremp's gonna push through into 10 and recontest patio stairs from just playing in the bottom level of it. So we got a 3v3 post plant. Keep your eye number 7. Nero's gonna be working on this clearance up towards window.
Yeah, and they're taking a lot of time just clearing out towards 10 just because Krep just showed face there. So now 30 seconds left to go. The repositioning from Krep working on the pinch is going to be good enough. Mac also strikes. The flank is good. 1v3 for Nero. Wow. He's going to get cut down in Cloud9. Even with the first blood not going their way. They get the bomb down, show some face, take some space, and then just pack up and play tight in their post plant. Perfect round to put them at point game.
Yep. And again, just the variation of that same offensive setup where Cloud9, if they're sitting there saying, hey, no one's playing over towards fences, let's just push through, take it. Use both members that are already playing in front of the bomb to get a little bit deeper. Just scale on to where the defense can rotate through. And Minnesota just don't ever find any comfortable ground to get a look at that bomb for any potential retake. So now 5-4. Cloud9 working on the reverse sweep. After the first 2 maps could not be much closer. Minnesota, though, the length of their opening series has always gone 5. A lot of these searches have always gone long as well, as the experience built up for them to outlast and get to around 11.
Oh no, Max, why do we take that space away? It's just unnecessary. You already have top secret. Gift the first blood on a bow. Therefore, Rocker, I have a minute to work with. They're just playing for some information. Attach trying to contest over towards A, but the bomb getting planted, and he spots the feet.
Kenny, I don't know if he realized how stretched out he was. So the plant gets stopped, and now we've got a 3v3. Kremp took a long route, and he's actually re-cleared connector here. So now that you know the bomb is down, you just have to hold this. Sib is going to give him a little bit of help by trying to re-wrap back up towards top office. Kremp pushes through at the right moment. No trade immediately for him, and we're down to 25 seconds.
Yeah, and you got to locate where Kremp went. You know he's still roaming around connector. He's not going to allow you to recover this bomb for free. 20 seconds, you got to go.
There's the jump out. Estriel commits to picking up the bomb and moving for the plant. Kremp has not checked for it. Going to extend the 2v2. Big win here. But the trade is out to the 1v1. Estriel going up against Attach. SMG versus AR. Opening shots for Attach are good, and he tracks him through the wall. Cloud9 for the reverse sweep. And it's heartbreak for Minnesota in another Game 5 affair here in the Stage 3 qualifiers.
That's so tough if you are Rocker, man. You found the first blood. Mac gifted it to you. But then Kenny just planning at the angle. I don't know if he was wearing size 14 shoes there, but the feet just too visible there for Attach. You get that bomb down, you play your man advantage in the post plant. You're most likely forcing a round 11, but once Attach is able to shut it down, and Kremp also takes a lot of space away from you to already contest it. He is the deciding factor on the round after Attach finds the first. Cloud9 able to rally 3 maps in a row where everybody was talking about, all right, they got the worst SMG duo. They not looking good. Cloud9 are just some who knows, but they put it together at the right time here in a bubble match to complete the reverse sweep versus Rocker, secure an extra 10 points, and finally get some confidence back.
Yeah, a desperately needed win for Cloud9. Not only to try to keep the gap tight in the overall playoff standings, but most importantly, just trying to put yourself in the best position possible leading into Boca Raton and Florida for Major 3. But here is the reset of the maps and modes in this series. It was so tight from start until finish, maybe except the protocol control where Cloud9 were absolutely dominant, but a huge series for them to find their first win in Major 3 quals. Whereas now for Minnesota, it's been map 5 after map 5 after map 5, and they're going to find themselves 1-3 with only a win from Boston. What's your take on both these two teams looking forward to Stage 3 or Major 3, Roger?
Hey, Cloud9, found the right time to build some momentum. Reverse sweep could do wonders to your team. And opposite side for Rocker, you have won to 4 different Game 5s, all of this is every single one of your series ever since you add Kenny to the lineup. But every single series, you're going to go back and look like we had so many mistakes in a bunch of these Hardpoints that we keep on letting them away. Just got to fix that up. But a new roster takes a little bit of time.
A thrilling opening here, though, for our 3-match day. We head back to the desk to give us our thoughts on Maven Sunday.
We thought it could be 3 3-0s or potentially all Game 5s. Well, this was looking like a 3-0 until it wasn't. Well done, Cloud9, not only in that Game 3 control, but the remainder. Hardpoint, 4-point difference, and then a round 11 again, Maven. How many more can you go to that 4 straight?
No, it's round 10. This is round 10.
Round 10. Oh, thank you. Thank you. We did not get there.
But, like, I think Kenny tweeted after the last series, like, he's starting to grow some grays or get some grays from these series. Like, no, he's going to be full on me soon. Like, he's going to be
just lose it.
Brother. Like, I'm getting stressed watching these series, and I want to see, like, the round 10 again. I don't know if that's like an omni movement prone, slide to prone, where like Kenny doesn't realize his legs are showing out there to attach his angle, or if his brain just shut off for a second. I don't really know, but they're in a good spot in the 4v3 in that last round until, yeah, his size 13s get shut off. I mean, that's not the only, there were a bunch of other tiny mistakes of the series. You can't just pin on that, but like that was, I was like, we were like in agreement, like, what?
Yeah, and honestly though, I think this is a case of like Cloud9 just made really good adjustments through the middle of this map, because in the first couple of rounds, like they were just way too aggressive versus Minnesota Rocker. Like, did you forget that Nero was on the other side of this? And I think the biggest change came from that round 6. Mac hits a God nade, Cloud9 slows things down, they play that top B hallway, and then they push it, turn it into a flank, which was good for Cloud9 because it kind of set the pace back into their favor. And obviously, Hacienda, it's their best search and destroy. They were expected to win that map anyway.
Sib was looking like a monster throughout this series, but you got to give credit to Kremp in game number 1 and Mac in game 3. It's your Scuff play of the game. Take a look at the SMG under the microscope this week. he performed incredibly well on protocol.
And again, needed this. It's one of those cases where the second you start talking crap about some of these players, they love to turn up in the next series. First it was Kremp, then it was Sib, and then we got to see the life of Mac. And what's so annoying about Mac is that he consistently gets behind enemy lines. He did it during the map one as well. It was just unfortunate it didn't pan out most of the time, but throughout the entirety of this control, I mean, this guy was unkillable.
Dude, this whole thing is just insane. Like, what a win for Cloud9 when you think about the overall standings. And when we look at it now and like touch on it, like these are the two teams. They're on the outside looking in. Like with the wins for Heretics, it's got to be terrifying. If Breach gets a win recently, it's puts more pressure on you. I mean, for Cloud9, great. You got that dub after losing the first two, but like for Rocker, it's like I guess you gotta hope. Maybe you can replicate like the Heretics magic from Major 1 when you think about they went to all the game 5s across the qualifier. They then get blessed to get in top 8 at 2 and 5, and they make that run to a top 3. Like sometimes when you play a lot of maps, like you learn a lot. Like you start to get some chemistry, you learn a lot. But like I don't know if they're going to get into winners because they can go 2 and 3 still and maybe still get into it. But
I was just thinking Minnesota Rocker has the best map count of any 2 and 3 team potentially going in to that winner's bracket. We'll get there
maybe good
at the end of next week. For now, though, we got to get to a break because when we come back, match 2 is ready to go. Slasher's saying start the game. Carolina Royal Ravens taking on a very tough Vancouver Surge. Another game 5 in the Bruin. Live on the CDL.
Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
The Arcade Wiz Tracer Pack is available now. Hit the map in retro glory with the Star Player Operator, pixel-inspired emblems, and more.
The Esports World Cup is an official partner of the Call of Duty League. It's more than a game. It's for all who dare to compete. It's more than a team. It's our team. It's more than a feeling. It's unwavering passion. It's more than just talent. It's the grind that got me here. It's more than a moment. It's our legacy. One city, one stage, one champion. The battle starts now.
Unforgettable. That's what you are. Unforgettable. Oh, near or far. That's why, darling, it's incredible that someone so unforgettable thinks that I am unforgettable too.
The 2025 Vancouver Surge Team Pack is available now. Each pack includes home and away operators, as well as this weapon charm for when you have a bone to pick. Next time you boot up, suit up at the in-game shop.
Welcome back, everybody. It is our second match on a Sunday that is full of Game 5s. At least that's what it could look like if you looked at the schedule. We saw these were very tight matchups. Is this the closest of the day, Alley Cat? If you're looking for top contenders, these are your top 2 seeds.
Absolutely. I think these two teams mirror each other incredibly well in the sense of, like, they both beat the teams that they're supposed to below them, but when it comes to the top teams is where they start to struggle. Granted, Vancouver Surge obviously have the edge in this category because they have beat Atlanta FaZe already and gone toe-to-toe with LA Thieves.
Let's start with that Surge squad because they've had Carolina's number not once but twice so far, and since adding Neptune, they've been to a grand final on land, something no one thought was possible at the start of the year.
I mean, Surge should absolutely be the favorite. I mean, as I said, just in a final, they 3-0'd them at the major. It's just, I think, sort of some of the recent form for Vancouver, especially the Search and Destroy and the Hardpoint, where they look kind of untouchable, but you're maybe a little more concerned right now. Probably the biggest gap they have is going to be the control of this particular matchup because Royal Ravens are like a 4-map skid. But I guess as much as I want this to be like a Game 5 banger, my belief is going to be in this Vancouver Surge team until they show me they're not going to beat everyone outside of like literally like FaZe and Thieves.
Allie, the strength of schedule, you've already played LA Thieves. You hold that 0-3 loss, but you're expected to go 4-1, right? You are the favorite against Royal Ravens. You are the favorite in your 5th match against Cloud9.
Yeah, you are. And it's because of the firepower that this team possesses. So, like, yeah, fundamentally, them and Carolina are very, like, equal, but when it comes to firepower and 0-4 and Neptune, even Nasty sometimes, like, their ceiling is so much higher.
On the other side, you have another blue team, this one rocking the baby blue of Carolina, the Royal Ravens, and Slasher. Able to get the job done since the start of the year in Search and Destroy. Recently, though, they're looking more dangerous in respawns. That guy right there, TJ Haley, your MVP from their previous match. That went to a Game 5 against Minnesota.
They are looking better in Hardpoint, but it's a weird situation because they've won 3 of their last 5, but they've been mid in every statistic. They beat Atlanta on Skyline, but then they lose it by 100 points to Minnesota, and their only lockout map is red card, and in this series they're going up against another best red card team in the game in Vancouver Surge, and that's if it makes it into the map pool. And then beyond that, they're on a 4-control losing spree right now. They've lost on Vault, they've lost on Protocol, and they've lost on Hacienda across the board, so they aren't feeling comfortable on any of those maps, and that could be something that hurts them at Major 3.
Clint, Carolina's been a top 4 seed since the start of the year. Where are they at right now in your power rankings, and what do you need to see for them to be higher than Vancouver?
I mean, sure, you just leave them in that top 4, but that's more just because I guess it's them or Toronto, but it's just you have the other 3 that are kind of locked up for me with Thieves, FaZe, and Surge. Outside that, they haven't proved to me that they're definitely number 4. Could they get top 4 to major? 100%. But like that separation in the middle of the pack, especially with your teams improving, like your Heretics, like those type of squads, it's still up in the air. It's been up in the air like all year. I think that's what's been fun about this. Like last year, it was sort of like your top 4. You knew exactly who your top 4 was, and then I don't know, everyone else kind of stunk. This has been very different, and then the top 3 are a little shaky, even though it's that solidified top 3, and then it's kind of, I don't know, man.
Atlanta caught an L recently. Will Carolina be able to steal a dub? Let's take a look at our maps and modes against Vancouver tonight. We have Hacienda, Protocol, Skyline, and if we get to it, another dealership, which you just saw the Royal Ravens able to take down Minnesota on.
The Skyline's weird to me. I'm shocked Skyline made it in here instead of red card. I guess Vancouver didn't really want to, or Carolina didn't want to kind of box it up, but Skyline's 1-4 for Vancouver Surge. That could be kind of a litmus test for them to seeing where they stand and trying to add that to their map pool, 1-4 across the board. Hacienda's great for them though, 8-2 on that map to open it up. On side of Carolina, again, they don't really have a map pool to consider heading into this, so Surge gotta have the edge.
It's time for our Scuff Pick'ems. If you've been looking at the numbers, they'll all tell you to go Vancouver Surge. My numbers say I am slightly better than Rosalie. The fans are going Vancouver. Nameless is going Carolina. Rosalie, would you like me to go first?
No, you don't have to. I'm going Vancouver Surge.
You're going Vancouver Surge, 100%. Maven?
Vancouver Surge.
Carolina.
No
Royal
way.
Ravens.
I think there's been a lot of upsets lately, but it's like this bubbles teams. I don't know.
Game number 1. Let's get it on.
Let's get it on, indeed.
Hey, guys.
I'm with it. I'm here for a spicy pick. Hi, Clint. Really enjoying Maven Sundays, by the way. You're fantastic. Okay, Chance, let's do this. A couple of Haciendas to start things off, and then we got a Protocol. How are we feeling about this blue team battle?
Feeling great. Both of these teams have been very fun to watch over the course of the year. Vancouver Surge, especially with the roster change rolling through. So I'm just expecting good Call of Duty. I mean, we had a phenomenal first match of the day as well. Minnesota Rocker continue to just be Game 5. Not Reapers. They're getting reaped, but it's always fun Call of Duty gameplay. So I think they set the tone for the day. We're going to have a Game 5 banger. We're going to have a TJ Halley versus Neptune 1v1 in a Game 5 round 11. And winner, it's a cookie.
Look how hydrated TJ is. Lordy! He's guzzling from a big container today, folks. Well, he's going to need to be very well hydrated, as all our players are, because they're going to be doing lots of laps around Hacienda. Great hardpoint map added here. A throwback to Black Ops 4 for you new folks in the chat. It's looking good here in BO6, and again, both our teams have got a couple of good reps on it, and I think that's the best thing we could be asking for in this matchup. Of course, Surge, a sensational hardpoint team. The Ravens, not too far behind them, 4-2 record overall chance. Can't complain.
Very solid in Hacienda's map that plays out for like teamwork being ever important. Certain things on certain hills just have to be done. So if you have a single teammate that's sort of off their game, it'll cost you. But both these teams, when they're on form, they're absolutely on point. And the winner of this series guaranteed to get winner's bracket come major time. Of course, if they lose, there's still potential depending on the 5th match. But hey, a win in your guaranteed.
Yeah, absolutely. And right now, again, for the boys of Surge, they play C9 on the 19th, so it could be potentially a very tough one. So all you want to do, folks, is keep on winning. And right now, the team who is winning is, of course, the Ravens. They have the hard point, and right now they've got a couple of kills, trying to maintain that foothold across the middle of the map, and not let any of those Surge players sneak on through to the other side, and that's what TJ is trying to do, and it is not going to happen. Nasty finds an avenue. A good defense there from the Ravens. P2 looks secure.
Yeah, let me find out the pistol's the best gun in the game if you just hit your shots. I feel like I just sniped them and see the Strider pop it up at the kill feed. Gonna be surprising to me, but Gwen takes down Neptune. That means at least the spawn's nice and secure for the Ravens, and I mean, that's great news because they win the P2 rotation and they have a small little lead going in a new time, so an opportunity to soar away.
Literally, folks. They're doing it just now. Gwyn, nice 2. Is Never Nasty get right into that one, and they get nibbled on. The third is not going to be there. 04 finds a winner to get towards the backside, and that's where Slasher is next. Shots are in, keeps that part of the map safe and sound. Here come the next 3 members of Surge through lobby. Oh, and it's an old muzzle punch, but it doesn't work out. Neptune finds it. Now to the side door. We're inside of the point. On the Vivid, broken in half. Gwyn's up next. Under the coverage of Slasher, as this play is not quite over yet. But the Ravens are down and Surge are in.
Yeah, Surge are flooding this time as well, and they honestly don't even need to. They just won all the gunfights. Nasty from in time, 3, make it 4 spree, and now they're going for the spawn kills. So instead of a trade fest over on P2 or a rotation where Ravens end up being dominant, Surge bailed themselves out with the pressure in the gunny. And now on a rotation, it's really just Gwyn that's in between them to break this one down. But if not for the hero play, Surge should be the first on time.
Possibility for Gwyn to get something done. He's the man behind enemy lines in office right now, and okay, now he's a red dot on that mini-map. Nasty with a long line of sight here. Should have coverage on anyone hitting towards the back line. 1 tag in there from TJ might be enough to make these fights a little bit easier. For bad news, folks, 3 of them down. So the Ravens back to the drawing board, and with Slasher gone from office, that is a good chunk of time to Surge.
Absolutely, and Vancouver are always very structurally sound. They're nearly always watching the pinches and picking up on everything, as Neptune is on a 4 spree, picking up top dark, and even though Surge lost the time for just a moment, O-Forge is using the opportunity to heal back up, reposition, and maybe just bait for your teammates. Can't quite seal the deal just yet. A final fight for the 10 seconds, and Abuza is gonna get it. And these battles, honestly, could go a long way. But when you're fighting for scrap, you gotta be worried about the rotation to new. And by the looks of it, Carolina should be out on top of it. Neptune going crazy. He's in between the entire team, and he took 2 to the grave with them. Ravens, though, still get the initial time.
He really is crazy, man. Well, great stuff out of the Ravens to get that time. Nasty making sure that all of his boys are able to get to the point without any tags here, so he's got a lot of space to work with. On the time, there's the contest. You check your corners, you clear him out, and he's unfortunately able to catch up the next few players. 04 as well. So Gwyn and Slasher win their fights here on Rock. TJ finds the last man and a second or 2 to breathe. Here comes the next hit. Teej once again, guns at the ready, nades in the right place as well, and he's trying to shoot through those paper-thin walls, quite literally, as they try to pull back the lead. Ravens, great stuff.
Yeah, and you see TJ shooting the trophy as well. Honestly, on this hill, the trophy typically ends up MVP the second the trophy is out of the mix. You see how much it backs down guys like Slasher. You saw the nade kills coming through there for Carolina. And all things considered, I mean, this is a fantastic P4. Ravens went into the hill down by about 30, and instead they walk away with a 10-point lead. So back and forth battle so far, but the money hills have been the key.
Yeah, one good money heal certainly changes everything. But a nice first set between two teams very adept at hardpoint. So far, another good P1 here out of the Carolina Royal Ravens. No one here from Surge able to make too much happen. Teej, look at this hop. That is going to be 3, nearly 4 down. Beautiful stuff. Ravens will push P1 further here.
And he'll get the time too. I mean, listen, he's already got the Hellstorm just because he was the Super Soaker on P4. So TJ might have had a bit of a slow start to the game, but now he is just comfortable on cruise control. His teammates have the hallways, and he knows exactly what he needs to pick up. Might have just been a one and done, trying to stay alive, and Abuza drops him. You're looking for the trades out of time. Slasher there to give you that one. And Ravens able to flood. Slasher there to give you 2, and they might not have the right side spawns, but they went into a P1 up by 10 points. They walk away with it up by 40. So back-to-back kills were Ravens completely on point. Surge are looking to punch him back on this P2.
I mean, the money heal we were thinking of was not P1, so good stuff, Ravens. That might be a major turning point here in the map. Now, a great attack towards the backside of the map. Spawns are up now for Surge. Here comes a square up. 4v4 over towards time. They are committing to the hill. They're not going for the back spawns. So fighting from the front. What a shot from TJ. Third man on the outside. There's Neptune waiting for the chow. His teammates are on time, and what a great break from the Ravens.
This is gorgeous. They just they seized the moment. They attacked, and TJ was flying. They basically made it so they isolated both Abuza in 04, I think it was, on time, and they just took a 4 versus 2, and Surge were way too late on the jump. Might be able to retake and get the final 20, but you were wanting that money hill if you're the Surge, and the fact that there is any degree of break for the Ravens, I mean, you're happy for it to walk away, and frankly, now they're just being annoying. They're putting so much pressure on this old time, and that's just going to make their rotation free and clear, but Ravens have done enough. No money hill at all, and looks like Carolina nice and flowy.
Hey, flowy indeed. Luscious locks across these hard points with a solid lead. Let's go for a listen in.
I need our fence. And top bar. 2 out of fence on me. I'm looking at our fence. Could be you. I'm locking the back. Enter dead. Nice. I'm just staying pushed out, bro. Yeah. I'm trying myself out. I'm hard blocking. I'm pushed all the way out. I'm mid. I'm gonna get you across. One shot back. One's out of fence, guys. And one cross. He's going deep back 10. You. Top one shot. I gotta get 10. Out of fence. They're gonna spawn back. They're spawning back. Me going out. I'm going to 10. Upstairs, Abuza, one shot. One shot. No, 10 already. 10 already. Upstairs. He's weak 10. Weak 10. I'm playing the map. 10 on you. Hopping. No, I'm Intermission. Nice one. I'm jumping dark. Top left. Top close. Zone. Hager Tom goes. No, I've been here. Let's up. I'm gonna go deep. I'm gonna go. No, 2 open. 2 open. One was on new. I'm gonna go deep as fuck. You guys should go together. I spawn in P2. I'm top five on me. Nep. There's 2 then. 2. Top five. One shot. Mid. Open. 2 open. Yo, 3 in time. All 3 in time. Alright, anything with mid. Hold on. I have mid, bro. They're gonna chop me out probably. Wait, one spawn bar side. Yeah, one shot. On the rock, far dead. Rock 4. Inside open. Open. 2. One, both side open. Hit both of them. Should be spawning. One might spawn well. One might spawn well. Careful. One might spawn well. Open, both of them. Nobody will. Good job. Nobody will. I'm challenged. You guys gotta get mid. I'm challenged. One's going mid 100%.
A superb listening with the Ravens there. Great streaks. Slasher on a 5. It's all going right.
I mean, this is a sort of like perfectly calculated Hacienda game. The Hellstorm to break down a hill was gotten off the hill time. I mean, Slasher has an extra one in the back pocket, but it was literally just a money P4 hill where Carolina got that utility, and they just had these little moments. The P2 break when they needed it. They seized that little 4v2 opportunity, and little things obviously go a long way. It is a 100-point lead right now for Ravens. Vancouver Surge, they gotta find a way to try to fight back and maybe just get any momentum for a map too. So we'll see how they can handle the deficit.
Well, it's a big old deficit right now, but an immaculate P1. Nasty the man on time. Gone. TJ with the breaks. And now you're in. TJ on time. Shots in from Neptune. He gets away with his life, and no one on the time for now. So you've got yourself a few more moments to set up for the new hardpoint. Bad news, Ravens will spawn over there. Good news, you got P1, but can you find anything on the approach towards new? Because this is it. Do or die, Surge in map 1.
And you don't really have much time to take your time for these gunfights. Nasty, though, slides in. See if he kicks off a series of trades rolling through, but I think TJ picking up the 2-piece crushes all of your hope and momentum. And now it's going to be this much more difficult. You don't have time to waste. You're going to have to fly fast as hell to try to break this time.
Yeah, top spawns there from the guys of the Ravens. They're in time. 04 still trying to make something through the side door now to Abuza. Now he can't get it done. The backline wide open. Neptune slides in. Can't get any more kills out of it. Now 2 players on time. Here we go. Final 10. Surge trying to make the break through the back, and they're going to get it. Bad news. Here comes a Hellstorm.
Well, I mean, it's on an indoor hill. He does get one, but now he's just not really in the mix to go and get the break. So, you know, the Hellstorm's on P2. Giveth, and they take it away, but now Gwyneth making his Paltrow approach over towards the new time. And Ravens, they simply have the numbers. They simply have the trades. Now they just need the game.
And it's game, folks, right there. Slasher puts a stamp on it. 30 and 20. Massive work out of the Ravens. The first set was close. Number 2, absolutely not. Carolina Royal Ravens take map 1.
Yeah, I feel like the Slasher Hellstorm calling it in. That's just to let them know that you have it. Just say, hey guys, just so you know, I'm an old man. Got this against you. I ripped Neptune when he was top plat. I had a lot going on.
A lot going on is something there, folks. Still, you isolate the players. You get to know where absolutely everyone is. You call them all out in lobby. Your teammates find kills all over the place, and eventually you do get the break. But man, the small things went a long way there for the Ravens on Hacienda. Fantastic start to their campaign here against Vancouver Surge. We stay on Hacienda for map number 2. There's a quick look across the stats. The non-tradeds from Slasher, 21. Absolutely beautiful stuff, and great hill time across the board as well.
Yeah, the P4, especially from TJ, was where he was able to get the Hellstorm. It's where he went on the 5 spree, and the Hellstorm obviously massively impactful for breaking that, secondary P4 rolling through. But I'd say that was one of the higher impact moments of the game. But first set of rotations, very back and forth battle, maybe a 10-point gap between the two. It was on this P1 where the Ravens actually found the extra edge to build a lead. And that's just a moment where Surge have to respond on a P2, have to get a good hold, and Ravens just found the moment, flooded straight through, simply overwhelmed them. And I think TJ, we saw the route he took through the well, doesn't play for the back spawns, almost ignores those players. He got a couple tags in and just dipped straight into Zig. And I think Vancouver Surge is paying almost a little too structurally sound and sort of not reading the pressure of the moment. They were playing the long game when they did not have time on their side. So Raven just 2-3 good moments at this level in a Hardpoint, you'll set yourself apart.
Interesting stuff. Wicked work there from the Carolina boys. GG's in the chat. Slasher still doing it, baby, in 2025. Still doing it well. There's a happy look there across the Ravens. Gwyn, a lot of criticism for Gwyn when it comes to whether it's Arrow on the minimap, what kind of kills he's getting, but I think that was a good example chance of solid stuff, trying to fill the gaps where they can, and it absolutely helped out. P3 to P1 there for Surge. 2 measly seconds gained. Wow, what a great hard point out of Carolina.
Yeah, that's a stomping, and being a weak team on P1 is a bit of an interesting thing, or maybe being a strong team would be the better phrasing. P1 is very difficult to really set yourself apart, so to end up coming away with that type of advantage, a wonderful thing for the Flock, and that is just kicking their series off right. We've seen them a few times. They occasionally start slow, lose a map 1, but Ravens, very consistent, very professional, always able to bounce back. If you give them an advantage, they go into an S&D. I mean, this is as comfortable as this team is ever going to feel. They love a map 2 with a 1-0 lead.
They sure do, brother. They sure do. We'll see if they can go the distance, because I would quite like to watch both of these teams play a dealership S&D. Wouldn't that be crazy, Chance? Absolutely wild. Let's have a look at the road to the major, though, mate, real quick, because I think, again, we touched upon this a little bit with the Surge guys at the start. They're playing C9 on the 19th. Thieves, that's who Carolina are playing, and they've had a fair share of ups and downs. Of course, FaZe give them the L, and right now we're dealing with Surge, but teams that are quote-unquote below them in the standings are getting taken to task. Surge is a brilliant case here to see how well they can play up against them, see if they can net those extra 10, and again, looking for that winner's bracket here at the major. How are you feeling about it, mate?
Well, I would just say, considering that like LAT are on a 13-win spree online, Ravens might not be excited about that one. So this is sort of like your neck-and-neck battle. Both of these teams at each tournament have been floating in the top 4. Surge obviously eclipsing them with the second place. So Surge may be looking like the stronger team, but this is who you want to beat if you want one of the best seeds going into the major. It's obviously a ferocious opponent they have to deal with after the fact, but it's just about establishing dominance, which Gwen, online, to no one's surprise, has done so. A 1.4 KD in S&D, and this is with a handful of maps to back it up. His opening duel win percentage, fantastic. And I think, I mean, it's an isolated stage, but if you're getting more than a kill per round in S&D, you're amongst the best in the world. I think the season stats by the end of the year, the highest like output of any player in S&D will give you like a 0.92 kills per round. So to be above 1 is nuts.
That's very impressive indeed, folks. Who's going to get a kill this round? We're going to the B-bomb site. 04 is the only man there. 04 was the only man there. Now there is nobody there except for Neptune, who immediately flies forward, and he's getting that.
Day one.
Tippity toes of Gwyn, the day ones. It works out still. 3v3.
I think we've made it to a point in the day where on Hacienda, people just forget how long their legs actually stick out while planting the bomb. So it's costed a few players, and now Ravens are going to have to sort of reposition, but it is a scattered mini-map. A boost is going to fall. Reaction time from Neptune to get the trades in a 2v2. Ravens have no intel on Nasty, and Vivid is desperate for some help.
Hey, dying for some help. And he might just die for that help. Nasty gets it. Neptune now still in a battle. You've isolated Slash. You know where he's going to be. Here comes Nasty on the reposition. But Slasher, oh my word, has he cut this play right down the middle with a bomb in his backpack? Yes, right on the rock, and you might have an opportunity to plant this, but like awkward chips in the night, son of a... That's right, there's 2 of them there. Vancouver Surge, 2 sweet kills to start things off from Neptune. Helps net the round.
And considering 04 got blooded in the first 10 seconds of the round, the fact that you bail yourself out that quickly, Surge going to be happy to take that one away, and sort of just better calls and better positioning. Nasty was the floater, the mystery man on the map, and he ends up getting involved for 2, so ends up in the perfect position for the team. Constantly battling the sunlight in and out of game, you know, you'll do what you can. They're just trying to get back in a series. Some players perform with the lights in their eyes.
Yeah. Some do not. But that's fine. Shades indoors, folks. It's so cool. Especially if you really need it. Fountain eats a frag, gets blown up, doesn't deal with anyone, but Slash's first blood certainly helps. The bomb has been discarded for now by the Surge boys. I know for lovely discipline. On in a second as well. Can he get Teej? He's feeling it. He's not feeling like Teej, who just gets away with his life. Now Nasty 1v2.
Yeah, what a nutty round. Slasher for the first blood and an extra follow-up after the fact. We'll see what Nasty can cook up. I was looking at the clutch percentage stats amongst a few of the AR players that are often last alive, and Nasty doesn't have a ton of them. An opportunity here to make an impact.
He might get gifted a little bit of intel. Oh my god! Go for the reach out! Slasher there for it. Lovely work from the Ravens. I can't say I hated Nasty's chances there. He's frustrated with that loss, but a 1v2. He came very close to making that a 1v none.
Well, good shots, but not good enough. Slasher for the old 3K there in that round. Gave you the first blood. Had a nice follow-up after the mid-round adjustments rolled through, and in spite of 04 making a fantastic play, they quell the pressure. And I love how speedy TJ is in game. Gets that trade, gets out the well before he can get traded, and make sure you stay alive. It's like a figure skater, TJ.
Not just that, but also quickly he regroups with his teammates to make sure that any sort of trade scenario, he's there for it. What a teammate. On board now with our eligible bachelor who does not have the bomb. That's going to be Vivid. Backing him up over by P2. But Gwyn heckles her up, mate. He knows something's coming his way.
Wow.
And something wicked was on its way, but he's dealt with that. On the other side of the map, Slasher, the island man has been eliminated. So it's all down to the boys on the B-bomb site.
Well, we're playing the game. Do you think Vancouver checks all these corners?
Check that. Nasty. He's down. Over to Neptune. He's down. Last man left alive, a Boozer. A 1v3. Teej. Wow. They all wind up. Let me hit the slide. Lovely pirouette to finish there. I don't know any figure skating techniques, otherwise I would absolutely call that one out. But Teach.
Let's see this triple axel.
Nice.
Not just a side slide. Either way, though, great positioning. I think Slasher was getting really aggressive on the opposite side of the map, but there was so much pressure on that side. He's able to call out, hey, there's 3. Let's just go this direction. And with the lack of pressure, both TJ and Vivid knowing that it's safe to push out this direction, a big gunfight win there from Vivid to sort of set themselves apart, and TJ just prowling in that corner in prime territory to make the play. So that's a classic Ravens round. Spread the map, play for picks, and 04 and Neptune sort of just run straight into it. Just as we're running straight into each other in this round, Gwyn for the first blood, Gwyn for the first 2 in 04, in his scuba gear and everything. Dead in red. Carolina beat them down.
I mean, the slightest little smirk from Gwyn. We're like, yeah, I picked up a big 2. And Slasher is like, hold on, boys. I got it. The perfect read. You got the numbers on every position possible. Slash is like, what are we not watching? Water. Great reads. Fantastic round out of the Ravens. And that was a fast one, mate.
Yeah, I mean, listen, you got to drink more water or you might die. But in game, sometimes it'll just cost you. It's the worst feeling in the world when you're that guy in the pool and you realize you can't help with any type of trade. The second Gwyn gets the first 2, you just know that's going to be the round.
Hey, yeah, this is another fast one. Hey, and Gwyn's, I'm good, bro. I'm out. He doesn't want to be on the receiving end of what they just dished out to Surge in the previous. So now a little bit more love towards the B-bomb site, but much slower. Nasty with the coverage upstairs. This is going to be very handy indeed. An extremely common spot up here. Doesn't make it any less effective. Here they come. Damage in a 1, 2. Oh, everyone's hurt. Here come the send in for the trade. The kill team has arrived. It does look like Slasher's going to get away with his life. Gwyn is red on the pinch. Run, Austin. Run. Around the Surge.
That's an elite play call as well. I mean, Nasty got all the space in the world. I think Gwyn spotted out 3 different players like in the round, but Raven still not effectively making the play call. And I think Nasty's probably screaming in the comp, 4 here, they're all one shot. Teammates get active, and of course, that's just a setup for the trades. Abuza making the read on the pinch rolling through and having the timing work out to catch him as he mantles. That's the perfection. So instincts there from Abuza on point. A necessity for them to win that round.
Keeping it close, keeping it competitive indeed. Abuza's 1 kill so far on the map has been a handy one indeed. So the 3-1 split once again for the Ravens. This time though, Vivid the Island Man. So an entirely different look, but an entirely flip-flop setup right now as we go inverse. Neptune, the Farman, out of the play right now for the Vancouver Surge, and a rapid attack here from the Carolina Royal Ravens. They're in position to potentially stop this a second too late, but you get the kill regardless. Here we go.
And keep in mind right now, Neptune is completely out of the picture, so massive responsibility for Abuza and Nasty, and Neptune will remain out of the picture.
Yeah, Slasher wrote the book on the island play. You read that one a mile away. And now to Abuza. Lovely shots. Second man not enough there. Over to Nasty, and Nasty has been gunned. Ravens, what a wonderful retake that was.
Yeah, and they go back to the 3 hit the B bomb site and just take control of Rock. They won the square up last go around. Vancouver Surge wanted nothing to do with it. But then if you dominate the Rock call, that just gives you the access points to the top hallways. You make the read on Neptune, going for the late pinch, and everything after that is perfect. Just swarming around that bomb site, in the post plant. Gwyn, I think, is up to maybe 3 first bloods in this game as well, so he has been on form.
First bloods, not always. I mean, in the last 2 days of play here in the COD League, we've seen first bloods not necessarily be a deciding factor in who wins the round outright, but make the most of it. Continue to keep these stats on edge, folks. Tej is in, and he's going to be a sneaky beaver on his approach towards the backside of office. This is already rather devastating, folks. Stun check. Ain't no way he gets the second man as well. Gwyn finds a kill on the back end, and now Abuza's alone. What a round from the Ravens.
Yeah, TJ just said Neptune who? Never heard of him. Don't know. Not familiar with his game. We get to test Abuza's game. Abuza, one of the more clutch players in the league. A 1v3, though, is a very tall task, but that is a beautiful start. Gwyn, challenge that range is a decision.
And look how smooth and very basic this gameplay is. He's checking every possible angle. There's nothing terribly flashy about it, but it is clean. Teach. Uh-oh.
Oh, yeah.
Damn, son. I mean, we're doing everything seemingly right, except for finishing the kill on a TJ. What a 1v1 that man has. And now map point for the Ravens here in Surge.
That's a moment where Abuza is a little too smart for his own good. Ready for the instant reach-out, but unfortunate for him, TJ just out here giving hands to everybody. Freebie kill on Nasty, shooting in the back, and then just, I mean, this is just a snap. A great reaction time, rather. Neptune wishes he could get that one back.
Yeah, on the Neptune as well is the other key moment there. Again, that's a Jackal on Jackal fight, and TJ, he had the crushing power there. Absolutely locked. Those jaws did not miss. Force spree for Tej going into this potentially final round for the Ravens, and nobody home at the B bomb site, so Surge have got a plant here.
I would trust TJ with the one ring to rule them all, for sure.
That might have been a stick. It was. Nasty gets rid of Slasher in explosive fashion. Oh, wow. Oh, okie dokie, Abuza. A nice 3 kills for him on the round. As the Belgian baddie absolutely runs the well side of the map.
It's a perfect round as well. We're talking about the simplicity in his gameplay. Well, I mean, a 2-piece doesn't get easier than that, and the first blood, I think, was in a pretty similar capacity. So Abuza, who has the most fun name in the league to say, started off 1-5. Well, he's had a very nice comeback. Now it's 7-7. So it's a first half of the map, second half of the map kind of player. And right now he's looking to finish. Still trying to crawl out of a very deep hole, though. Ravens have been on point in the attacking rounds and going back to the same setup. I think this might be for Vivid to make contact and maybe back down and see if you can bait in a pinch. But Surge not going this direction. But this is the exact same setup from Ravens we saw a few rounds before, and it was Gwyn that found the first blood on Surge that overcommitted.
And again, a slow and steady approach now towards the B-bomb site. Are we going to check this out? All right, here we go. First contact made. Slash is going to get away with his life. He's tagged up, though. Vivid finds himself too. That's going to be a free bomb plant if they want it, but right now, such an awkward situation to be in for Surge.
Standoff battle at the top of the minimap. Yeah, TJ just wins it. The mystery man behind enemy lines. This has been a dominant Hacienda, but with shots like that, maybe Neptune can bail you out.
Yeah, now you get an aims to play with as well. Reposition right now for the Ravens. This 2v1 is very doable. Vivid goes back to Boathouse, a spot we've not seen in a while. Neptune has got to peel him. Here comes TJ. Shoulders from top office. Nearly impossible to deal with. Vivid covers his close angle. The shots were superb, but the setup was even sweeter. The Ravens take the search and destroy as well and go 2-0 up in the series.
I'd be all about their business as well. This feels almost like a speed run. Confident gameplay. Every single tool in the arsenal for the Carolina Royal Ravens getting utilized to perfection. Gwyn gave you maybe 3 first bloods in that round. The one time in that final one where he gets traded out, well, Vivid's there to pick up 2. And I think really just handling Vancouver Surge's game to a T. I mean, Neptune completely quelled Abuza, not able to get the clutches. And I mean, as far as it goes for a Hacienda, you really could not ask for anything more on the Hardpoint or the S&D. There you go. That is 6 first bloods for the Ravens and 6 round wins. As clean as you ask for it, as clean as you get.
It was very clean. It was 99.99% of germs gone, ladies and gents. 251.76, 6-3. Carolina. I don't think we're getting a dealership by the state of things. Protocol could well be the last map in the series. So we go into the half, a 2-0 lead there for the Carolina boys. Very surprising. I mean, not terribly surprising with how smooth and efficient the gameplay is. And speaking of smooth, Maven, take it away.
Are we talking about my head? It is smooth.
Yes. Yep.
Very smooth. I shaved it yesterday.
Your voice is great, too. Lots
Thank
of
you.
honey. Let's take a look at what we just witnessed, because I felt this confident at halftime just one match ago. Will we see another reverse sweep, or are Carolina able to seal the deal?
That's what Dave just called for.
I think we might. But, I mean, this gets flipped on its head because the map won, right? Royal Ravens come in, they win the map pick for Surge, so that kind of shifts things. Yeah, I'm not surprised with the map, too, but the map 1 was impressive.
Yes.
But still, we go to a control where the most lopsided thing here is probably favoring Surge in the control. It's all going to come down to that Skyline map 4. I think it's going to go 5, Chris. I really do. But focus on what Carolina's been doing right. I mean, it has been so impressive. TJ has been phenomenal. We know this can be like team fundamentals and when Gwen is really in his bag, how insane he can be. But it's also Surge has just been kind of
flat.
Yeah, kind of a little flat. It's the same way I kind of feel about FaZe right now. Honestly, the two teams that were just in the final like haven't really been that impressive.
Yeah, this has been really flat from the side of Vancouver Surge. We've had a couple of moments, I feel like, from Neptune, but I didn't see a whole lot from 04 in map number 1. I didn't see a whole lot of Booza and Nasty in that map number 2. So it just feels like a flat Vancouver Surge right now.
I feel like every like stage qualifiers had a theme. Like, well, for me, okay. When I think of like the stage 1 qualifier, it was map 5s. We had a billion map 5s. So I think of stage 2, it was like
all 3-0s.
3-0s, right? This one's sort of been like the upsets now. Like, okay, this wouldn't be as big of an upset. We've had a lot of upsets, I feel like. So why not another one? Even though this isn't a big one, like just maybe that's going to be the theme. And it is a lot of like that whole everyone's fighting for the top 8, the bubble teams, improving, all the team change, or maybe the team change is going to be the thing. I don't know, but
we gave Maven a sock puppet, but we gave Allie an iPad. Let's take a look at some drawing.
What? Do you think I count as an iPad, baby? I think I was like just before it. Unimportant.
What does it do if I hit my finger?
Nothing. It does nothing. All right, so we're going to actually do a search and strike clip this time. And this is a little bit of a double whammy. This is an example of a team being all on the same page. And second, this is what veteran split decision making does to our reaction time. So let's go right into the mini map and I'll explain the situation. This is round 3, fairly early, but this is kind of turns this map on its head. So Carolina's doing kind of a 2-1-1 split right now, and their idea is number 6 and number 8. They have been sitting here for the first like 20 seconds of this round, and the idea is that either 5 or 7 are going to find a pick of somebody trying to get behind and hit the flank, or make noise over towards the A side to relieve this pressure and make them force over to A to allow a free bomb plant over to the top side of the map. Now it plays out perfectly on the side of Carolina, so we'll get out of the mini map. And we're going to hit play on this, and Gwen's going to get the first blood, which then immediately tells the 2 players on the top side, we can fly to this B site. Now, this is where the split decision playmaking coming in, because you pause, TJ, he's watching this front side. Vivid is kind of alone in this situation because he's this lone bomb planner, and nobody is watching this mid-hallway door. So obviously, should any of the Neptune players, any of the Surge players decide to hit this side door, that is a free kill on the Vivid in this bomb plant. But that doesn't happen because in the split decision making and the veteran that is Vivid, he's going to go for this bomb plant. Now, number 4, that's going to be Neptune. He flies side door. He should get this free kill. But something, Spidey senses a leg, something gets caught. Vivid hops off of this plant and forces the chase. And now in this time period, he's then able to succumb to his teammate TJ, who turns for this pressure. Neptune has no idea that they are there. And not only that, he wins an insane gunfight down low that I'm sorry, I should have came out of the mini-map. So
look at it from the mini-map.
It was an unreal round from the side of Carolina Royal Ravens.
I was distracted because I think you meant to keep saying split second decision making, but you kept saying split decision making, and I was picturing someone's brain like splitting in 2.
Which do I do?
I mean, technically that's what it is.
It works.
He could have just committed to the bomb plant, or he could have popped off.
I thought you were trying to say like, split second decision making, but splits. I was like picturing like 2 brains, and they were like battling for which brain was going to win.
Yeah.
No, it worked. I mean, I knew what you were saying.
Can you do that one more time, Maven? Can someone draw a red nose on him?
Dude, I still have my pizza. I still have my frozen pizza burn, dude.
He's a chef, ladies. He is a chef and single. Let's take a look here at what we have moving forward. We've got Major 4 in Texas. Bring them out to meet Maven live. DreamHack.com/Dallas/CDL. We'll be there at the end of May 23rd to 25th.
What was that
it's
show?
Gonna be a blast. DreamHack, always a fun time.
What was the show Zinni did? 1 versus 40.
20 versus 1?
20 versus 1 about me and 20 single moms?
Oh, hell yeah.
Why do they got to be single, Clint? Let's go over to Miles and Chance.
What do you mean by that? Wait a minute.
They don't have to be single in my eyes.
Get them out of
They do
there.
have to be single.
Get us out of here. Get us out of here. Get them out of here. Get that box out of here. Let's get it back into the game, folks. Protocol control. Although Clint versus 20 single mums would be something. Okay, Chance, how are we feeling about this one?
I just feel like just because there's a goalie doesn't mean he can't score. Just because the Ravens are up 2-0 doesn't mean Surge can't make this comeback. Of course, Control, not the place Carolina want to be, because that is a lot of last places. And like, it's not just the fact that they're last place. The stats are like, I don't want to get fired. Not good.
They're the deadbeat dads.
Not good. They're really bad. Yes, absolutely.
In a world where we're pining for single mothers for Maven, these are the deadbeat dads of the controller. But I'm telling you, look how hydrated Teej is. Size that thing. Good God Almighty. I'm gonna get that man a sponsorship. It's not been great against Minnesota. It was who, but everyone else has been absolutely spitting on them. They did win against Vegas, but let's be real. Okay, folks, here we go. Chance to stay alive for Vancouver Surge, and you could not have been given a better opportunity. Will you take it, though? That is the question. Skyline Hardpoint off this, and of course, if we can get to the dealership, but I just can't see it happening. Unless Vancouver Surge can do the unthinkable and the full reverse sweep against a tremendous opponent. Here we go into control.
Really just soaking in the water, the rain, the ambiance of the map. A lot more space on it than you would initially be prepared for, and I think all the space is everything that Carolina ever wanted. They just got all 3 kills, now have 3 bodies on the B zone. It'll take 15 seconds to capture it.
15 and counting. Halfway through, 04's getting a move on. Nasty and Neptune from spawn, a boozer from top. Let's get it going, boys. You got to get 1 wave of kills, and that is nearly... What a save. Outrageous. Vancouver Surge, congratulations. You've saved the zone for now. And Slasher's going to keep you on your toes as you're most likely going to Jose. That's right, another 3-man stack. Good goodness, Chance. Good God Almighty. Dare I say it, Carolina Royal Ravens completely aware of how to capture these zones.
Yeah, you stand on it. Objective masterminds right now. They're on point. Slasher, by the way, 7-0. Low-key Slasher recently. He's been one of the best respawn players in the game, which I don't know what year it is. I mean, I do. I don't like it. I don't like the present. It's weird times, but I'm very happy for Slasher.
Oh, dude. 2 minutes of rock and roll, 24 lives. Carolina Royal Ravens, statistically the worst team when it comes to control, are looking so goddamn good right now. Wow, Vivid.
Shots.
Keep it going. Well, last 2 members of Surge, they're going to try to take what they can across the map, find a corner. Hopefully catch a Ravens player on the fly towards that B zone, because right now, the gameplay is great. Lovely awareness on Abuza as well.
I think that was the advice from Brian Saint for the attacking rounds where they're 0 for 6 with a 0.75 KD. It's just, hey, just stand on the point. Just stand on it together. It'll put the pressure on the other team. They'll have to run at you. Vivid, by the way, continues to be a presence on the map. Picked up 2 before he falls, and now all a Surge turtled up around the zone. This is not an ideal setup on defense. This is, I mean, you might get broken.
Yeah, you get 3 down here or 4 down, the round is over. So good luck, lads. You're hoping for something to go your way. Uh-oh, bad start to proceedings. 04 from upstairs. Oh, he's been picked out. A little bit too much thigh showing there, you dirty girl. Slasher gets it. Yo. Nasty, what a 2-piece. That has saved the moment for now. But 12-9, a minute to go. It's not over yet.
Now they at least had distance on the map. The setup before is basically if that 1 wave doesn't convert, they lose the round. But Nasty holds strong, and now guys with, you know, presence on the map. Nasty behind enemy lines, 04 behind enemy lines. It's going to be a lot mixier to actually convert. Slasher applying the pressure, but Neptune can't believe he only has 3 kills with a shot like that.
Yeah, but the POV's that good. I mean, come on. 04 to spawn. You might have turned it all around, lads. You've managed to hold back the Ravens as best you can. We're not out of the woods yet, though. 6-8. Ravens still leading. 5-7. 30 seconds on the clock, though. We've got to get going.
Damn. Still playing hide and seek, by the way. He has not moved from that ledge. Meanwhile, Nasty making moves and reads around the map, and all of a sudden a 5v5. Okay, maybe the advice to stand on the point wasn't good enough. We forgot step number 1 of ways to get there. And TJ, I think the headset on Nasty just works out too well. They're going to choke this.
Yeah, this is absolutely chokeable. No one's close. Can't even get on it. No one's close. Hit the ladder. 0.9. Dead. Done. What a comeback. Vancouver Surge. That was a 2-minute defensive round. Such an early capture. And you think of how close it came to being over the B zone. They had to win 1 set of gunfights. They did. And they turned that into a wonderful cascade. Excellent work defensively there by Vancouver.
Yeah, and a 10-kill round from Nasty and a very deserved best play. And technically, this wasn't even his best play. It was when he got the 2-piece on the point after his teammates had fallen. And I don't... Did they just put him next to the window? Because no one else... Like, Neptune's getting a little bit of the glare, but it's like Nasty's playing directly into the sun, and everybody else is just fine.
This is a Ray question. This is absolutely a Ray question. He'll answer it. You know what he's like. 3-1 split here for the boys of Vancouver on the attack. Again, And Carolina Royal Ravens, wonderful looks we're seeing on that attacking round. Unable to close out, but what I saw, I liked. And I liked the defense of Surge even more. And 0-4, all the right places. Neptune, likewise. Nasty continues to be a pain in the ass.
Yeah, I mean, my personal theory is if Neptune, the previous round, is 3-9 or 3-10, wherever he was, and you still lose that round, when he gets going, it is going to be a massive problem. So double capture for Surge coming through on the A zone. Neptune's still behind enemy lines, and that third tick about to fall. They're going to have to fly out to try to make this happen, but Neptune's going to start shooting players in the back. Or Abuz is just going to get it uncontested for Carolina Ravens. Nobody even home.
Well, good news, they are at least home over towards B. Tej was in the middle of the boat there, trying to take gunfights against 2 players making their way out of spawn, and he gets taken care of. So now, Nep, a little unfortunate, bangs his head on the windowsill there, and with that, he will be dead. Now over to Slasher and Spawn. 12 and 8, he's looking good statistically, but you got to get out of spawn. You got to go over towards that B zone, lads.
Vaguely turtle setup for Carolina as well. Neptune at least gets traded out. Vivid trying to lock down low. So he's got the computers, and okay, Slasher wins the gunfight over towards P1. So on the defensive end, you get a nice spread across the map. Try to funnel in these Surge players to the right side or down low, but Vivid overwhelmed. The trades are only rolling through from up top, and I mean, Gwyn, one gunfight to win because he's got 2 players in front of him. Needs to get at least one of these.
Well, Vivid's helping out as well. Straight off for Spawn, trying to make amends for the life he lost earlier. Gwyn, good shots. Vivid for the trade.
That's fine.
Not there yet. Nice awareness though on the next player. So it's not really the trade. You've still got a player there on B, and now the capture starts.
Oh yeah, Neptune, or sorry, not Neptune. Vivid decides to kill the wrong guy. Lets 0-4 run away, and now you just get the pressure on the zone. So interesting decision. Still got an extra kill, but now there's an extra tick of progress rolling through. And now they're winning the gunfights, and 0-4 making it look easy. Does get traded out, but Neptune, keep in mind, was 3-10 before the round started. He's loving him some offense.
You were not wrong, mate. Oh my word, you were not wrong. Neptune vacates the point. Trying to provide some offensive defense. And now we got it going. Second segment, long gone. The Ravens starting to get plucked from the sky. Just over a minute to play here. Gwyn with a big one. The bailout you certainly needed. Drains the segment as well. 50 seconds to go.
And I think maybe a moment where Neptune could just focus on the zone a little bit more. Again, standing on it together. The power of friendship wins you control games.
Absolutely. Well, not over yet. A couple more kills and you fight your way forward, but these are 5 lives remaining here. And 0-4 trying to play this as sneaky as he can, and he's done it. You sneaky devil. Will you check the inside of tower? My ass you do. No lives left, Vancouver. No lives left for Ravens.
Yeah, 4v4. Round of S&D, 27 seconds.
First blood Slasher. 20 seconds. 20 seconds. 3 down. Lost man God. 0-4. Goodness. The Ravens, they pull it out. And they stay alive on their defensive round, but whew, what a battle that was.
Yeah, so I was just laughing because Abuza, when he lost that gunfight, the way he reacted, he might hate Canada more than he hates pancakes.
Oh.
A Belgian tank, they're waffle.
Yep, a deep cut for the for those who don't know, but a good one.
That's the extent of my cultural knowledge about
that was heat. Fire, mate. Well played. Absolute fire. Well played, Ravens as well. Couple of lives separate them, and a stressful round of control comes to a close. Well, it's already one of the best control games they've played in the last 5 matches, having got a round win at the very least. So keep this up, lads. You never know. A dub may be on the cards. This is for the 3-0 as well for the Ravens. They would want that. A lot of love towards A defensively here from the Surge boys. We're all over top mid.
That's a jackal. That's crazy. I mean, that's how I know Neptune and 0-4 just build different. Square up in gunfights like that with the old SMG. They'll make it happen. And Carolina Ravens are thoroughly tucked into the depths of their spawn. I mean, they got the SAM site spawn rolling through. That is unideal.
Yeah, that's bad news. It does tell you where these players are going to be, but at the same time, you got to do something about that. See you, Tej. 0-4, locking down low. Well done. We've got a little bit of space to play with here, but Nep from spawn causing issues, breaking legs. Players there on A zone. Reinforcements are there, though, for the Ravens to get out of this one. Try to keep this capture going. And if not for Gwyn being that front line, there'd be more members of Surge here on top mid as well. Oh, no.
This might just be playground time, though. Neptune behind enemy lines. He's got 2, now make it 3 players in spawn. He just gets to toy with.
Yep. Oh, they're going to challenge one by one. Please, no. Please, no. Oh, they're going to slide over towards Heli. What a move. Is anyone reading that? Yes, finally. Slasher gets eyes on. Final 15 seconds here. Surge are about to take the lead. Can the Ravens get anywhere near this one? Their first attacking round was good. Their second, at least they've got a segment.
Well, with 13 seconds left on the game clock, have to convert this one. You make all the reads, though. No flanks rolling through. Now Slasher's got that side of the map covered, so it's all guns forward for the capture.
It was nearly a 3-man stack, if not for that Halo gunfire. Now the pressure. Teach is down. Got to stay alive. Vivid, the last man up. Coverage from Slasher. There's a window as he reloads, and Vivid stays alive. Beautiful shots. Vivid gets the 2-piece, and they get A.
And straight over to B. Slasher's on it, keeping the pressure going. You got Vivid maybe with the potential to help you out in a sense. He's playing a little bit of a late pinch, and you do have Nasty that's able to get through. Slasher's positioning, though, means he only has to win that gunfight. He doesn't. Abuza got his revenge.
Hey, good news. They take care of Nasty in the flank for a second. Neptune fills that role immediately. Good shots. Tej v Nep. Another 2-piece there from Neptune. He stays alive. Now to push that front line forward, baby. 12-9 in the life count.
Oh, I thought he was going to do the hook, go halfway at the zip line and just jump off and chow, but we're not here for the fancy footwork. We're here for the domination. This is going to be back-to-back double-digit kill rounds coming in from Neptune again. Slow starter in round number 1, and now he already has the most kills in the lobby.
And that's the final lives now left for the Ravens. Doink. Tej fights out. Tej goes down. Abuza steps up instantly. Looking for the tip of the head of Slasher. Can't find it. Gets it. Abuza. Abuza. 3 now on it. Abuza for the turn. What shots there into Gwyn. 1v7. Surge will take the lead. Unless Gwyn can do it all. He's not. He's not, folks. This is a great round from Surge. You still lost the A zone. The segment battle still continues, and for the Ravens right now, I mean, defense final round is on the cards. But Vancouver, can you close it out here?
I mean, decent odds with the way the control game has been panning out for Carolina. And Abuza ended up racking up the best play in this one. Just another look at him killing Slasher. That seems to be a thematic battle we have in this series, and where he evolves, Vivid just left out for fodder. But either way, I mean, just a slamming. Get the spawn trap going, you drain the lives so quickly. There was a moment of opportunity for Carolina, but having to capture 2 different zones on the same push is a very rare feat. So back, a little bit against the wall. Obviously, they have a cushion in the series, but if our first series of the day was the tone setter, Carolina not excited to give away any momentum.
Yeah, we're not about that, mate. Hot mid wide open now. Neptune on the attack towards B. Gives his boys a couple of things to think about. Gives them some options. DJ tries to strip those options away. Vivid helps out. Lovely stuff. Over to A we go. Potential for a 2-man stack as Narcy's going to be up there in the windows.
We are everywhere. Yeah, take a look at that. Players down low. 3 different levels, 3 different sort of vertical fields of play being utilized in that moment. A hell of a free cam, but it works out. Nasty camping the zip line with the knife. Maybe should have camped a little bit harder because TJ's taking the exact same route. And it has only been a solo capture. That takes 45 seconds to get with just 1 player on it, which is so much time for the Carolina players to work with, and they've got nearly everybody wiped off the map. Nasty last man standing, but he's not in a great spot over towards Helicopter. Got to get back out of spawn again.
Yeah, he's the sort of position he's going to be able to get damage on the players, but unlikely. He gets a kill at this level. Speed of kills. Neptune. You love to see it. Second segment gone at A. Third on its way out. 2-man stack. That's what I'm talking about, boys and girls. A zone gone. Here we go. All to B.
And Ravens, all 4 players are going to be down low, rolling towards grass. And I mean, that's the first player isolated. Go back to your spawn, which, by the way, Nasty is inside of. So Carolina already with a number disadvantage, and Slasher might end up getting spawn killed. Nasty is playing for him, but Slasher's taking routes over towards P1, but it's just more free kills for Nasty. 2 in the feed, and now pressure over towards this B zone.
Yeah, why not? Start getting the capture going. You know where the players are going to be coming from spawn-wise. Not a lot of trophies in play here, though, so this is going to be an explosive and concussive experience for the Surge boys here on the zone. Doesn't matter, though. Abuza finds 2 top mid. Oh, dear. 50% of the way. Carolina Royal Ravens defensively, this was your Balamo, and you are not there, lads. Last two off of spawn, Vivid and Tej. Over the top you go, boys. The whistle was blown, and that is another tough control for Vancouver Surge.
Well, tough one for Carolina.
It was tough
Vancouver Surge.
It was a TUFF.
Oh, I forgot we're doing that now.
Yeah.
So tough. God, these guys are so tough. Look at them. Down 0-2. So tough. Look at them now.
So tough. Yeah. It was a TOUGH, though, for the Ravens.
Yes.
Sorry. It's so hard.
The one that I understand.
Yeah. No, you were right. 2-1. A Surge are alive and kicking going into the hard point.
Attacking the Queen City like that, Vancouver. But they have a queen. They're Canadian, right? Is that, or a king now? Is that how that works?
They're part of the Commonwealth. It's complicated, but yeah, why not?
Yeah. 14 assists out of TJ, which honestly, kind of looking at it just means he probably wasn't finishing his kills. So great to get involved, but yeah, ultimately Vancouver Surge taking him to task. Neptune, again, very slow start, had 3 kills, I believe it was, 2 or 3 in round number 1, and then absolutely lights out after the fact. So on point on offense and defense. Frankly, 16 kills on the attacking rounds. Neptune really set himself apart, but one of the easier maps, maybe an expected one for Vancouver Surge to be able to win in this series, given the state of Carolina. I mean, just the fact that Slasher starts off 7-0, you get 2 captures on B and capture the A zone and had legit 2 minutes to work with, and they couldn't get that final tick on B, sort of tells me everything I need to know.
I think I love the call as well from Neptune. You're like, as soon as he starts getting more kills than 3 in a round, it's going to be very, very bad for the Ravens. And it was. However, that first attacking round was so impressive, man. I mean, the 3-man stack A, 3-man stack B, I mean, they made everything work out. And when the chips were down, they came so close. I just want a little bit more out of the Ravens there in the mode. Such a capable team, such a wonderful squad to watch when they are working well, but controlled still ain't it, folks.
Now, Well is on Hacienda. Control is down by the computers. Look, it's a whole thing.
Guys, is he not on fire? Ladies and gentlemen, Chance. What a great game of controller from Vancouver Surge. Going into the hard point, mate, I feel like we're getting a little bit of a potential turnaround. I didn't think Dealership was going to be on the menu, how the Hacienda went. But now that we're going to a Skyline, anything's possible. Truly, anything is possible, folks. Skyline on its way. Charles, how are we feeling about the momentum shift right now for the Vancouver Surge squad?
I believe in them. I think just for the fact that like all guns across the board are pretty hot. Obviously, we saw guys like Nasty using the AR to full effect, also pulling out the Jackal quite a bit on a few of the maps, and obviously Skyline, you need that flex capability. This is something like Minnesota are great on. Unlike the P1s, you'll see time to time, they'll have 4 ARs out for one hill and then 4 SMGs, it feels like, for the next. So it's, you know, Hardpoint is a ridiculous game mode. Like every single life that you're spawning in, you're having to make maybe 40 different decisions per map. You get a split second to make all of them, and it includes what one of 4 routes we're going to be taking, what gun do I need, what am I trying to fill in, what do I need to calm. Hardpoint is insane for the pros to have to deal with, and Skyline is like peak level insanity of trying to track all the information. So, you know, it's a true test of every single player and a team's capabilities, and also a map that you can just decide your fate depending on what direction you go. But 2 players that were lights out of map number 1. See if they can continue that prowess into map number 4. Slasher, honestly, been one of the standout Skyline players this year.
Absolutely, mate. A 1.5 and a 1.3. This is simply from map 1, but for Skyline, you would expect a squad of the Ravens caliber and makeup right now to absolutely keep things going. And I think Skyline for them should be a good one. Starting to get a little bit stressful though. I think you lose a single map in a series and the possibility for that reverse sweep is all of a sudden a reality. Vancouver Surge, an extremely capable hardpoint team. What the Dex was saying previously as well about the flat line and coming out a little slower, a little, you know, a little bit of a lack of urgency maybe seems to be what we're saying at the moment when it comes to Surge. But the longer the series goes on, the little that becomes reality. I think now, this Skyline, we could be going the distance.
Maybe Vancouver Surge, they're just doing the Rock Lee. Like Hacienda is just like weighing them down, and now that they got them all, they're ready to go.
I don't think you've ever seen Naruto, and I love it. I absolutely I love this. Here we go, folks, in the Skyline. Ravens have had yeah, sure. Sure. He has one decent season, and then he puts the weights away and becomes like a C-tier character. What a shame. Nades up, and we're going to be watching a lot of time now go the way of nobody. As the opening engagement, I mean, I've been calling it for so long now. The Ravens, their opening breaks are so solid here on Skyline. One of the better Skyline teams we saw earlier on in the season, and as for now, the Ravens, I know we're really getting near that zone. Good stuff, Surge. You are making them sweat for it. That said, 3 dead.
Oh, make it all 4. TJ 3-1, nice start. Get a boy in the hill time. You got the right side pushed out. You might fall, and well, the white side of the map is going to be open through kitchen, but it looks like on the cross, Slasher from in time is able to catch a few players. Another 3 down the feed there in favor of Carolina, and Vivid wins the gunfight on time. So similar to the Hacienda, a P1 for Carolina that starts off well, and they have the rotation. So this is just good fundies being played right now by the Ravens. They're on form. Now, no one fly off the white steps and die for no reason.
We'll come up with a good name for it. Still finding these sweet kills, and look at that. Oscillate from one side of the map directly over towards the other one. Abuza red, and this is simply perfect. It's as if they have walls, folks. That's really what it looks like. Gwyn looking for 3. Can't get it. Nice shots from 04. That's a small opening and a decent break. Can you soak the 30 now?
Yeah, it's a nice little snap moment from 04 as well. Starts off 1 and 6, goes big on a P2 to get the break. So credit where credit is due to make sure you keep things mixy. And hey, you get the final 20 right back in the game. And by the looks of it, they are absolutely going to get it. So as good of a start, as good as the rotation was for Carolina, 04 snaps. Now he's on a 5, and he might fall, but you get all the time. And we will be tied up going into new, where Neptune has already claimed the space on a 3 spree. Maybe he wants a trophy to help him out a little bit because the concussions are rolling. He's getting tattered and tagged up, but for him, doesn't matter. Still finds the kills.
Oh, lovely coverage. Surge finding calls over base. Neptune starting into that flow state. There we go, baby. Shots in a range there to Slasher. Next man up, Tej. Nep's on a spree. Looking to get the Hellstorm as well. This man is dancing. The trophies haven't shown up to the party yet, but it won't matter. Sliding out. Nep 1, Nep 2. Neptune.
Block the spawns? Anybody? Block the spawns? Run out grass? No, we're cool. All right, get more kills, Neptune. Let's go.
Here we go. He's got himself Hellstorm as well. Vivid. Toasted. This is flow state, folks. It may come to an end. His boys have found themselves 20 seconds going here in P3, and it's all yours. Vancouver Surge, it is an iron grip across time. They're not necessarily going to get the spawns for new, but at this point in time, you can call on the Hellstorm and flush those players out of the power positions at the back and hopefully get your boys into it. Great hard point there from Surge.
Dude, maybe the Rock Lee comparison, was there validity to this? Like, everybody's snapping. Even Nasty seems like he is playing with some serious pace. You went from 1 and 6 from 04. Now he's 10 and 11. So he's made the comeback, and they just slaughtered them on a P3. And based on the way the tide of the game has been going, they're about to slaughter them on a P4.
Yeah, we're not going all full 8 gates right now for Vancouver Surge. These are all references, bro. I got you, don't worry. Absolutely got you, bro. Don't worry about it. I need you to scream Konoha Senpu at some point in this matchup when Surge do something crazy. 100 points now crossed for the Surge lads. And they are in. Bathroom is all theirs. Soaking away in the tub.
Oh,
Nasty with a pistol right up close. Get me to dealership. Nep on the back line. It's all working out now.
I mean, there just ain't no way. This is, I mean, not remotely close. Vivid is 4 and 13. You are a set of rotations in, and quick math, they're being outslayed by maybe 15 kills, and I mean, not even close to the halfway point of the game. They're going to get outslayed by 40 if this stays.
That's disgusting, man. Absolutely disgusting stuff. You know what? Let's just give the folks what they want. It's now listening with Vancouver Surge.
I'm gonna get on the ground. Let's wait some time. I can't. Mine, I recross. Cross right. One shot Siege. I need Tom. I need to cross on time, guys. Cross. Nice, we can push, guys. Back round. One shot back round. I'm leaving these 5, bro. Let's go. Back round. Under white, Reese. Yeah, do it for now. One white platform. Big fucking break here. Come on. Yeah, go left fast. He's already out. Go. right, guys. Nice, I'll hold right, guys. You okay? You guys stay on top. Time. Let's get time. Let's get time. You want this? One shot. That thing white. Piano, dead. I'm on the white. Yo, piano, left corner piano. Okay, vita. Nice, piano, top cat. He's gonna come in. Look at piano, zip. I'm gonna piano. Dead one. Nice. I have go kitchen. Top. I left him. Wait, one's P1, guys. I have piano. P1, one might hit further late. He's not playing piano. TV, weak 1, there's 2 TV. On right. Nice. One TV on you, TV. Come shot. They're both behind bottom rugs. On time. I team twice on time, guys. They're both behind B1. Jump down on right. Nice. One more back right, I cannot TV. I'm ready to team, I team one more time. After guys, nice. Sit up, man. I will drop. Nice, bro.
22-7 for Nasty on a 7th previous zone. That is 2 Hellstorms. Repeat, 2 Hellstorms right now for Vancouver Surge.
My God, dude, that's flow state. Nasty, by the way, on the P2, he called game. Like, he was the only one sort of behind enemy lines. They needed the P2 break or else Carolina could get back in the mix. And Nasty completely breaks it down with perfect plays, perfect patience. And the dude is shooting 24-9, nearly 2 minutes in the hill. And Neptune setting pace too. Like, this has been a ridiculous blender of a skyline. Oh. Now you're just looking to close out. Carolina, a team that certainly can fight, very professional. Don't let anything get away from you. And Ibuza, well, at least takes one of the great before he falls. But Nasty overwhelmed. And they actually don't have the spawns. So Carolina, a small opportunity here on P4.
Yeah, they got to actually make something of it though. Tej, topside covered. Nep, next up to bat. Tej down. An opening now. Ibuza finds one downstairs. The backside is still open. Anyone's game at this point in time. And that's it. Surge are in. Surge break. Surge spawns.
This is just, I mean, good night. We'll see you on the dealership. We knew that with Minnesota in the mix, setting the tone for the game 5s. That's exactly what we're going to be getting to here in this series as well, because Nasty owns the kill feed, and he has owned the Ravens on this map. 29-11. Minute 45 to go. There was jokes to be made, but all good,
He's doing it all, mate. Really doing it all. Not over yet. I mean, good God, this is an ugly one. This is the hard point of Surge we were missing. Back over to P1. Here come the streaks. And Surge, an opportunity now to break this game right here and now. Nasty going a little fancy with it. Trying to catch the player up by P1, and sadly, he does get a teammate as well. So you get over the 100-point mark, you get out of the 100-point club, Ravens. Is it going to matter too much, though? Slash at a time, traded immediately. Vivid holds you back, trades again, nobody home, and still an open hard point.
Yeah, I mean, look, this is a slaughter. Surge will close out at some point, maybe on this hill. Miles, you touched on this maybe a week or two ago of like the Hellstorm meta, and now when players are calling in, they're instantly going for the curves. We were watching Vivid try to shoot it out of the sky, but Nasty is dancing with it as he danced around them on Skyline. A perfectly played map, adjusting to the meta. And Vancouver Surge just played at a pace on Skyline that, at least for me, felt like maybe the fastest we have seen all year.
Well, we're worried about that reverse sweep being a possibility when the control closed out. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it is a very real thought. Vancouver Surge, 2 disgusting maps back to back. We go to dealership. We're going to toss a coin and figure out who's got the best strats on this map in its early state, in its infant form here in the COD League. Ravens, they have been shot down in a hail of buckshot. Good luck, boys. At the very least, we'll just get to sort of throw caution to the wind and get right involved, but that is a brutal Skyline.
I mean, that is one of the shorter game flows you're ever going to see. Moral victory, you didn't get 100-point clubs, but there's not too much to take away from that in the good category there for the Ravens. Reverse sweep, as you said, on the cards. And for a dealership, we're talking about the best strats. Vancouver may have been the trendsetters on it. One of the first, if not the first teams we watch have success on it. Certainly, they are going to be wheeling and dealing. We'll make more car references for sure.
Plenty more car references, folks. In the meantime, we're going to get a tune up and service and check the pressure as we get ready to dive into this Game 5. Don't go too far. A very, very quick break on the other side of it. Game 5, Ravens taking on Surge for the series.
The Arcade Wiz Tracer Pack is available now. Hit the map in retro glory with the Star Player Operator, pixel-inspired emblems, and more.
The Esports World Cup is an official partner of the Call of Duty League.
Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
Spot. Time for a different spot. Oh, no! Laugh it up, Chuckleberry Finn! I bet you're having a great time!
Oh my god. Oh my god! The paternity test is in. I am the father.
No way. They're doing the CDL song. No way. Are we about to get started? Yeah. Are we about to get started?
The 2025 Carolina Royal Ravens Team Pack is available now. Each pack includes home and away operators, as well as this calling card for the barbecue after the smoke show. Next time you boot up, suit up at the in-game shop. Well, folks, Surge are a runaway train right now, and they've gone right off the tracks, right into dealership game 5. Nobody thought this was coming except for the casters and basically everyone watching after that control went so badly for the Ravens. Charles, how are we feeling about dealership? How are we feeling about our teams?
I don't know how I feel about dealership yet. I'm very happy that it's in the rotation. I like the maps that we sort of got away from. I think is a beautiful thing. So looking forward to playing it again. I think we've seen a few different strats. It's not as much of a bang out as I was necessarily expecting it to be, but certainly there are still some rounds that are a bang out. But ultimately, the map 5s, Carolina, they live for it. They've been here, S&D, bread and butter, veterans of the scene. They don't get nervous under pressure. And Vancouver Surge, not too shabby, but a 2-loss spree in the record, not quite there. So Vancouver Surge, this is a moment. You want to be the best, you got to beat the best. And in game 5s, that's been Carolina.
Absolutely. Well, first rank overall. Not that you want to be the first rank in game 5s. You'd much rather be getting this done in 3 or 4, but whatever, mate. A moment of composure right now for the Ravens to recount themselves. For the Vancouver Surge boys, crack a couple of jokes. See, if you can't find that flow that got you here so well, 04, one of the great search and destroy players we have right now in the league, absolutely spitting across the board to the boys, getting that game plan in position.
He's been a great hybrid, I think would be fair to say. We're like S&D guy in the off seasons, like always putting in that grind, but now he's got the dual threat. Respawns, he's been on point. He's developed and grown as a player, and I mean, Carolina just need to restart their engines, right? On point the first 2 maps. The control always going to be sort of a thorn in their side. Got to flip that switch and get the ignition going.
Yeah,
that is a massive water bottle. Wow.
I've seen it.
I've been waiting. Yeah.
Even first time it was pretty impressive. He's glugging that thing, man. He's just gonna hit the can after this and let rip. Over to dealership we go, folks. 10-4 in map 2. Tej was decisive in the victory way back when on Hacienda. But dealership is a different beast. This is a small map, fast lanes. Let's see who can shift it into third first. Because that's like the sort of sweet spot where you can get cruise in, you don't have too much RPM. This is if you drive stick shift, this is a joke for you. Let's go.
And again, sometimes you have rounds that are bangouts, and this is a spread map play for picks. We do not have trophies, so there are a lot of dangerous places on this map. We have to be very careful before we make a decision.
You also do not need to stun that door open these days, Nasty. You can shoot it and save your stun for the inside of that room.
Don't judge Nasty. Did you see what he did on map 4?
Disgusting. Arguably the greatest red-headed COD player in the league right now, but
yeah.
I'm gonna call it when I see it. Neptune is checking it, getting it. No way. Tej wins that fight 3v3 with a bomb planted at A.
And this is full commitment on this spot as well. And because the car's exploded, I don't think he'll actually be spotted. You have to fully overextend to kill him. So I like this setup.
Speaking of overextend,
I like it less when you chow.
Yeah, chow's out. Good job on Nasty though, picks up that immediately. 2v2, just about 20 to rock and roll here, but the bomb site's been vacated. Abusa, you get damage in. Nasty, what angle of attack do you have to get into this? Yeah, baby, it's a 1v1. Dips out. The guessing game begins, and Slasher guesses right, but he doesn't have the time. Yes, he does, by 0.5 of a second. The defuse is there. Thank you.
I know what you're thinking, Miles. Slasher's 30, but he's rotated his tires. He can hit that go button when he needs to. Straight to it, knows exactly how much time he had on it. Nice little buzzer beater there for the round 1.
Not to 60. In 3 seconds it took him to get over there. And a wicked first round here on dealership.
Now, listen, this is the ultimate spread the map and play for picks team, so I have no doubt on what they're going to do round number 1. Passive setup, wait for some intel to go your way, wait for a few of these cars to explode and alleviate the pressure. And Gwen, this is the closest you could get to a red card without it actually being a red card, and he does not get the first blood. Neptune gives him the hands.
He definitely heard that door burst as well, and he didn't like he called anything out. Possibly his teammates heard it, but a minute to play. Ravens down a man. Good trophy, saves a boozer, saves those cars as well. And Tej in a position to hopefully get a kill here. His barrel is not poking out, so he's completely covered in this position. I think he's able to just throw a shoulder backwards and get the bomb planted as well, but we're not getting it down. We are not planting that thing. We're going for the kills, and I don't hate it. I do hate it now the Slash is dead.
Oh, he's in between everybody.
Hi! What do you mean he's in there? Yeah, sure. Sick round. Staying on board with TJ, indecisive certainly cost them there, but Vancouver Surge, given a relatively free one, a lack of information certainly there from the Ravens hurt them.
Yeah, a very small window where if TJ can just somehow like instinctually tell that he might be able to shoot a few players in the back and just hit that timing, maybe there's an opportunity. But ultimately Vancouver get the first blood, group up together, isolate a couple gunfights, and you're good to go. And TJ again just found himself in between all 4 players. Guaranteed trades in that capacity. In a first blood battle that, again, sometimes individuals wish they could get him back. And the same old default setup. Nasty gonna stun open the door. You know, forward prowl over towards the A site. Neptune's responsibility over towards the B site. But Slasher shreds them. And 04 revenge from the grave. That Quinn wins the gunfight against Nasty. Bunch of isolated gunfights and explosions, but a 2v3 Surge are left in, and the B site is wide open. Ravens are happy to give up the bomb plant and just play for the retakes. They'll let Gwyn pinch, and TJ and Vivid probably going to group up together. See if a guy like Neptune or Abuza can make the big play and find the big two.
The B-bomb site can be a little more trade heavy, so this is not an ideal place to be for Vancouver Surge. Neptune is hoping for one to fly past him. Fingers crossed.
Perfect.
Oh, was it? It was so perfect. Vivid, though, checks the second man. Great shots from Abuza. Can't get away with his life, and that is that. Ravens. Not so much luck as it was due diligence done by Vivid. Great job on the retake.
Yeah, listen, perfect play. In my mind, at least from Neptune for the trigger discipline. Unfortunate for him, the third eye Raven. You saw that one 2,000 years ago.
Perfect stuff.
This is more like sci-fi fantasy references than I'm accustomed to making. And I really don't know if I'm getting them right, so I trust you.
I don't care. You're out your comfort zone, and everyone deserves to be outside of their comfort zone. That's where the best-ish happens, folks. That's why dealerships are fun, man. Go on it, folks. Let's go. Round 4. Or 3. I don't know. Can't remember. I'm excited.
I'm going to get a B hit at some point. An aggressive one. Is this it? Ravens, are you doing the thing? Thank you, TJ. I appreciate you. You know, you'll get 3 kills this round.
It has been written. 3 players in the middle of the map. TJ with quads of steel, able to leap like this consecutively. Vivid with the stun. He just still hopping. Kangaroo Haley now makes his way forward. Neptune's going to slow peek this. Spotted out. Party time. Surge move forward to position themselves. And this could well be the fight. It could spell doom. There's a lot of nades are still in play here, but no trades yet, no kills yet. Bit of a standoff.
Carolina, I was going to say, they're here for the square up. This feels like a terrible spot. I would want to get out of that. The second 2 SMG players are cornered up in that regard. You're just waiting to get overwhelmed, and, well, it delivers. First blood rolls through. It'll be a 4v3 for the retake. Gwyndo on the island play. He has an opportunity to make the big play, but the pinches often get red. Slasher, though, getting the intel.
Oh, massive intel. Unfortunate, Abuza's still in position behind him. Gwyn, I can only get 1 out of that life now. All comes down to Tej. You started this round off with a plant, and now you find yourself in a real tough position. Too many angles to worry about. Too many places to check, and Surge overwhelm them. Squared up 2-2.
You know, if I've learned anything about the RC cars from watching the pros play this year, maybe just don't call them in. Like, they get so many more team kills than actual kills. And if I've learned anything about watching the pros on dealership, trigger discipline might not be the path to victory. 2 different situations where, you know, at purely hindsight, and I could just be completely wrong, but shooting the gun maybe being a bit of a better opportunity. So the idea is there, execution not quite.
Still some time in the lineup when it comes to dealership. Still new-ish in the CDL map pool. Heavy stack towards A this time round. There's not going to be that many members of Ravens here on defense. Clear the cars out as best you can. Trophies are in play. Deej up close. Cleaned up. A red dot on the minimap for a fraction of a second, and Abuza was there for it.
TJ has beef with buttons, just as Gwyn has beef with vents. But another first blood for Vancouver. I think the 4th that they have gotten on this map so far.
Everyone needs a nemesis. Slasher once again, the bastion of the A's bomb site. Waiting for the reinforcements, waiting for the pinch. Here comes Gwyn, but he has been red. Immaculate timing there from Neptune. Shots in for the front. Now we go forward. Now Surge attack. Now Surge drown the Ravens. And Vivid on the retreat. He is entirely surrounded here. Once Surge said go, no looking back.
And it's like the perfect setup as well. It's very tight, but as long as you don't have to worry about any nades rolling through, perfectly fine. And just incredibly patient. When you get the first blood, TJ clearly just looking for an exit route with the opening of the garage door, but he gets picked. And then Vancouver Surge, no, someone's going to have to try to make a big play. The flank will roll through at some point, and Nasty just shuts it down. And continues to be a motor mouth in the comms as well. So Vancouver, very much active in that category. They are feeling it. They are in the game right now.
6-3, 5-3 for Neptune and Abuza. 4 spree right now for 04. Makes it a 5. Strictly business in the office now comes to a close. 2 members left of the Ravens, and they are on life support. This is going to be back-to-back rounds where Surge have just taken full control. Neptune will not leave that room while the bomb is still in it. Oh, there we go. Slasher, last man.
They're getting played. Oh, they're just getting played. How many rounds do Ravens do the spread the map, play for picks? They lean towards the A site the first go around, lean towards the B site second go around, getting shut down both times. And they say, screw it, we'll play with some pace. We're trying to square up in the middle of the map. And they just bumped into Neptune 8-3. And that is a feels bad moment when you try to make the aggressive call and get slammed. I mean, that sits on the back of your mind and you're left trying to figure out what to do. Ravens being stunned so far in this reverse sweep.
I mean, they've got a team like this, should be able to pull it out, should be able to find something here, but you've lost a couple of rough ones, and 5-1 in the opening duels. So Surge, strike early, strike hot, and don't let go. Trophies at play. Shoulders for days from 04, waiting for the perfect opportunity, and the Rahala gunfire, and somehow fire superiority. Surge have won this bomb site for a moment. And we're gearing up for the hit now.
With the rotation, I mean, number 4 Neptune, he's been playing very distant, waiting on a pinch, but if there's space to be taken, the bomb's starting to work its way out. So Nasty Nabuza might make a bit more noise, but the call's over towards B. The Ravens have left that site empty. Gwyn trying to make a play, and Gwyn gets caught. Another first blood for Vancouver.
6 now on planet B. You might know it's on, but here come the Ravens. Fast counterattack, can they get things going? I'm not sure how much is left to throw at that trophy system, so now it's all Jackals and Aims. Here we go. Neptune's flank might have decided the map. Oh no! Slasher down. Tej 1v4 for match point. That's what I'm talking about.
I thought you lagged out again. I was so scared, but no, this is Rams to slaughter. Vancouver already have a few reps on this map, let alone the time they've been putting into scrims, and every single play call has been perfect. I mean, this is 6-1 in the first blood fight, and Neptune, I mean, he just has their number. 6 spree, 10 kills that he was able to get already at double digits, and he is not done, and he is not slowed down a touch in the comms. When you're coming like that, again, you're feeling the game.
Kind of 10-4 RC. There's a couple of naughty routes you can take on this map. There's a few little vents that are open outside of the ones that people fit through that only the RC car does. Over by where Vivid is now. So 04 playing it slow. Real good angle. He's basically got that side of the map safe, so now the boys have to worry about A. That's the reposition right now. Tej with his shoulders. Gwyn waiting for the pounce. I'm not sure if it's going to amount to too much. You've got to get something going here. Ravens have opted for it as a nade for their troubles. Damage into Gwyn as well. Neptune on the first blood. The kitchen is now clear. The victory is absolutely within reach. Vivid can't stay alive. Neptune for the map. TJ only forces the inevitable a few moments further as Vancouver Surge. The reverse sweep complete. 10 points go their way as the Ravens, stunned, mildly furious.
The way Neptune was calming, it was almost like he wanted to play more rounds, like he didn't even know that they were done. That was your number 1 Game 5 team in the game getting bullied, picked apart, and slaughtered. Neptune, I mean, he had a bit of a slow start to the series, but a monstrous turnaround. I mean, he's kicked things up. The second round of control from that point on, untouchable in this series, and a massive win there for Vancouver. You get the Game 5 grit. You just got nearly every single first blood on the map as well. And taking Carolina to task and search and destroy is a beautiful sight. Vancouver Surge, they have locked up winner's bracket come major time, and I mean, they are still looking like one of the strongest contenders we have in the league. They have not missed a single beat.
Absolutely, man. Absolutely. Aside from the Hacienda, The rest of this series was dominant. 3-1, 104, 6-2 there in game 5. A brilliant showing there from Surge. GG's to them. 10 points, winners bracket, you name it. It's all theirs. That's all from me and Chance for today. It's back to the desk. Close out this Maven Sunday. One more match.
Thanks, fam. I thought we were going to go to another round 10, round 11. Not this time. Vancouver Surge complete the reverse sweep, the second of the day. There's something special here after a full moon in Columbus.
No, I mean, I don't think it was like the craziest prediction by a stretch, but I told you.
Yeah.
I mean, I thought this was going game 5. I said it after the map 2, just knowing how solid they've been in the map 3, and then, yeah, you get a good old-fashioned Neptune takeover as we get to the map 5.
A good old-fashioned.
Dude, he's disgusting, and, you know, he hasn't maybe been as prolific at times as when he first came in, not having those 40 bombs like as many in the same moments, but he's
the consistency's higher than anyone else I can think of right now.
No, he's still insane. I just feel like sometimes maybe he hasn't been taking over as much as, but he hasn't needed to. His teammates have stepped up. Nasty is out at a 40, those type of games. So it's a fun team. It is.
For me, outside of Vancouver Surge, I'm happy to see dealership kind of working out for them. That's kind of my biggest thing, is I think that they gain a lot from the map pool change. And also, I mean, you allow a Game 5 Vancouver Surge. They're top 3 when it comes to converting those first bloods. They get 7 in this Game 5. So for Vancouver Surge, for them, it's just about tightening up some of these series. They came out kind of flat to start it, but I said it. Vancouver Surge just has a higher, I hate to make it about kills, but pop-off potential is higher for the side of Vancouver Surge. We get these really good maps out of Gwen sometimes. We get these really good maps out of TJ, but for the Vancouver Surge side of things, the ceiling is just a lot higher, I think, versus Carolina and Royal Bay.
I don't want to say it, but it might be a Rambo Ray difference. Rambo, after being down 0-2, gets his crew rallied back. They win 3 straight, and they are going to take the win, as you both called.
Well
done.
It's a couple of things when it goes like that, especially with your Team A, Team B. They lost, Vancouver lost their pick in the map 1, right? Makes it interesting. But then if you're able to start to pull off the reverse sweep, you get to your search and destroy at the end of the series. So they get to their map, they win at 6-2 with confidence. I've actually been talking to Ray a lot lately.
Yeah?
And not about
golf?
About PGA.
Yeah.
The PGA game.
I thought so.
No, he's been helping me.
Rory might fold, but Vancouver did not. Let's take a look at your scuff play of the game, due in part to performances like this. It's Neptune 30 bomb. This is like a birdie in Call of Duty, right?
Yeah. How many golf references can we do?
That means.
How many golf references do we do? I've been trying to talk to Ali to bring on. We got the match on, we got the Masters on the other
We have the top
TV.
spin on that shot.
Oh, God, we've all got golf on the brain and COD on the brain as well. But no,
Put some in the water.
You definitely have no idea.
What a stroke.
No, it's funny because Chris said to me to start today, he's like, I don't really watch golf. I find it boring. Now he's so into it today. It's amazing.
I'm so into Neptune.
Yes. Thank you, Chris.
Thank you, Ali. Thank you, Ali.
Thank you, Al.
This guy's unreal. This guy's unreal.
All right, so Neptune, seriously, though, is living up to all of the hype. He's done it since he came into the league, and since he's done it, so 9th place to a top 4. They now pass the Royal Ravens with that win on our overall season standings. Vancouver Surge, we can now officially say, not just in the power rankings, a top 4 team.
Yeah, they are. And both have got a cushion, right? You got that gap between 6. I don't think you have anything to worry about when it comes to champs. It's just trying to continue to work on the map pool. I think all teams, especially with, it's all teams have different things they're working on, but some teams you have a team change, right? You have a lot to work on, all sorts of stuff. For the teams like your Carolina, your Vancouver, it's we have 2 new search maps coming in, just kind of figuring those out and trying to get stuff going before we get to the next major. This is gonna be a fun end of the year. I'm pumped, man. There's a lot of fun teams to watch.
You know what else is gonna be fun?
What?
Interview with Nasty.
Wait, I didn't hear that in my ear. I didn't get anything, dude.
How was that Maven monologue in your ear?
I didn't get the interview.
Right. It's great.
Good stuff. No, it was so fun to watch you in the second half of this series. After starting down 0-2, what did you guys talk about during halftime? Was this simply maps for you guys in the second half, or was it a mindset change?
Definitely a mindset. We came in, that was honestly the sloppiest, slowest, terrible COD we played map 1, honestly. Okay. We came in it didn't feel like we were there to win. There was no energy. So we set after map 2, start chatting these guys, get some energy going, and then the rest was history, really.
Lobby high 1.32 KD in the reverse sweep, my guy. Well done.
I think, listen, I know, Joe Merck's been a big fan of you for a long time, but, I know for me this year what clicked was that, after Major 2, the series versus phase, where you just fried them. And you've had series like this, where you just absolutely take over. Does something click for you in those series? Is it a map thing? What happens when you're dropping these 1-3s?
Honestly, I think the game's just like in front of us the whole time. Like we play pretty good, like COD when we're on our job. If you ignore map 1, I feel like our pace is like pretty good, so, and we're very good at keeping the game ahead of us. So it's like pretty easy. There's an AR just to like stand there and shoot people. I don't know.
That's one thing kind of about this title. Like you can mostly kind of keep stuff in front of you. You know, we're not like
just bang the hell, bro.
Swimming underwater and coming up behind people.
Yeah.
Like you can.
Apart from protocol.
Yeah. Okay. True. Apart from proto.
I hate those zips, bro.
Noted. Nasty, I'm glad you said that when we opened it, because I remember we got on the desk after map 2 and it was like, this is just a flat Vancouver surge. Like, this is not what we were expecting at all. Congratulations on the reverse sweep. I want to pick your brain about Rambo Ray. I feel like we don't talk about the coach too much behind the scenes. What has that dynamic been like for him and y'all on the team?
Ray's a beast. I mean, he was the one that came in saying, like, we need to start playing a win after that map 2. Like, he cares a lot, and he brought the passion to us that match, so, because we came out flat as hell.
Let's go. It wasn't Rambo, Ray. You
Shout out Rambo Ray.
Ball. It's like I've been doing this for 20 years. Nasty, congrats on the win. Vancouver with this jumps the Royal Ravens on our overall season standings. You're officially a top 4 team.
Thank you. About time.
That's Byron, a 1.32 in the reverse sweep, leads the lobby, and he leads Vancouver Surge to the dub. But we still have another match to go. Maven's fired up for this one because his favorite friends from the LA Thieves are in action against Toronto Ultra, who took them off the podium down in Texas. The Thieves get revenge.
You would scrap her like this.
Yes, very tight.
Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
The Esports World Cup is an official partner of the Call of Duty League.
Can you even believe this place?
Sit your slimy ass down. The sizzle sells itself. Someone give me a 10-gallon hat. I'm going full cowboy on these bastards.
You're not sure you have the right floor?
It is so nice to meet you face to face, Plate.
You don't trust me, fine, but you cannot trust her.
The 2025 LA Thieves Team Pack is available now. Each pack includes home and away operators, as well as this spray, which is perfect, so get it meow next time you boot up, suit up at the in-game shop.
make sure we're counting names, listening to each other. Listen. This time, we take everything.
For a rematch, these two teams faced off just 3 weeks ago back at Major 2. Maven
just under the desk
found a picture of himself with hair. That's where we're going to start our conversation. We have Toronto Ultra taking on LA Thieves. And last time, Toronto Ultra were the big underdogs. LA Thieves were the #1 seed. But it was this squad that went on a tear through the losers bracket to take a spot on the podium. They finished with bronze at Major 2. And the expectations are maybe they can do it again.
Maybe, but they're just in such a weird spot right now. You know, you want to talk about they could have got this huge win versus Atlanta FaZe. Now they're in a position where they could be one of the only teams to beat LA Thieves and Atlanta in this split, but then they get handed an 0-3 loss to the Boston Breach. And because their Hardpoint is a hit or miss right now, they're the worst roto and hold team in the league, but they're #1 in breaking. But they lose Skyline by 100+ points to Boston Breach, and that was their best map. They were 8-1 heading into it. So they don't really have a map pool in any mode after that, and they essentially have to add Rewind or Dealership to their search and destroy, because Control's kind of out of the conversation. They're on a 3-loss streak, and they're either getting slammed or slamming team. So it's a hit or a miss.
Big Joe Deceives was the takeover player on land. Recently, though, it's been a team effort. Everyone contributing, especially Beans. Let's talk about their opposition, though, because online, there's no one better than LA Thieves right now. This squad is on a 12-match win streak. 86% of their maps, they have walked away with dubs. Envoy, Ghosty, Scrap, and Hydra are the final boss. Do they get a clean win, though, of a day of reverse sweeps? Are they considered the favorites against a squad that just 3-0'd them?
Yes, I just don't know if it's going to be via forfeit or via a good old-fashioned 3-0. I mean, they've seemed untouchable online. They obviously have the advantage here across all game modes, basically all maps. Like they are the superior team here. There's no different way to look at it. I'm actually, Chris, I mean, I know we're supposed to talk about these. I'm more focused on the other side. I really am, because, you know, you heard of BZ's comments kind of about, like, players will sometimes use, you know, online issues as an excuse and not focus on getting better. And with all the drama with him last week and what's been going on with all the different servers and stuff, I'm sure there's some truth to all sides of this thing. And there are some frustrating moments. But the fact is, they're at a time of year where they have to focus, they have to buckle down, they have to try to improve. And, I mean, it's an online league. It's not going to be perfect. There are going to be frustrations. You have to try and battle through it. And I hope we see a strong Toronto day. I do, because it's about the mental game for me with them.
I'm going LA Thieves.
I am also going LA Thieves.
And Maven?
I'm going Thieves.
La 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 la. Let's go to Ship and Study, baby.
Thieves.
La 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 la.
What is happening? This is Maven Sundays. It just does this. The desk just is just out of there. They're checked more than Bryson DeChambeau. Here we go. We're jumping on into this series. Hacienda to get us kicked off, though, Jay. I think the biggest thing is, like, I don't know about you. I'm looking at that Boston series with Toronto as kind of an asterisk. The talk that happens, you know, about whatever. Outside of that, these guys have been lights out in Hardpoint, and a lot of it has been because of Beans playing super well.
Oh, yeah. The one series they play versus Atlanta, it goes all the way to the distance in the game number 5, and you're able to take it away, even with Atlanta testing a couple maps. So I just want to see what form of Ultra we're going to see after that mishap that happened in the Boston series, because you're going up against the #1 team online. 12 series in a row is not easy to do, but every single time we are able to watch LAT play, they are just disrespecting the hell out of people. So if you're Ultra, I think the best way to beat this squad is to always just punch them in the mouth in the opening HP. Make them uncomfortable from the beginning of the series.
Yeah, I love that call. And I think in particular, no better place maybe to do that than here on the Hacienda Hardpoint, a map that, to be fair, LA has played a ton, but just 7-5 on it, with a couple of losses that, again, way long ago were a little bit ugly. They still hold a plus average, though, everywhere. Not to mention just the Hacienda overall. They still beat teams on average of about 45 points. So even though they're just 7-5 on the map, it's not a bad one for them. There's no such thing as a bad respawn for them. So like you mentioned, I think for Toronto, you got to just come out, punch them in the mouth. Here we go. Ultra, Thieves, let's get it on.
Yeah, starting on the preferred side too, and they also find every single kill off the start. So perfect break off for Ultra, soaking up a lot of time here at the P1, but getting too aggressive is going to be Joe Deceives. I don't know if he's going to be able to at least give the comm to his teammates. One's going to spawn out towards Spiral, but you gave LA Thieves a lifeline, and they might have just took advantage of it, at least for now, because the spawn's flipped.
Yeah, really good stuff from Insight. I think just, again, playing Overwatch, trying to let his SMGs hit whatever else they want with the break off, but the same could be said now for Ghosty in his second life, 3 in a row. Able to see Insight at range and says, I'll chow that, and Insight says, not so fast. So 23 points for Toronto, but the flip of the map coming through over to P2. Spawns are still in for Thieves, and a chance for them to get things cooking.
Yeah, but with those kills going down before that new hill pops, what is it going to do to the Thieves on the spawn? Both of those players are going to be out, so now Envoy and Ghosty have their hands full. A big one-on-one through the front side of the HP. But now that you touch it, you get the Insight, or at least you get the Kleenex who's going to contest you. Now you're in through the front side and all of Ultra flooding.
Yeah, Beans is actually challenging around the backside of driveway as well. So really good hit here from Toronto. It was a really just mixy set of spawns. Like you mentioned, 2 for Thieves spawn out, but so does another member for Toronto. So it's kind of a conga line of members running over to where the hardpoint, and Ultra just make the most of it. So now 45-10. Talked about just coming out and punching the squad in the mouth. We're getting that right here with still 25 to fight for on B2.
Yeah, and LA Thieves, no, we can't give up this time. We have to try to contest this, but now that decision might be made for them. You do have one player, actually 2 are going to spawn out towards the backside, but that's because Beans is already early off the rotation. They're not going to try to contest this. They don't want to get into that bloodbath gunfight over towards driveway. So they're just going to cut their losses and find the player off the roto towards new. Now you can set up here at P3, but you need some time.
Yeah, absolutely do. And as Hydra tries to escalate the setup a little bit further up towards Fire Hall, he is shut down and now coming off of a really kind of awkward respawn where he's got to be responsible for offense, especially now that Joe Deceives is making his play through. Scrap able to find one. Hydra does make good in this position for another, so Thieves will hold for the first 15, but the next hit already on the way.
Oh, big double right there from Beans. Just finessing between 2 players on the side of LAT. And now that leads to the break there because you pull the focus towards Office. Now, you're just hoping that you can hold down this time or at least play keep away versus LA. Wow. But Joe Deceives already strikes for 2. Now you have the numbers advantage. Just got to trade it out. And all this time will be yours.
This is really solid. I mean, when you talk about, like you mentioned, kind of playing from the backside of this hard point, this has been really good from Toronto. You put some pressure up towards Office. Your third hit allows you a chance to contest and even find a little bit of time. So the gap will be around 50 points. Rotating over to P4. Ultra will have the numbers initially. Envoy trying to stay tucked in. Finds the first, but can't create anything more. And Ultra will get the initial here at Rock.
Hey. They're playing at a whole different level right now. They usually don't put a lot of focus on their rotations. That's 2 of the money hills so far in this first half. They have just been the team initially to start it off, but LAT, I thought that they were going to have the numbers to break their way on in, but Joe Deceives absolutely ripped Scrap off of the head glitch.
Wow.
Now you give the head space over to Toronto Ultra. They got all the power positions, and now they can just continue to flood.
Yeah, I love that little route right there from Inside as well, just kind of cutting through Fountain and not going up top to Rock Hall, but instead playing on the pinch bottom bar. Creates an opportunity for Ultra to really dominate the backside of this hill, but not to be discounted are the Thieves, dealing with the pinch and now finding a full feed worth of kills and more beyond that. Beans able to produce onto 1 trade. Joe Deceives good timing on the pinch for another, but the scrap time looks good for Thieves, and that puts them right back into this game.
Yeah, Thieves are starting to get a little bit more warmed up. Players starting to go on some streaks. You got a slow start here from Hydra and slow start at 7 and 10. Yeah, it's kind of insane to say, but we just expect a lot more from the Phenom. You're down by almost 50. You need to contest a little bit better around this P1 area. 2 kills already go your way. We're still playing keep away though, trying to contest from these top hallways, and Kleenex finding 3 is only going to continue to slow you down.
Yeah, off the regen, almost able to take down Hydra as well. Not to be. So Thieves will hold on to the right side of the minimap, but still lots of time to fight for over P1. And with Insight being in the hill, it does force the attention of Thieves onto the Fountain Hardpoint itself. Hydra really starting to get things together now, 4 in a row. Should be free for number 5. And now he's got himself an opportunity to kind of group up with his teammates and move back across the map again, but Insight shuts that down in just like that. 20 seconds on P1, but Ultra still holding out over towards the P2 side of the map.
Yeah, Thieves don't play as safe as you would expect them to try to secure those P2 spawns. You get aggressive through Secret, you flip the spawns on its head, and now Ultra potentially run away with this game because they have the rotation over towards New, but just need a couple kills initially off the roto to go your way too in favor of Ultra. You keep it mixy, but Ultra have more bodies. They're still going to spawn towards the back.
Yeah, Beans rewrapping back from that well side of fences. Does catch out Scrap, and that stalls out any potential early pinch from Thieves in through Spiral. And now he's the one responsible on this next overextended play from the same position. Tracks onto one. Whoa, shots from Beans. Nearly able to lock onto Hydra, not the case. Thieves will get the break around the back. Now it just comes down to can Ultra hold from inside the hills. He jumped into a Toronto listening.
Okay. Wait there.
No worries, boys. Shoot over me, shoot over me.
I have it sub here.
He's sick right now.
Now there. Front ties.
Nice. What the fuck? Back right.
I fell down, bro. I fell down.
Two, they're gonna hit through. I think they're trying to hit through. One to me. Coach me. Is he Paco? Yeah, it's Paco. You run away, Tiles. I'm looking low mid.
What's up, Dark me?
Oh, one shot.
No, I'm dead.
No one rock. They're all hitting through. I'm in a shot.
I want top close. Top close, I'm one shot. Wall bang me. You're good.
Dead plant.
One could have back.
Let's hit the plant.
I kill. I'm already right.
One in front maybe as well.
Yeah, I'll spawn back out. Only one there.
One 10 was one shot.
I spawned back.
Spawn in front now.
Our time now.
Keep playing kills. Keep playing. Baiting me out.
Yellow fence.
10 in time. Last two. Off spawn.
Spawn deep well.
I'm a pitch. Yeah. One shot really.
10 dead.
Nothing bad.
The native.
You Charlie goes.
I kill you.
I ran him up.
Last guy time. Weak again. Front.
Okay, go see Scrap.
He's playing old. Scrap playing old.
I'll look for Ghosty.
Yeah, okay.
I'm just like
I spawned well, bro.
Stay down for pinch, okay? Pinch that.
Nice.
I'm going well, okay.
Another one.
Last guy.
Square.
It should spawn both. Could be wrong.
Big rotation.
Okay. I need your front. Cover the turn.
Yeah, on.
I need the front.
I need it as well. I need it.
And the one con, stay down. Hey, what the fuck?
Weak. Close con. One shot, bro. More close time.
So weak, I'll rock one con.
All good.
Right here.
I never time. They have no charge.
I have to go mid as well.
Yeah.
On the rock.
It's gonna be tough.
Come mid, so give me a sec.
He's top right. He's in the open window. He's top in the open window. Close right now. Gone con, I think.
Well, Jay, I think we've seen this story once or twice before. The hardpoint starts to get mixy, starts to get a little messy, spawns start to get a little chaotic, and wouldn't you figure Thieves the team to benefit from that, now just down about 15 points.
Yeah, it's insane because to start off this initial P4, Toronto Ultra had everyone off the rotation. They found the initial 2 kills, but too many kills unfortunately came back to bite them. Because Hydra was able to be blessed to spawn over towards driveway, set up a free pinch, and even with a team kill coming in, they were still able to out-trade Ultra over towards the rock kill. So they're right back into this game, down 12, going into their third set of HPs. And if you're LAT, let's just focus a lot more on those P2 spawns.
Yeah, and that's just such a knowing moment right there, just from Hydra's perspective. You have him one shot, you have 3 different Ultra members screaming to get the trade, and he slips out, finds another kill. And in that moment, LA, dominant over the top of the windows, will now feel some security sitting inside a fountain as they take their first lead here in the game.
Oh, and now if you're Ultra, you cannot allow this game to get away from you. You started off this first set of rotations basically up by 80. Thieves have just been able to rally their way back on in. P4 has been a major part of it, but just allowing them to soak up so much time here at P1 is not going to be good. Thankfully, you're finding the kills. You're able to get them out. You still stabilize for the spawns over towards New, but now it's on Scrap. Potentially rotating through the front side, is going to get caught on a one-on-one, and Joe Thieves makes more space there for Ultra to be set up for New.
Ghosty down low through Secret. Had a teammate working with him. Hydra probably asking for help here through well, but none is nearby. So Inside gets that shut down, locks down spawns for now as we open up P2. Lead swap once again. Coming through is Toronto now. Have the superiority positions around the second hard point. CleanX shutting down Zig. How much can Insight do from the backside of driveway? Envoy trying to find the trade, but he's lost him. Now looking for help. Insight off the regen. Still finessing around the backside of the statue, but Envoy finds 2. That's going to move the spawns around, but Ultra still very planted inside the hard point.
Yeah, it's so difficult to break in from driveway. You have every single player there, though, if you are the Thieves, so you're just able to overwhelm them with your numbers. The break comes in at about 30 seconds remaining. Potential to be up by 4 to 5 seconds if you soak up all this time, but Inside finding a double. Now it's a 2v2 through the front. You get taken down on Ultra, still making this mixy.
Reinforcements, though, come through. Thieves able to secure the scrap time. We're going to have a tie game. Tally the minimap. Ultra down on the bottom left, set up and ready to go for fences, plus a couple of exit eliminations, slowing down this rotation for Thieves until Hydra may have created some space to work through up top towards Fireplace.
Yeah, now you got to work this OE. You got to work around the back lines, and you will find an opening kill onto Bean. So now you have the numbers. You don't want to try to flip these spawns because you want to try to contest it and overwhelm them through their front end, but keep on trading if you're Ultra. Keep on fighting.
Trying for it, but back 10 position now taken by Thieves. Inside up top can only do so much. He's going to wait for his teammates to try to find some sort of success from the front, which Jonas Thieves provides. Inside now part of the play. And now Ghosty completely isolated inside the hard point. All he can find is the trophy system on the ground. Big moment here for Ultra. Could still technically win on this hard point, so the Thieves have to go and they have to contest rotation.
Yeah, they're just playing for the kills, though. Once they get a little bit of a contest, someone's instantly going to think about that rotation over towards New. And now Toronto Ultra can no longer win here. If you're Hydra, screw this junk time. I know it's cool to fight it, but we can have the numbers off the roto, and then you die and your teammates are falling. Not good for Thieves.
Nope, not at all. It really just has to be scrapped. He finds the first, but Kleenex gets the trade, and there's not going to be anyone else nearby. Woo, fireworks here in map number 1, but Toronto doing exactly what you asked them to do, Jay. Come out, absolutely set the tone. They do so in the first set of hills, and the lead just too much to surmount for LA.
That's greatly played right there from Ultra, at least on the first half. Growing that much of a lead with Thieves starting to play the comeback. You were making sure you were doing at least the early things correctly. From P1 to P2, every single time they had the spawns. When they lost the spawns or got broken into from the Thieves, they cut their losses. They rotated over towards P3 and were always the team initially to start off with the time. And that truly was the story of the game. Just Ultra being a lot better off the rotations. They are 9th overall on this map compared to the 12 teams that we have in the CDL. They usually hate to rotate in HP in general, but a couple rotations make your job a whole lot easier. You get your players say up. Obviously, you got a couple SMGs who bail you out of certain situations.
Big time,
have multi-kill after multi-kill. 24 non-traded, 3K damage. And if you're the Thieves, that was real sloppy, man. You usually do not see them play like that, flipping spawns when they're unnecessary, just running around to try to play kills to potentially get the gun. He needs a little bit more warmed up. That needs to be better from the Thieves, and I expect that to be better.
Yeah, I think the VOD review there is let's just focus on that second set of hills, because really the first set you do a really solid job of, again, doing exactly what you need to. Winning out on P1, finding rotation to 2. You contest really nicely from the front at 3. 4 is, 50-50. But then when we get to that second set of hills, you kind of even heard it in the comms and you called it out like Beans and said like, oh, I just lost the 1v1 on Old. That was at P2 and the rest of his team was already over to New. And I think in the middle of that P3 to P4 rotation, kind of the same situation starts to occur where a little bit lost maybe on direction in terms of what Toronto want to do. And that's where Thieves will punish you for making kind of some decisive mistakes in terms of where are we going, what are we hitting, how are we controlling spawns, and that's how the game gets tight. But Ultra, I have to say, in that final P3 to P4 looked really solid, really clean. That's exactly what you wanted to see from this Ultra team who continues to be really good in Hardpoint.
Oh yeah, it was perfect, man. They win the rotation early towards P3. They're able to hold down the first wave, make the second wave scatter, and then by the time you get down to the third wave, there's only one player still trying to contest you in Hydra. So you know it's a 3v3 off the roto, and your teammate on Old wins that Old gunfight, and at the same time, you already find the second. So you're in the man advantage at the Old HP, you're in the man advantage off the rotation. Everything was going right there for Ultra. And LA Thieves, just a lot of mistakes there in that opening HP. Now need a bounce back and the search and destroy. And thankfully for them, it's Hacienda, which I think is their best S&D. So you're good if you're LA.
Yeah, Toronto, I mean, it's one of those situations that, again, looking at the numbers, they're always going to be one-sided because you're playing up against Thieves. I mean, just to kind of put it in perspective, they've now lost Hacienda 6 times out of the 16 total hard points that they've lost. So again, it's just like, put that into perspective. These guys don't lose all that often. But for Toronto, that's exactly what you want to do. Put yourself in a position to come out, win the opening hard point, set up this series to go a little bit longer than everyone else at this time when it comes to playing with these guys online. It's been 3-0s, 3-0s, 3-0s. I will say, kind of looking at the statistics, yeah, for a certain level, you look at the Hacienda Search and Destroy, it has been a trusted source of success for the side of the Thieves. Toronto are no strangers to it, though. Our most recent round 11 loss to a very good Atlanta teams. So I don't think that this is really going to be another map that you look at and say it's going to favor one team or another. Now, you may be able to say that about individuals because Hydra, I think you just talked about the LA search and destroy bonuses that they found in stage 2. He's been able to keep that up in stage 3 as he ranks first across the board when it comes to every single mode KD that you see here, Hardpoint, search and destroy.
Yeah, he's just been given all the opponents that he's played so far this stage B2A, just in every single mode. S&D, he's averaging a kill per round, 1.8 overall KD. HP KD is unbelievable. This guy is just hitting the right time. I wonder if he's still like 85% right now, you know, a little deeper into the season. He's probably at like 90. But in that map number 1, he was about 50. So Paco, turn it around, brother.
Yeah, looks fair. Also, just to kind of put in perspective, you know, when it comes to talking about both of these two squads who are set up pretty nicely to be in the upper bracket for Major 3, in particular Thieves, regardless of the result here, the rest of their schedule is LAG and then Carolina. So based on the damage that they've done to this point, a win here would pretty much guarantee them a spot in the upper bracket to make it done based on how the standings are starting to shake out across these Major 3 qualifiers with only 5 games to play. In the mix also with that, keep in mind that Miami's actually currently at the top.
They're disgusting.
With Vancouver. So weird to see that's kind of come through. But yeah, we'll see if both these two teams can make an argument for a top seed based on the result here.
And I think if you're Ultra, you're just trying to add some more S&D maps to the map set for you because obviously losing Skyline, losing maps like Vault, those played a big part of how the vetoes are going to go. So now we got to get more mixing on some other S&D maps, and already striking for the first blood is CleanX. You got the man advantage, you got the post plant. Just don't lose this round.
Yeah, and CleanX could just hold this position. There's really nothing else he has to do besides just scale deep and hopefully find a freebie, which he does, and that should pretty much guarantee the round. Hydra with an AR in hand has Beans who can see the outer side of his profile. No worries there as First Blood turns into a round win for Toronto.
Yeah, just get that first kill. They are 11th overall on this map at finding an opening duel, so turning it around obviously is going to assist you on these rounds going forward, but once that first kill goes down, CleanX takes so much space away through bottom mid fountain and then instantly just works on that pinch. So at that point, if you're all of LA trying to attack to the middle of the map, we can't go back to our spawn. We're going to waste a lot of time trying to locate where CleanX went. And then if we try to push through, we're simply going to be outnumbered on that aspect as well. Toronto Ultra, perfect on the opening offense. They go up 1-0.
Small game pause here, friends. You can see, obviously, the player's going to take a little bit of a mental break here at the moment. You know, Jay, I just wanted to kind of put into perspective where we are overall for these teams because, you know, obviously the storyline around Thieves is this team is built to win. Have to have a championship, I think. Otherwise, the season will feel a bit like a disappointment. You can talk about mine or two if you want to, but regardless of that, Thieves are built to win a world championship, let alone major championships. And again, I think there's a level of them finding so much success online. We heard it in interviews. Sometimes they don't know what to do when they're playing from behind. So do you get any inspiration for playing weaker maps just to hopefully be able to talk through those things again? Because at the moment, everything's been super comfortable for Thieves.
Yeah, I think you just got to face some adversity. And already it's this series being down 0-1. You haven't been down 0-1 since you were at the major. So you just need to be battle tested. I feel like when you have such a star-studded lineup the way that they do, you're just expected to win. But the last time that these two teams matched up was on LAN, was for a top 3 placing, and Toronto Ultra walked all over them on 2 protocol respawns. They also handed them their very first protocol control loss of the season at LAN. So this is going to be like just one of those matchups where if you're Toronto, you know that this is one of the top dogs. We just have to consistently stay strong in the respawns to contest with them. But if you're LA, I think it's good to lose a match here too, because then it's like a wake-up call. That's the biggest thing. You need wake-up calls sometimes when you're that good.
Yeah, I mean, how often do we hear it, whether it be, you know, guests that pop on to things like the flank or in post-game interviews or, you know, other specials that we put together where the people that are surrounding around these teams, like, we don't want to go flawless in groups. It just seems to be some sort of a curse to come through perfect, and then all of a sudden you show up in a major and those things don't come true again. But while we're waiting for the map to restart here in the search and destroy, how about the addition of Super And, you know, it's a story that I feel like obviously has been talked about quite a bit, but this is a guy that we've been watching at Challengers for so long. And I think the thing that's really curious about the story of Super, especially when it comes to compared to playing with the other Spanish rosters before they got back to the Pro League, was no one wanted to play with him because they thought he was just playing for kills. Seems to still be working out okay. He's got a 1.6 KD in the Search and Destroy. He's obviously done the same thing when it comes to the respawn.
Yeah, hell, so you drop at 16 versus Optic. That's always a good W, boosted your stats a little bit, but nah, just a big shout out to Super, man. Obviously, ever since he's entered the lineup, Miami have looked completely different. They look a lot more consistent. Whenever we talked about the Heretics, it was about Rencore, it was about Real. If Meadows can be inconsistent, because sometimes he's on and off, and then Lucky was just lackluster sometimes. But bringing in a guy who can consistently put up those numbers in every single mode, now you got 3 guys who can slay with the best of them, and it's realistically just relying on if Meadows can be still consistent. And recently in their matchups, he's been unbelievable, and that leads to the entire Miami Heretics being unbelievable. Going into their major, you got to be feeling good, but all right, we're back in. Thieves still down 0-1 on the offense.
All right, lock in here, friends. Ultra looking to just set things up for a bit of aggression here. Look at the route that you're starting to see from Kleenex. Yeah, he just pops up on the mantle. Hydra doesn't expect that at all. Insight throws a shoulder. Shots through the shutters are not going to land, and now Kleenex is still making a mess of this. A little bit of extra damage, and he's able to get out with his life.
Oh, Toby is feeling himself. When he is in this mode, he is basically unstoppable. Numbers still in favor of Ultra. Kleenex not slowing down, playing for the Yays, trying to find it, but Ghosty's able to take care of him. 1v2 now for Ghosty.
Yeah, a little bit of trouble here, though, for Ghosty, as it looks like Ultra may allow him to plant and then just play for the pinch on this B site. They know he's got no exit available. And now with that little shoulder check, information will be confirmed for Ultra that he is playing around the B site. But as they're repositioning, Ghosty's actually slipped the net here. Ultra looking for the chase down, and instead, Dan's going to get the plant here at A.
Yeah, they cleared early to space already at B, so now you're thinking about that rotation over towards A. You're going to be a little bit late to the party, so now Ghosty is able to get on out. 40 seconds to work with. You got a lot of space to clear on out if you're Ultra, and Ghosty, it's all about the timings here.
He slips top window, checks the bomb, no one home. We reset things for at least 8 more seconds. Here comes the second check. Shoulder, he sees the pull. This is trouble, but he does have a frag to play with. Semtex stuns, nades all being tossed. None of it gonna land though. Ghosty still fully healthy, finds the diffuser, and now it's just down to 1. Shouldn't be an issue for Ghosty. Pops up, finds the kill, and a 1v2 for Ghosty.
Oh man, it's a 1v3 there for Ghosty. Able to shut down Kleenex, get out of dodge while he recovers the bomb and play the mind games to get the bomb down on the opposite side. I just think if you're Ultra, you can't take that much time to raptor your spawn. Like, you're sitting at open door. We both have SMGs. Let's just cut the map in half instead of allowing that game clock to start to dwindle on down. But they were just banking on Ghosty, playing over towards office, potentially over towards 10. Once they're not able to spot him, Ghosty loves that top secret hallway. He's able to pull off a 1v3 to tie the game.
That's unbelievable. Just initially to shut down what looked to be just flat out a round-winning play from Kleenex. The route he hits through Fountain is bold, to put it plainly. And now you've got a double setup here for Thieves, trying to play over towards Rock Hall. That's brilliant. Not only because you get the first blood here if you're Ultra, but most importantly, Insight pulls the attention of both Thieves members. And RC is out. That's destroyed. No worries there. They know Hydra's playing close. That stun actually does not land. But still, the confirmation is there. You know, this will not be enough to stop for the plant 2v4.
And now Hydra's trying to make up some ground here from the front side of the site. Mostly trying to back him up, but 4v2 all rock control favor Ultra. Someone needs to get World Star to stand a chance here.
Yeah. And you still have Insight playing in a clutch spot over towards Lambo. Here comes the check. First is good. Follow-up is there. Turn. Hydra wins it. Now to the 1v1. But as he pops up to try to check for information, Insight comes back forward from that clutch position at P2, finds the win, and the 4v2 will not be foiled this time around.
Yeah, that's 3 straight rounds where Ultra found that opening first blood. Obviously, the round previous should allow Ghost in 1v3. We just throw that one out the window, but just taking the space away that's given on the side of the Thieves. No one contesting through top hallway. You catch both SMGs lacking over towards Rock. You strike for the first blood, effective on the trade. And then you just instantly get the bomb down, because while that bomb was getting planted, Ghosty was still in an RC car. So there was only one guy you had to account for, and that was Hydra. Just too many players still alive for Ultra. They're able to secure that round. LA Thieves go back on the attack, where Envoy is sort of having a slow start. He's the guy that like manipulates everything on this map. He needs to turn it around.
Well, opening tags from Kleenex are in, almost snaps up in towards Connector. Team kill is forced by the damage that had been tallied. And with a late trade from Insight, we'll get an early 2v2.
And now you just slow down the game if you're Toronto. Bean still taking a lot of space over towards A, but some bad timing might come into play there. Just gonna put down some shots if you're LA. Try to keep them at bay, but Toronto are moving.
I don't think Insight sees all of Hydra, but doesn't make a difference. He gets a second chance at it. And now another 1v2 for Dan Ghosty. Knowing that Insight's playing on the backside of fences, this is really the only call he can make, is to make the rotation to B, but to get the early plant, again, gives him a lifeline here.
100%, because no one's able to spot him on the exit. So now if you were Insight, how do you decide to play this? You're going to cut through the mid-map, leave Lambo side open. Ghosty doesn't really have an angle to check this defuse, so it's all about the timing again for him.
But he does have both weapons to play with. Here comes the initial check. Timing onto Insight is decent, but the gunny from Insight is better. 4 in a row for Jamie Craven. And Toronto now up 3-1. I'm sure they're sitting there thinking we should be up 4-0.
Oh, 100%. If a 1v3 doesn't happen, yes, we should be up 4-0. But that's a round where the Thieves are going to want that one back. That time you strike for the first blood, but the team kill onto Envoy is what sets you back.
Yeah, it's tough, man.
Unfortunate there for Envoy. Just now can't get anything going. It also doesn't help when your teammates aren't giving you anything to work with, shooting you in the back.
Yeah, it's still one of those things that the damage that had been done early on that defensive play, just kind of shooting through the fences, was significant, to put it plainly.
Yeah.
But a 1-7 combined start for Scrap and Envoy is very rare for Thieves, especially considering where they have found a lot of their success in Search, like you mentioned. Most of it come from Envoy. Trophies, shots coming through. Good timing on this from Envoy. That will put us into an early 4v2 for LA.
I guess the stuns didn't connect. They had no info that he was pushed out towards the outer fence. Now it's a 1v4 for Kleenex. Easy round there for the Thieves. Got your ARs just putting out shots over Envoy. He goes uncontested. Able to put them immediately into numbers advantage and 5-2 on the round to close it out. So there you go, Envoy. Something to work upon.
Yeah, and you're right. I felt like all the Toronto nades were tossed over towards wall there, not really out towards fences. So Envoy stays tucked and covered. No information gained for Toronto, and the timing of the hit is beautiful with the support of his teammates from around that backside at 10, and of course over towards patio stairs. So big round there for LA. Now back to the attack. 3-1 split off. Lots of focus towards A coming through once again. Oh, that hurts.
The attacking side is where they find a lot of success, and already Envoy continuously finding kills off of that previous round. Finds that first blood, but the numbers advantage back in favor of LA. Scrap finds a double. Now it's Insight left in a 1v3.
Yeah, the timing of some of these routes that we've seen for both teams have been astonishing, to put it plainly. Insight, pistol win, gives them a chance to get out of dodge, reset the 1v2. But with Hydra hitting a route that gets him all the way through and behind patio, Insight's got a lot to worry about. This nade could be perfectly timed, damages in, slides forward, finds the kill, but help was on the way, and the Thieves will capitalize with the numbers.
Yeah, too many players alive still from the Thieves. Insight almost pulls off a miraculous 1v3 there, but crossfire set up. Don't worry, I'll watch your front. I got you back. Grab there to strike. Finds 3 on the round as well. So a slow start from Envoy, a slow start from Scrap. They were 1-7 combined 2 rounds ago.
Yeah.
Now they're 7-8, starting to turn it around.
Funny how that happens. They start to win some good timing, some good wins. Turns into success, as it often has throughout this stage and the stage before. Joe Deceives just 1-5. Bomb in hand, he has been designated to run this role for pretty much the entirety of these offensive rounds. Gonna get some quick contact here up at Fireplace by the look of it. Or are we? No follow-up check here from either team. Hydra's tucked in towards Fireplace, but Joe just hops the window and is going to immediately go for the plant.
Oh, yeah, that's easy. All right, no one's contesting towards top secret. No one pushed that towards out of fence. Let's just drop down and get the bomb down. Now the Thieves looking for a retake. In the 4v4 scenario, Scrap strikes for the first.
Still some work to be done here, though, for this retake. In particular, this play through connector. Joe gets one before dropping. Follow up though from Envoy's perfect. And now it's just on to Insight. Catches one, napping on the floor, but Envoy's already out for the defuse. Insight has to check. He sees it. Does he have an angle at it? No, not gonna happen. Stucking for the defuse are the Thieves, and they're starting to really put them together now.
Oh yeah. What's that? 3 rounds in a row there for LA. Another first blood. And Envoy strikes with the SMG to find 2. Great trade on the first, but the snap onto Bean's good enough there. Retake perfect from LA to take the advantage here in the search and destroy. And now you have to try to match that tone if you're Ultra. In the early rounds, it was CleanX just running up the middle of the map, finding a lot of success in the first bloods. He's been getting taken care of early into these rounds. You need him to activate again.
A little bit of a different look here for LA. I was like, this is a similar defensive setup that we had seen the round that CleanX hopped up through Fountain, but that's not happening this time. It's just both SMGs playing over towards Rock on the follow-up into the top halls. And everyone stays alive, but keep your eye on the menu map. Number 2 in red, Hydra's already making a play through A, and if he can just stay in this position, this should be a very easy rotation back for an A plant.
Yeah, I would love for him to just stay pushed out towards 10 because now you know an RC car is getting called in right next to you. So let me find the free first blood onto CleanX.
Yeah.
That's so tough. And the entire time all of Ultra are stacking over towards B, the plays on the opposite side bomb down.
Yeah, this is almost an impossible situation for Ultra. You cannot re-wrap back through your spawn. You have to try to hit this through fences and either top window or connector while still worrying about Hydra's position as he wins another. Joe Deceives seat up top. Easy work for Scrap. Leaving it just down to Inside, who gets a really strong look at 2 players, but not really much of a chance to come back into that play. And that's just simply down to another route from Hydra that you sit there scratching your head if you're Toronto.
Yeah, and that's just a beautiful play call as well there from LA. You send one player over towards Rock, invest your stuns, your nades, pull the focus on that side for Ultra, but then both the airs contesting through top open. That literally is 3 players to account for, and all of Ultra put all their reinforcements on that map. On that side, you even had CleanX invest in RC to potentially shut down that B push, but the entire time the play is developing on the other side. With Hydra taking all that space, gifted the first blood with CleanX investing on the RC car, and then just breaks him down to close out that round. Game point for LA.
Yep. What a turnaround from Envoy. From 0-3 to 6-4. Scrapping the RC. As we got a little bit of a derby going on over towards the A side. RC's passing one another. Scrap trying to see how far that RC from Toronto is going to move. And Insight will just kind of hold this to watch over towards Connector and kind of keep control of back fences. And here comes the rotation from the Ultra offense.
Yeah, but you're thinking all that RC car pressure. You probably want to work this bomb immediately, but Hydra's able to strike for the first. CleanX responds though with 2, and now he's just trying to get out.
Yeah, the thing is, Hydra sees this jump out window, so, well, I was going to say maybe he just finds timing to find the bomb planter, but Envoy doesn't pinch that correctly timing-wise. And just like that, it's Toronto with the numbers. Hydra gets a look at the member over towards the backside of fences. He knows that Insight's watching over his bomb planter. Stun check over to Connector lands, and Hydra's going to just finesse and reset this.
Oh, and this is a big one-on-one. Got the French Phenom going up against the Tissue. Both of them tend to be issues at times, but we're just dueling it out, waiting it out.
CleanX, the advantage with these shoulder checks. Timing and wins the gunfight. We'll see at least another round as CleanX just doesn't bother to re-wrap, doesn't bother to play for window, trusts his true sense of holding the corner and his ability to snap up if needed, and it works out perfectly for him.
Yeah, that's truly like your best chance of winning a one-on-one versus Paco. It's just like playing a corner and allowing him to run to you. Because anytime that he catches you mid-sprint, he's most likely going to put himself in the advantage in that gunfight. So CleanX said, screw that. I'll just sit nice and tight, wait for you to run into me, and he's able to secure the ace and secure the round there for his team. So we asked for Toby to get activated, and he gives it there.
Yep.
Force an extra round.
Now he's got an RC car to work with as well here in round 10. Instead, it's just a pop through the door and a look over towards the opposite windows. CleanX, he wants to battle. Hit markers are out, but everyone stays alive. 4v4.
What's the positioning here of Hydra? How aggressive do Ultra decide to play it? Hydra's hearing all sorts of things around him, and now he catches inside with a nade in hand. Knocked down to 50 HP. It does not matter. Able to get out with your life, and now the play is on the opposite side again.
And the fact of the matter is, in a 4v3, you can trust that your teammates are going to be able to hold the post plant while Hydra just continues to be a rogue agent on the map. And you can see what Toronto are worried about. You've got members looking on the flank. You've got members looking over towards Fountain. They can't commit to this retake because they don't know where Hydra is.
No idea. They have to try to locate him. You know he's trying to set up for a pinch play, and Jodeci's able to find him. 25 seconds. You still got to go.
But Envoy Ghosty provide what they need. A late cook nade for Jodeci's not going to land, and as he tries the challenge, he's taken down. So a hot start for Toronto. Again, I'm sure they're looking at those first 4 rounds. They wish to be 4-0 up, but a technical 1v3, a true on 1v2 for Ghosty. Gets one away for Thieves, and then they put 4 in a row together before Toronto eventually respond. And a lot of that, again, just coming down to the fact that Hydra is just a mystery on the map.
Dude, that guy's way too hard to account for. Like, the one time you see him at Spiral Steps, all of a sudden he's top plat. You're just like, how the hell did he get there so fast?
For real.
It doesn't make sense sometimes, but Hydra just doing Hydra things. 9 non-traded kills. He was the X factor, at least to start the game, but everyone started to come alive after Ghosty's 1v3. Envoy had his moment. Scrap found success in multiple first bloods. And that was truly the deciding factor once we got into the middle half of this game. Ultra were finding super quick first bloods early into this S&D. After that, LA Thieves started to slow the game down, started to manipulate the game plan a little bit, and just catch Ultra off guard a majority of those rounds to respond in the search and destroy. Tie the series up at 1, and we're probably going to go to another game 5 here, Alan.
It feels like we very well may, with a vault control coming up and then a skyline hardpoint at least, as we send things back to the desk to break things down.
No 3-0s to close out the day. That is a guarantee on a day that's been full of game 5. So
no reverse sweep.
True.
Either.
Impossible.
Yeah.
Let's break down game 2, because this was LA Thieves at the end, shutting the door on Toronto to close it out 1-1. Allie, what are we looking at?
Honestly, I'm just more impressed that Toronto Ultra kept it as close as it was, because we got nothing out of Beans and Joe in the first half of this map. But I do have to look at LA Thieves, and just Hydra is unreal. You talk about how he just kept getting lost. The same thing happened in map 1. It was just unfortunate they weren't able to close out. There was just so many times where he would take over staircase, and then he'd run down a bunker, and there was just no chase. There was just nothing you could do about it. He was unshutdownable. And then from the side of LA Thieves, like, they're the best S&D team in the game right now, and you're allowing them to clutch 1v3s and 1v2s. On top of that, it's only natural that you're going to fall short in this map number 2.
Yeah, I mean, I joked, like, I think it was after Major 1. Like, Joe's like, we're talking about how they get better at Search and Destroy. Hydra has to get back to being like a top 3 Search and Destroy player. Like, he has the ability to do it. The guy is so talented. Yes, did his brain shut off a little bit at the end of map 1. And the reason we're probably in a 1-1 series, or, listen, they had to clutch up at Rock. They had to obviously win that fight, but he hits old hardpoint late, things fall apart for them, but he steps up here with a double-digit kill performance. He has been so good in Surge. Well, really good overall, but a little mental lapse at the end of game 1. Make up for it here.
As Al mentioned, we've got Vault and Skyline locked in. But before that, let's take a look at what went down in game number 1. Al, what did you see?
I saw one of the best holds that everybody should take notes from at the P2 of Hacienda. So we can get right into it up in our little tablet action. So what's even funny about this? What's even I like to make new words. And what's even funnier about this is the fact that Toronto Ultra did not have early rotation when it came to this P2. And this is the reason they win the game. This was a one-hill game, and we go all the way back to the first P2, where we just had a series, right, where we're looking at the side door and we're like, guys, are we forgetting the side door exists? Well, Toronto Ultra, in fact, does not forget that it exists. So we're gonna play this through first. They get an unreal break through the front side of this. CleanX finds 2. Beans is gonna clean up the last, all the way up in the back, and they're gonna have spawns. So the important part is what they immediately do after they get that clear is they get into this absolute lockup setup. So we're gonna pause right here. There is not an angle unwatched, and teams in the league that struggle at Hacienda and P2 need to take notes. You have your player in the hill. This guy's gonna be sitting on Lambo. He's gonna watch your front. He has so much room between him and front. He's going to be able to make that calm if there is too much pressure coming from the front side of this hill. And what does that do? That leaves this player who, right now he's not turned around. I promise he turned turns around. He's dedicated to side steps. Even if he doesn't get the kill side steps, you have another player helping with hallway and this back cross, and you have the player anchoring spawns as watching the deep from fences. This is the perfect P2 setup, and when I hit play, you're gonna watch LA Thieves fall for it multiple times. Toronto Ultra soaks up all 30 of this remaining seconds of this hill, because there is nothing LA Thieves can do about this. Like, they have to dedicate pushing out one player, and LA unfortunately was way too spread out and allows Toronto Ultra to run away with a huge lead.
Toronto Ultra starts strong, steals game 1, but it's LA Thieves that answer back in a game 2. So now we're going into a game 3 with it all knotted up. What are we feeling about this, Maven?
We're going game 5.
Yeah.
You mean just map 3?
But who wins map 3?
Thieves win map 3.
Thieves?
And then you think Toronto takes 4 and then we go 5?
Thieves win in 5.
Rally Cat?
That's true. They are good at Skyline. I like that angle. I have to go with it. Thieves are 8-2. They're disgusting at control.
Should we say it again to study?
La 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 la. All right, guys. Yeah, you guys are having too much fun on Maven Sunday. You know, I don't know what's going on.
I'm not engaging.
Sundays.
We don't engage that behavior, all right? That's positive reinforcement. We don't want that, all right? You got to treat them like young puppies. No positive reinforcement. Put them in the corner, put their nose in it. Hey, speaking of putting your nose in things, you should tune in on Wednesday and Thursdays because Challengers Elite, the end of the season is coming up here very shortly as there is no stage 4, just stage 3, and that means we are in the playoffs. And some of the Elite KD leaderboards, I think there's some familiar names to be sure. Dylan Rex has been unbelievable in North America, but a newer guy in the block, Julian, has been unreal and really taken the EU stage by storm.
Yeah, I had a little bit of time to sit there and watch Julian in his matchups on the EU side, and it didn't matter what weapon he had in his hand, SMG or AR, he was just putting down shots. But other names that obviously stick out on that list is Afro. I don't know how he hasn't gotten his call up back to the lead, because Team Notorious on one end for the EU side and Omen Brooklyn on the other end for the NA side potentially have a chance to win 3 times in a row. I don't know if it's ever been done, but these guys have been dominant in challengers.
Don't think it has. Eric Boom also in the mix in terms of another name that we know. The other one that you can kind of go back and look at that leaderboard, Mamba, guy that's never seen the league, never really been talked about. You might know him as Big Head back in the day. He's been great. Other things, big shout outs, College COD. CCL playoffs have been happening this weekend, and the St. Clair Saints make it to land as a top 4 positioning, as well as with Northwood Blue, Oklahoma Christian, and Fisher College. Some of the guys actually that have been good in the elites also play for all 4 of those teams. So if you're feisty and you're a college student, you want to play College COD, definitely hit me up. We'll figure it all out. But outside of that, you know, I think the biggest thing is just tune in on Wednesdays and Thursdays, right? We have a lot of fun, and this playoffs has been electric thus far. Like Jay mentioned, both in EU, Team Notorious trying to go for the 3-peat. I'm at Brooklyn on the North American side trying to go for the 3-peat. And well, for a little bit Brooklyn, I've said it once, I'll say it again. I don't know if it's Rafi, I don't know if it's Coach Ricky Atura, I don't know if it's Joker, but that support staff continues to find champion rosters, and that's after their teams get picked apart by the CDL. So
yeah, it's
unreal.
Insane. It's insane to look at that Omit organization and just see how much of a success rate they have in challenges, regardless of what the roster is looking like. And it has to be due to like just the system that they have. Like everyone that's come into that building, everyone that has played underneath that organization, they have found success. The only one that hasn't really found the success he's looking for is Craze, because he's the only one left from that original Omer Brooklyn squad who hasn't got called into the big leagues. But we will get into challengers on Wednesday and Thursday. Make sure you tune back in. But still in this series, tied 1-1, Ultra versus Thieves. It was Ultra opening up with the opening HP, and then Thieves responding with the great search and destroy after going down early in a couple rounds. But now after Ultra, tall task ahead, because you're going up against the best control team in the game. Correct. And when I sat there and like pinpointed on these stats on why they're so good, Thieves on every single side besides one, and that's an attacking on vault. You don't get outslayed, and the one time that they do, it's by 1 kill. So if you're Ultra, you just need to kill these guys. You're gonna stand a good chance.
Unreal stuff, man. That is a silly statistic. And this is going to be maybe a career year. I don't want to say it too soon, but this very well could be a career year when we look at this Thieves team and what they did in Control as being one of those type of kind of combinations that show us that being dominant in map 3 leads to being dominant overall in the CDL. But can you have that conversation if they don't win championships? That's the other part about that. We'll see. Let's jump on into the Vault Control, the reset here at a 1-1 map count.
It's all about the break off here. If you are Ultra aggressive as hell from the middle of the map, Joe said, screw the nade. We're just gonna eat it, but unfortunately you eat it and you're weak in HP. Thieves already take a lot of space away. You're able to at least stabilize by finding 2 kills of your own, but that leads to a clean 4 dead. Now Thieves can get pushed up.
Steve's working on a route shutdown. Scrap avidly picks that up, and that will put a full-on respawn reset here to Toronto, spawning behind P2. This is going to be a very difficult next 30 seconds or so for Ultra to work out of. Kleenex opens the door right into the waiting arms of Hydra, and that will shut down that play and begs the question, what else is in store here for Toronto? Because at the moment, it just feels like individuals trying to feel things out, including Insight, who has found a kill and put himself up into top art.
Yeah, but that setup right there from the Thieves is so damn perfect. Everything cut off. You already had a player push out towards ammo. Someone watching the OE. Someone watching the vault push through. And the only one who got through was Insight, but gets nothing done over towards top art. Now with 30 seconds left, you need to win some gunfights through the middle of the map. But Hydra already striking.
Yeah, and off of the reload, he's good for 5 in a row. 24 plays up against 17. Momentary pause on the B zone, with Beans just finding a way to get himself onto a point, but yikes. This has been as deadly as you could possibly imagine in terms of an opening round. Ultra struggling to even get out of spawn, let alone see a zone.
Yeah, you just gotta kill these guys. It's just so hard to kill them. They are finessing their lives to perfection. Players who are pushed out towards power spots are just not allowing those free deaths to happen. And now Ultra end round number 1 without a single segment, potentially with the final push coming in. Yeah, absolutely nothing. Thieves dominate in the slaying, dominate in the map control, and now have the heavy advantage. Yeah, bless you, Hydra. You just went crazy that round 1.
Look, I think there's a thing too, you know, just to kind of put it into perspective, like having a good break off is one thing, but how quickly LA are able to manipulate Toronto spawns to force them behind P2 is unbelievable. It really is. Like, we've seen really good breakoffs on vault defenses without question, but to be able to force Ultra into the worst possible situation in the first 15-20 seconds, that's the definition of clinical, my guy.
Yeah, that's why they're smiling. They said, wow, that was way too easy. We go 2 for 2 initially to start in the gunfights, but then we find the final 2. We already take arc control, and now they're instantly forced to work their overextension. And for teams who don't understand that, for people who don't understand that, go back and watch that round 1 and see how many actual team pushes Ultra had after that break-off was lost. And they might lose another break-off here.
Yeah, they maybe had 1 team look after the initial break-off, and they may only have 1 here, like you mentioned. Only a single death in this offensive break-off for Thieves. 4 for 1 that exchange. And Scrap, who just repositions the top gold, makes sure that the pinch stays safe. So 2 ticks are done. Thieves know the next hit has to come from the front. They clean that up, and you're going to get 2 minutes and 15 seconds and 28 flipping lives to try to get the B zone.
And they're already here. They're already at the B zone. So if you're Ultra, you got to iron up, clutch up in these gunfights. You go 2 for 2 in the split, but Beans from top bar is the safety net. Shuts down that first approach there. Great shots to take down the Scrap long distance. 6 HP. He's able to shut down that push, and now he's got to reset.
That is immediate cause and effect, thanks to Beans up top at Art. His whole team coming off respawn. No routes to hit, except for the previously captured A zone. But Beans continuing to light him up from a distance allows the SMGs for Ultra to play aggressively forward and make sure that a little bit of time gets taken off the clock. And on top of that, good efficiency in the kill feed. They're down just 1 life after essentially only finding 2 kills in the first 45 seconds.
Yeah, and that stalled out a lot of time there for LA. Now all tied up in lives. Beans, your turn to reposition over towards top ammo. He is on 4 in a row. Now you're banking on your team as a clutch up through the spawn. Thankfully, Joe Deceives is able to find 1. You're still making it 2v2 for the fight. But you have a player going on to pinch an envoy. He's going to break them.
Yeah, they know he's here, though. Yeah, I was about to say, Ultra had 1 member spawn Art, and then Kleenex, or probably Joe Deceives, spawned all the way back towards P4, so they knew someone was hitting that route. They pick it up perfectly. And now you're dealing with a 4 life advantage, and that clock that was at 2:15 is down to under a minute.
And now if your Thieves are going to waste time just clearing out your base, thankfully both those kills go your way without anyone dropping. Now Joe Deceives, your time to fill that gap. The timing might work out to perfection. Not able to clean up a kill, though. So now everyone on your pitch is accounted for. You just got to win gunfights to the front of your LA.
CleanX just holding on to this palm tree best he possibly can. Nade tags and Scrap finishes it off, and this is very typical for Thieves, being able to find one breakthrough, trying to find one way to get onto the zone. Kills from Envoy decent, but numbers still also here for the Ultra. Up top, Ghosty, big win. First tick done, second now being accrued as it's a double stack that's on the point.
Yeah, but CleanX to the double doors is able to find a double. Joe to seize. Now you send in the reinforcements and they clear the point. 25 seconds to go. Thieves have no more respawns. Hydra a little overcommitted on the gunfight, but you had to challenge. Because now it's a 2v7. Secure 4 segments, but Toronto going to be able to tie the game.
Looking good for it. Yep, Envoy shut down. Not enough to play with there if you're Thieves, but that is just so typical for them. Things start to fall apart and you start to think, oh, this is going to be comfortable for whoever they're playing up against on the defense. And then all of a sudden, one set of kills come through. Oh, middle of the map starts to open up. One gunfight win up top towards Art. And they put a major threat on the B zone and actually find another tick. So it's decent news overall for Thieves offensively.
Yeah, you have 4 segments done. Obviously, you want to try to secure that round if you could, but the ARs on the side of Ultra saved them time after time. Just holding down that Art position, finding multi-kill after multi-kill, can never allow Thieves to fully set up a proper team push there. But this is where you need to figure it out if you're Ultra.
Yes,
Can't go for that off the rip, and if we do, take our time to clear out our spawn.
Yeah. Well, this is going to be a full flood into the front. And well, Jake, I think the kill feed speaks for us. Another 4-for-1 exchange that favors Thieves defensively. And again, just look at the play. They know they've got a couple of split spawns. Envoy tries to find the timing to collect onto the player towards backside P2, but Scrap and Ghosty, the ARs, pick up on it, and the Thieves once again in position defensively.
Yeah, at least you're gonna have a better time though if you're Ultra now to work out of your spawn, because you don't have to worry about the SMGs taking the space away from you. But now they're already off the respawn. They're also finding the trades whenever they need to. The kill feed is consistently a pinstripe. But still 45 seconds down by 5 lives. Still don't have a segment. We need to get something going, and that double might be the opening.
Yeah, Hydra has to find himself a corner to work out of. That will be more than fine as he kicks down 2 and now can play off the pinch as soon as he gets back to full HP. Timing there, not great as Joe Deceives gets the read. Envoy, turn, but no burn. And Ultra will pause the clock at 30 seconds, forcing the ARs for Thieves to try to get some work done.
Yeah, they just want to look for an opening kill. They at least find one, but Ghosty gets stuck. Beans takes down Scrap, so this allows Toronto Ultra to earn some segments because both LA players, at least their SMGs, are working on this OE. Yeah. Second segment is going to be guaranteed. They might still approach this because now they have the numbers.
Yeah, Envoy around the back, able to help clear out the point. Ghosty following up with that. Last player to find is Beans, and he's on the B zone. 23 seconds to play. And as Joe falls, this is going to be a reduced numbered hit for Toronto trying to finish this third tick at A.
And if you're inside, just pause the game clock.
Yeah, you have to.
Give your teammates opportunities to work their way through the middle of the map. You can win a gunfight even better. The gains info onto Envoy, who simply runs out of ammo. Eventually does get shot in the back, but all that decoy allows your teammates to open up to safe point.
Oh, good position here from Scrap. Just trying to tally where this Ultra offense is. Finds himself one. Gets this now to a 2v2 over the top of the A zone. Hydra, wins it alongside Envoy. Clearing off some of the progress on this third tick, and the stick, like you mentioned, comes through. Last 3 seconds. Scrap pre-fires down the front door. No worries there. Beans can't get there to touch, and Thieves will go up 2-1.
Every single time, man, the Thieves get a perfect break off. They stall a lot of time. You basically have a minute. Always when you're spawning on your attacks, their break-offs are basically perfect.
Yeah.
At least if you're Ultra, you secured a couple seconds there. It's basically going to guarantee you offense if you do go to round number 5, which is still down by 2.
Yep.
But at least you had a little bit better of a performance there, yeah?
I mean, yeah, that is some silver linings for sure from UJ. And there is the final post-mortem stick out of Hydra as CleanX was starting to get to work. And honestly, if that stick doesn't come through, Toronto get the extra 60 seconds, and that life count was a slim margin. So not often we get to see a retrospective stick that saves a round, but we got it there. Hydra kind of missed on this diving board route before. This time, not going to bother with it. Just try to play her out. Inside seen this, though, as this is all designs for Thieves to try to hit B first.
100%, because the ARs are already taking a lot of space away. Hydra is forcing their attention towards the OE, and now you already have a lot of space in towards Art. Ghosty, unfortunately, the timing doesn't work out in his favor. So Toronto able to shut down that initial push, but just drawing them on that side of the map opens up A.
Still some players they need to find, though. In particular, Insight on the long flank, as Joe is actually able to find 2 from the front, so that should make Insight's flank guaranteed, and so it is. Hydra looking for a route. Kleenex gets a read on it, though, so Hydra will just have to get to work just trying to play his life and see how much of a distraction he can be for the defense.
Yeah, I think if you're Ultra, though, just disregard him. Like, screw Hydra. Let him roam into our spawn. Let's just push up and spawn kill everybody else. But Beans is able to find that kill, so no worries. Let's just slay our way through the front, but the 2 initial kills don't go their way. The 3 initial kills don't go their way, and now LA Thieves are going to stack this point.
Yeah, in Hydra hitting a bit of a route over towards B Street, he's going to get the read that Beans has pushed forward. So if you're Thieves, you know what to be conscious of as you try to finalize this A zone. And Scrap, nice timing on this route, but caught with the knife out. Kleenex able to best him. Ghosty hanging on, looking for the contest. Hydra working with him. The SMG's doing a nice job to this point, and Ghosty 3 in a row gets the extra 60 seconds and the 4th elimination in a row. With a life lead, here come Thieves, trying to make their way quickly to B.
Yeah, they're already on the point. Joe Deceives at least able to contest from double doors, finds 1 kill, so you got to put your focus on that side. If you are LA, but 1 minute and 35, Ultra banked on this setup last go around, but this time the AR gets ripped out of top bar, so Scrap's going to take space.
Insight, though, catching 2. Leaves Scrap essentially fighting for his life from inside the zone. Not what you want, especially with Joe Deceives quick to challenge. Envoy trying to keep some sort of a route available if they want to use vault stairs. And his Insight is taken down on this pinch play. We have a 13 playing up against 12 with 1 minute 10 on the clock, and Envoy, tough route here, shut down as Ultra can keep their focus forward.
Now only 1 minute left. You just got to continue to hold. Your ARs continue to find success through B Street. Now the SMGs are causing you a little bit of a problem. Hydra almost catches the timing on the Kleenex, but he was still weak. 9v11. He's, with this opportunity here, again, ripping them out of top bar. You can stack it.
Again, it's business as usual in certain ways for Thieves. They do secure that first tick before they eventually get wiped. But the big issue now is working through a 3-life deficit in this last 40 seconds with Toronto deep up in your spawn.
Yeah, it all starts by taking care of Joe Deceives. Ghosty's not going to get the timing there, and now time continues to dwindle on down. Because you know right now, Joe is their safety net. You still have some map control as well over towards the outer side of Palms. No more respawns. Kleenex finds a double, and he's been unbelievable so far in these respawns. Like,
yeah, he
Kleenex
has been
unreal.
And I don't know about you, Jay, but you know, I kind of remember thinking this, and maybe even saying this on air when we're talking about Toronto. Like, if Kleenex is having a good series, this team is easily a top 3 squad in the CDL. It's hard to beat when really, if Kleenex or Insight, if either of those 2 guys start to pop, have good series, this is a difficult team to beat. And we're seeing that kind of in full fruition here as we're going to get to a 5th round of the control. The only issue is Toronto has to be on offense.
Yeah, they're definitely on offense. And realistically, if I'm Ultra, I'm putting my controller down for the first 5 to 10 seconds. Like, I'd just rather sit and spawn, let them take space away, and then I'll play for a kill. Because that all-out bombardment through bottom mid double doors hasn't worked out twice now. But if I know it, they definitely know it. So hopefully this is a different break off here.
Yeah. I mean, both times they've tried to get through these front doors, it has not gone well. That trophy system is destroyed immediately. Still getting onto the point for a moment is Ultra, but it's just without the level of security and comfort that you want as provided by that trophy system. You can kind of see it. Ultra just gets stuck. One player gets through, the others don't. And again, it's a 1-for-4 exchange, and Thieves are forcing spawns to P2. It's just, it's so good, it's annoying.
And now let's look at this headlock setup. Currently, Thieves aren't perfect on it. So Ultra have a couple players who were able to slip the net, but not if you are Beans. You're just waiting for your teammates to assist you off the respawn. You know that you're trapped over towards water. You know that LA Thieves have ammo control, but 2 kills go your way. Now you just need to get on A.
Yeah. Good follow-up there from Joe Deceives. Creates some issues now for Thieves on the defense. Long route from Envoy going unchecked until Kleenex gets a bit of a reaction to it. Joe Deceives trying to do the same thing by pushing over towards this front door. Tough gunfights on the way. Back and forth we go. Beans from down low, shut down, and that second tick of progress does not get completed. And Thieves are working on pretty much full depletion here on top of that.
Man, 40 seconds left to go. Ultra, no, we can't wrap back. We can't go through double doors. We have to take care of our spawn. Thankfully, Envoy gifts them one for free, and they also find the second. So now, what is the decision if you are Toronto? Are we going to work in A, or are we going to try to contest over at the very difficult point at B? The second segment is going to be locked, but Hydra, again, the safety net, looking for the timing.
Finds one, somehow gets some ground to work with. This Envoy pushes up with Ghosty at the same time. Oh, the spark that turns into a fire for LA. And now, all of a sudden, you're down to 15 seconds, and there's just not any routes available. Gosh. Anytime you see the word control come up in a series, this Thieves team is the last team I want to see on the other side. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, please, man, because on one end, I'm pretty sure it was Boston before so far stage 3, where they were just chalking up every single control. On the opposite side for LA, they're basically up 1-0 in every series because of how good they are in this mode and how great they are manipulating where you are going to attack it from. Everybody that's struggling in control, just watch this squad, man. I'm telling you, like, the way that they play it is absolute perfection. Hydra's the last one standing there, right? He's sitting towards top cat. He knows that they're on A. He's allowing a segment or two to get away from him because he's waiting for his teammates to get back into the play. Once we take some line control, okay, time for me to jump out, make this a little chaotic, and if I find an opening kill, my teammates are going to be able to flood their way back on in and trade out the rest. That has been the recipe for success. Every single time we watch Thieves in control, SMG set the tone, ARs are the safety nets, and then even times where Ghosty needs to pick up that third Jackal, he's also finessing as well. LA Thieves are just way too much to handle in this mode.
Yeah, this is terrifying stuff. Okay, again, just all you can say is just business as usual for Thieves out of control. Yeah, Ultra stand tall defensively, and there are a couple of opportunities, but not, I mean, again, it's night and day difference to how Thieves play defense. It really is. Perfect breakoffs leading to perfect holds, leading to perfect manipulation of spawns. That's got to be so annoying to play against. It really has to be so annoying. And I don't know what else to say, Jay. I mean, legitimately, it's just, the gameplay really does speak for itself.
Yeah, I just think if you're Ultra, though, like, we got to go back, do our homeworks on different breakoffs. Like, we can't send 3 people in through the middle map on your offenses, knowing that those nades are coming in for over the top. They have the power positions on the defenses, and then when you're not finding that as a kill, you go for that every single time. So maybe a different approach, try to attack through cat, find different angles. Everything through the middle of the map was all through LA Thieves. Now they're up 2-1 in this series. They're going into a Skyline Hardpoint, where if you're Ultra, you're happy as hell to see this one. It's been your best Hardpoint so far on the season. You rely a lot on your breaks, and hopefully that's going to work out because LAT, they are the best at rotating on the map, but their setups are usually easily broken into.
And I think there's still a level, again, of like, you have to throw some sort of a caveat. Like, yeah, it's great news for Toronto, but there aren't many hard points that are bad news for Thieves. So there is a level of, if you're Ultra, you need to start this map and the same foot, the same page that you had for Hacienda. Come out, win some good time on P1, get the rotation onto 2, put yourself in the advantage and force this Thieves team to have to react. That's the one thing that they haven't really ever had to do, so they may not know how to go about doing that. I'm sure they do, but still, you have to start off hot. This is what I'm trying to say.
Oh yeah, if you can take down Thieves with 2 hard points, that's what Boston did at the major to take care of them, and obviously you did it in that opening map. But the map 1, there was a lot of differences when you talk about what CleanX was able to do and Ghosty on the opposing end. They're so capable a lot of the hill time, but the fact that CleanX was influencing spawns, finding multi-kill after multi-kill, he was a deciding factor to why they walked away with that map number 1. He had his moments there in the control as well, even in the search and destroy. He's having a really good individual series, but now your team needs you on a map like Skyline because you gotta set the tone.
Yeah, you really do. You see CleanX in the firing range, just getting himself prepped up and ready, Insight doing the same, while Joe and Beans are having a bit of a wiggle. That's all I can say that is. It's not dancing, it's just a little shimmy out of JD. He's trying to get the boys going too. Like he's like spitting lyrics like, "Yo, anyone want to vibe with me?"
Yeah. He's like, "All right, guys. Like we know we're playing against LA, best control team in the game. They only got like 5 losses on the season, so like we most likely we're gonna lose that map. But just keeping the energy high, knowing that they're going into their bread and butter Skyline HP." And the good thing when you watch Ultra on this map is usually when you're thinking Skyline, their SMGs are going to dictate it. But Beans, for some reason, in these close gunfights with that AR, he stands a pretty good chance at winning them. So this should be an absolute classic of a map 4 between these two squads.
See what we get. The numbers, they do speak for themselves at times. But when you get 2 top 4 squads squared up, you expect drama to come through. And for the most part, when we've had it, when it matters most, it has been nothing short of dramatic. See what we get as Thieves will be spawning over towards the P4 side of the map. And Hydra's route from that angle is stupid. Just plainly stupid.
He does the same thing in Search and Destroy. He just runs right through bottom bed, takes control of Jim, and just instantly slides on now. And already his teammates are able to flip those spawns. So now if you are Joe Thieves, the player trying to find this break on the pitch alone is able to at least lead to Beans finding the double. The break is early here at P1 with a lot of time still remaining.
Hydra gets a read that there is a threat over through Piano, and he will just put himself right in the way of it. Dude, that is stupid. Absolutely stupid stuff from LA, especially just from Hydra's perspective alone. P1 time is good. The rotation to 2 is in. Small threat starting to develop over through Kitchen, though, as the hardpoint opens up for Toronto.
Oh, yeah. Toronto, at least for now, puts past that 50-yard line, so these are going to be outnumbered. Now it's all on to Hydra. He only has an AR in hand as well, so let's try to isolate as fast as we possibly can, but him finding a kill still gives his team the advantage. He's still battling for the spawns, and it's still a 2v2.
It's just ridiculous. It's just ridiculous. And if Hydra's playing like this, woof. Get out of the way. Beans trying to play in the back, trying to block spawns best seemingly possible, and Scrap has not seen this. So as soon as this hit starts to develop, there's a chance here to at least break in for the back 25 if you're Ultra, but Beans gets traded, and this long route from Toronto is being pretty perfectly read by Ghosty. He's gonna find 2. They know the 3rd is somewhere on the back steps. Hydra finds that, and it's essentially a perfect hold for LA.
I told you, when Ghosty picks up that 3rd Jackal, he's also making plays, man. That's what's so difficult to deal with on this LA squad, is that they can do it regardless of the weapon that they have. Already a clean 4 dead off the rotation, basically flawless there at the P2. And now they can continue to run up the score.
Nice moment here, though, from Ultra. Guarding this hard point from a quick rotation from Thieves and following it up with essentially what is a full kill feed. Scrap finding 1 to hopefully create a quick re-break for Thieves, or at least a chance to look at if a Kleenex pushes forward. Joe Thieves right there to help out with some nades, even though one of them takes down his teammate, but still, regardless of that, next hit has been completely thwarted, and Ultra are down just 20.
Yeah, Thieves are just banking on flooding through the front, and that was not going to work. You need someone to try to develop on some kind of mid route, and thankfully for now, you pull the attention from Ultra on their split setup and find the opening through the front, potentially for the final 20. Envoy finds a double, but still effective trades there from Ultra. Allow them to maintain his spawns for new. Just play keep away.
And this is one of the things that I will say that Ultra does better than just about any other team in the CDL and Skyline. When it comes to playing from the P4 side of the map, while 3 is still active, they get so much freedom to play through pool with their SMGs. Joe Thieves in particular really showing that with 4 in a row. Opening time looking good. Insight trying to play through Hot Tub, scaling this setup a bit deeper, shut down. Now the hit underway. Big play around the back. It actually forces Insight to spawn out. Oh, a little bit of a miscue there. And that's just an immediate break from LA.
Yeah, that's a credit angle there from Beans. Like, no one watching over towards Kitchen. You're just banking on him not seeing you. And the fact that Envoy wins that one-on-one, instantly flips the spawns, and a break comes in for a lot of time here for LA. All of Ultra trying now to reinforce their way through bedroom. You have one player who's at least able to slip on by, but you're just trying to make this as mixy as possible if you're Ultra.
Yeah, and I will say kind of mission accomplished in that. It's still going to feel like one of those moments you look at, though, and say, well, what the hell did we do in that setup? Because it should have been, based on just how the minimap looked, Way more time than what they got. But again, mitigating the losses, cauterizing the wounds. You're going to be down about 20 points. We rotate and just reset and we go again. But that's where Hydra hits his flow state once more. Team Nate takes him out. But again, job done for LA getting themselves in position to fight over the top of P1.
Yeah, it's the only thing that takes care of Hydra. It's a Team Nate. He can't read that on the map. So just continuously always putting on superstar performances. Still a mixy P1. Joe Thieves finds a double. Now for Ultra to soak up a lot of time here. They have the spawns that they want for new. It's just holding down this first wave.
Hydra again creating a route, creating an opening. Just slips away from the eyes of Joe Thieves, and now he's behind you again. And you saw that little jump out that comes through for Ultra from the high ground over towards bedroom. Spawns will move because of that. And Ultra look a little lost here. I don't think they fully realize what's happened. I don't know if they ever saw Hydra. So now you're trying to play cleanup and recovery, and it's not looking all that good. So yes, Ultra have the lead, but work to be done here as we open up P2.
Yeah, work definitely to be done to at least win a rotation over towards new, but at least you give yourself some time to work with by soaking up a majority of that P1 time. A 10-point difference. New Hill just pops. Can you put yourself in a position to block that spawn? No, you do not. So Thieves still have the numbers in this situation.
Yeah. Just down to Joe Thieves. How much does he choose to challenge? The answer is everything. Making the play towards back stairs. Traded. Spawns will still be good for LA. Lead swap once again. Thieves now in the advantage. Envoy just body buffs with Kleenex. Play through piano though leads to a mantle for insight. And now Toronto once again have gotten in from the front. Their breaking on this map has looked really solid.
Oh yeah, that's what they've banked on all season long, man. They are the third best breaking team on the map, and that leads to phenomenal holds once they get on into it. And Beans, now your turn to get activated with the Jackal. 3 dead, spawn stabilized. This final 15 is gonna be ours, and now we're starting to think about that rotation where Mr. Beans is doing it all.
Well, shutdown eventually Ghosty's double. Give some breathing room to the Thieves setup around P3. Kleenex trying to create a route up top. Has Scrap isolated, but Scrap still finds one before dropping. That's really nice because Hydra's in position to essentially follow on that exact same spot on the map. Hydra for 2. Envoy gets another. Spawns a move for a moment, but LA will get the read.
Yeah, LA get the read, but now it's on Kleenex to just stabilize in this moment. Not able to get out of dodge, though. Great shots there from Scrap. So spawns now secured. All your focus is on through the front, and an unfortunate team kill again gives Ultra the numbers.
Yeah, it's another stapled Ghosty team kill TM, but while Thieves start to build on this rotation towards new, we'll jump on over to an LA. Listen in.
One shot outer, one inner. I'm front bed with you. We're playing our side. You didn't hit this. That pushing. Push left. 2 4, one more. I gotta slide. Run, and then one there. Find the bar beans, absolute guys. In bed. Kill the last bed. We're gonna flip. I'm gonna respond. In a fucking. Call it. On time, on you. Nice. Last front. Nice. Go. Yo, we flip. One up. They spawn on you anyway. Spawn in. Okay, play where to go. Respawn in. Oh, deep. One back left. One shot. Wait, they got splits. One deep back up, then. Nice. One more. I'm one shot. That guy's moving us. Look for front. Yeah, I'm playing front. Couch back. Couch is weak. I bet, Ernie. Fight the back. We're good. Between deep. Couch. One shot. Nice, another one. No, absolute. All right, work a break. I'm backing up now. He's gonna be on P1. Yep. Kill this guy P1. Top AC first guy. Beans. No thing P1. Keep break on. Jamie. AC. Got it then. Nice. Top AC holding bed. I'm gonna cut front here. Let's do the spot. Let's do the thing front. We can't top AC. On time. I can kill AC. Right on the top one shot. Top absolute. And 2 on time. 1 in bed. Alright, play together now. Play together. Rugs. Nice. Good job, guys. Nice. We can 60 new. We're in the ground. I love it. Yeah. Stun in low bed. Is someone up under? AC. No. AC dead? No. I get top. Could've got it under. I got top one. I got it. I have under. Full rugs. They're streaking. Can you shoot it or no? I can't. In the closet. I can't shoot it, but. Okay. I died. 2 in close. 3 rugs. 3 rugs. Jim, out. I rope Jim. Front side. No, we're Jim and bed and Jim. Jim. Front Jim. Under you. We're all spawning bed. One's gonna be quick better AC. It's insight. Thing. Low bed. Have you? Nothing AC. No, give me a second. We're pitching. Give me a second. Please give me a second. Not going AC. AC beans. AC beans. 1 shot. Rugs dead. Nice. Probably pinching again, bro. Up mid then. I'm holding under pinch. I'm holding under. Cutting under, guys. I have it. I have under. I'm picking up missing Kleenex. Top mid, 1 bullet. Kleenex. I'm getting up under. What? AC 1 bullet. 2 AC. Last 2 or first 2. Yeah, cross hole already. Play time. 1 spawn girl. On time. Okay, on time in top P2. On time in top P2.
He's not top P2. We're spawning out still then.
Well, he has to be on you. Has to be on you. He's two on you. Clinics is zip. Clinics is zip. Going top T. Top T. One top T, one AC. AC dropped on time. One with piano.
Oh, you kind of heard it in the comms there, Jay. LA kind of chalking that back 15 on a very weird P4 just due to timings of spawn, saying we can get new, we can get full time here. Doesn't fully come through, and now they have to break to save the game.
Yeah, that has been the difference so far of this game. It's just you find too many kills at that P4, and the first person that spawned in is your teammate, and that allowed Ultra to still have those back spawns for that money hill. Now they only need 20 points to close out the game. Jodeci's the only player alive on this side of the map, so now you're forced to finesse. You take care of him, and now LA Thieves can still keep themselves contested in this game.
Yeah, and they should know that they're missing one on this hit. Just comes down to finding insight, and that kill from Scrap's perspective will give all the information they need. Envoy caught throwing nades to front door, though. The hit from Jodeci is going to open things up. Kleenex following up, and that may be just enough to get this thing over the finish line. Ultra not able to win here, but they're going to be darn close. And in a couple of hard points coming up where you can choose from leader's advantage just to finesse and try to find those last 5 seconds, you feel good about Ultra's chances of putting this game away.
Oh, really good, because now it turns to a one-on-one. Ghosty at 42 HP is going to fall, and now Ultra just need 3 more seconds. Keep on trading, keep on stacking, and we going to have a game 5? Not yet, at least.
Not yet, not yet. 180 to 249. Jodeci's falling, gives a little bit of breathing room here for Thieves to put their setup together. You can see a lot of focus on making sure they stop the middle of the map play, something that Ultra loves to do from this side of the map. 30 seconds till the fight. Ghosty kicks us off with the opener. Trades are good for LA. Now here comes the push.
Wait a minute.
To get everything flipped.
Wait a minute.
And so far, so good. Toronto spawning out, have to make a decision, or they're going to try to play for the macro route to get over to new first.
Oh no, and they lose that initial gunfight, so now you're banking on Kleenex to find success through underground, while the rest of Ultra are still contesting here at Old. They only need 1 second. The last push is here. Can you win the gunfights to win it? And Insight secures the one-on-one. Ultra forced in game 5, but if he doesn't get that second, LA Thieves are fully set up at new, and we're probably closing it out, but Ultra icy to close that map out.
I really hope we can get that final push in like slow motion, because the clock on the hard point hits zeros as Ultra find that final elimination and stay in the hill. The rotation to new is still in question. If they don't get that extra couple of ticks worth of points to get to 250, that may have happened. But that last second contest, the long route, like you kind of called out through underground, pulls LA back. They can't fully get back into the hard point to win the final 2v2. And we've got another series that goes all the way to 5. Unbelievable scenes, and you're going to see it here. I mean, you can keep a look on the game clock. It's going to be zeros on this hard point when this break starts to develop.
Yeah, final 10 seconds. You have the numbers advantage if you are Ultra. No one contesting through bottom bed, but Insight, at least off the team shots between him and Kleenex, is able to get that first player weak. Trade. You're the last man standing, and thankfully, you still had time to work with to close it out there. But just to think about that one mishap that happened at P4. Like, if you're the Thieves, you're thinking, okay, Hydra ends out the kill feed on top, but he's just not in a position to block those spawns. And my teammate spawns up before anyone on Ultra does.
Yeah.
But just that one opportunity, Ultra are able to seize it, grow the lead a little bit more, soak up some P1 time here, keep it scrappy at P2, and then close out the game at P3. We're going into a dealership. In that map, number 5, LA so far in the season are 1-0. On the opposite side for Ultra, they had a tough matchup versus Boston.
Yep.
But it's a perfect way to end out our Sunday.
Couldn't be more excited to see a map that's going to feel, I won't say like a coin flip, but it's going to feel like a coin flip. We're going to go to break. When we come back, it's dealership, search and destroy. Toronto looking for the upset. Thieves looking to stay perfect. We'll be right back.
The Esports World Cup is an official partner of the Call of Duty League.
Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
In cubby.
I'm Sean.
Stay up, bro.
Man. Nice, man. Stay down. Just lay it. Live.
I can help. I can hold the front. You're good. Stay down. Stay down now. Already front.
Let's get in time. Bust up that.
Absolute front.
I'm done. Nice.
Boys, holy
That P5 was so me neither. That P5 was
No.
Cerca del... El otro tiene que estar por el under, creo.
Going alley.
No en el Eli, Eso es, joder. Bueno, Javi, coño. Madre mía.
Nice try, man.
Oh. I calmed it, dude. I said, like, wait for that.
I know what you mean. I know what you...
I'm standing. Let's do 2 weak. One more. Weak. Get killed. Back out. There's two. You can refill your secret in a second. I got one more back door. I know your secret. Back door. One shot. Holy shit, Eric. Last one. Nice, Eric. Good story, man. You can't kill me. What the frick? I have a streak.
For, right? Champs is solidified. Now it's about getting that championship. We know how that momentum can get you the ring. And look at that trophy. What's that?
The best in Call of Duty history
right there.
We did pretty good in Black Ops 2. I think that thing is better. Let's take a look at the cash that...
The 2025 Toronto Ultra Team Pack is available now. Each pack includes home and away operators, as well as this weapon charm to bless your aim with the powers of tilt. Next time you boot up, suit up at the in-game shop.
We're seeing it all tonight, friends. Map 5s from start to finish. The first 2 reverse sweeps. Woo, if you missed any of that, where the hell were you? You're probably watching the Masters. I don't blame you for that. But now there's no excuse. We've got ourselves a Map 5 dealership search and destroy. And looking at how these 2 teams have fared in Map 5's Toronto, a lot more experience, but that's only because Thieves, let's be honest, they've been 3-0 just about everybody, at least in the qualifying stage. So we'll see how things go as we get to one of our newest maps in the pool.
Yeah, it shows you that Ultra are a little bit more icy, but they've been in a lot more Game 5s than LA Thieves have. And the fact that LA Thieves find themselves in the series where they lose 2 hardpoints, when they're the best hardpoint team in the game, is insane to me. But now we need to show some ice here on Dealership. One of the newer maps added into that pool in Search and Destroy. Rewind is a remake, or at least a rewind back into that map from stage 1. But at least when we watched, we actually had the opportunity to cast LA Thieves on this map. Like the way that they set up plays between Envoy and Hydra. All right, we're showing phase here. You can late pinch that. And then if you clutch up on those one-on-ones, it's basically going to secure the round. So if you are Ultra, Kleenex, who's been having an unbelievable series so far, you need to be able to contest them early.
What kind of a statement this would be for Toronto? In a league where, let's just be candid, it's been dominated by 2 names, FaZe and Thieves. Who wants to be the 3rd best team in this game? Often seems like it's been the question. Toronto a chance to put themselves at the top of the conversation. And a little bit of a jump peek here at the garage has Envoy at least scouted and tagged, but still keeping the effort on towards A.
Man, putting himself in this position, now you don't have to worry really about the car bombs being blown up and taking care of you for free. So that bomb gets planted. 4v4 retake, Ultra need to try to work from there as well.
Yeah, this is all about trying to get some action through garage, but Envoy's position is so comfortable. Good slide out from Kleenex, but the trade battle still goes the way of Thieves, and now Hydra's on his usual route nonsense. Yeah, that just takes a little bit too long for Ultra. I don't know if they actually fully got a read that Envoy had played as far up as he had.
Yeah, it's just crazy that Ultra are not prepared for that initial A push when you have stuns and nades and so many car bombs that you can use. Try to open up with that first kill. And no trophies to play with early into the S&D. Thieves just take all that space away uncontested. If you're in sight, probably back up towards the backside of Junkyard, spot some players on the cross, then give the info. Because relying on the jump up through the garage door, I don't know if they can see better than me, but I've seen it now in Challengers and in the Pro Scene. You can't see anything through that. Thieves take the first.
Nades over the top here for Toronto. Trophy to keep the play on the corner safe, but the same can be said for the sole defender in Ghosty on the backside of A. How much of a read does he get? Similar look here for Scrap. Playing on that garage door. It's Ultra. Make their way forward. Late car bombs go off, but it doesn't stop Joe from getting the plant. And there's a first blood behind this.
Oh, and the wall bank doesn't connect, so Kleenex strikes first. Beans immediately there for the second. And a perfect round there from Ultra on their attacks. I think, you know, with an extra week of practice, people have figured out how to dodge the nades over the top, how to dodge these car bombs from affecting you on the round. But just taking this positioning away around the loading docks. As an aggressive SMG, it makes it so much easier to just allow that bomb plant to go down when the nades don't connect, and then you can instantly give the information if anyone is trying to early contest. 2 quick rounds from both squads, tied at 1.
And it's 2 rounds that the offense, you know, I think mostly talking about those opening nades are staying safe from those nades that just get littered into the corner at A on this. You're about to see it here. And instead, the offense playing through small door and avoiding the nades that way. Because again, trophy system is down. Insight trying to step a little bit deeper into the site, but Scraps has him dead to rights with follow-up nades on top of that. Hydra breaks the vent, pushes up. Tough gunfight, especially with the nade in your face, but somehow Hydra survives through that and the bomb gets planted.
Yep, now you have the numbers advantage, and Envoy instantly here to still give the information to his team. Now 1v4 for Kleenex, he's gonna fall. And these are some of the quickest attacking rounds I've seen. Like, it's been all-out defenses here in the CDL. But so far, they have figured out their attacking approach over towards A, and they are making it look easy on both ends.
Yeah. I don't even know what you do defensively here because, again, it's a minefield.
Don't die first?
Well, there's that, sure. Yeah. But it's a minefield if you try to play your defense in the A site. Like, you have to play from back and you have to play through garage. And I don't know, maybe it's one of those things like the only answer is to, if you don't catch any information with your nades with the defender at middle, you have to push through mid. You got to put some pressure on the flank or something, because so far, both teams have sent all 4 members on offense to this same exact approach.
And now Toronto trying to do it again. Kleenex takes control of the loading dock. Bomb should be edging his way up to get the plant down, but you're trying to slide out and initiate the gunfight this time around, 3v3.
And it stops the plant from coming through, but still, from these offensive positions, so difficult to win out on those trades. 1v1, Scrap trying to get the reset here, but Beans beats him on the wraparound, and it's all offenses in 15 seconds or less, it feels like. Holy cow.
This is insane. I've never seen this fast of a dealership, especially at the A site, and finding so much success on their opening offenses. Again, the first blood there in favor of Ultra. Better on the trade scenario. Then once you turn it into a one-on-one, she's able to catch the play on LA Thieves with the reload going in. It's just too much aggression on both ends. Who's going to be the team to secure the first defense is probably going to be the answer here.
Okay, a little bit of a different look here from Thieves. Looking for some pressure through the middle of the map. They're still sending Envoy up and towards small door here. So we'll see if this decision comes to cost Thieves not playing that same level of, honestly, just flood. Envoy gets naded, stunned, and isolated. Tried to play to trade out his life, but I don't know. It feels like if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Yeah. They at least had the information onto Joe to see, so they're still trying to isolate onto this kill, but thankfully Insight, the cover fire, the Guardian Angel keeping them alive. Now in a 4v1 as the nade connects. Kleenex on the pinch. Toronto Ultra finally able to shut down that A approach. But that one was a lot slower, so it's a whole lot easier to make that round happen.
And the thing about it is they really don't stop the A hit because there was no A hit. As soon as you start to see for Toronto that there's no action, there's no real nades, we get the isolated kill on the 1 member through A, Joe DeCease is actually able to play defense on the site, which is something that the defense, no matter who's on that side, have not been able to do yet. So, I don't know. There's a level of like, awesome, I'm glad we saw something different. I'm glad we have a defensive win. But if you're LA Thieves, I think there's a level of like, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Like, force them to stop you.
Yeah, eventually, you know, some kind of adjustment will come in. If you have 4 players there, you probably found that opening first kill, probably walking away with that round. But now Ultra gonna slow down their approach on their attacks. Hydra spotting for some information, able to spot out Kleenex, and now just gonna back on up.
Now looking for a delayed hit potentially here are Ultra. They're trying to see if they can catch Thieves out, getting a little bit too aggressive, but the discipline for the defense has been strong. Hydra has re-cleared out the small room, and now he's going to have help as Scrap and Hydra will get to work trying to open up the A side map. The timing of this route is perfect. Envoy's going to get the read. He'll leave that for his teammates, and we're going to get an early 4v3 with Toronto having to play for a plan on B.
Yeah, they instantly put this bomb down, and Envoy's able to spot him, also able to find that kill. Now you're instantly in the 4v2. Information again that they're over towards the arches, but just play your numbers here.
Yeah. It looks like it should be good for Beans. Yeah, nowhere to go. Okay, so both teams in their third attempts down the attack say we're sick of seeing the A site, making an argument for the map maybe overall for being in the pool, not just being an A site bang out, but both offenses fall short after they change up the tactics.
Yeah, just slow approach there from Ultra. The delayed push over towards B. The only reason why it realistically doesn't work is because that player gets isolated on the pitch. He was just trying to draw the attention over towards A side, keep a couple players at bay, but he's got to read that he's the only one here. So you can attack from middle, we'll pitch you from the back and find that opening kill. And then once you shut down an initial A push, you know the play's coming in towards B. So all tied up at 3, inside spotting on the backside of A, and this time not a single player from Ultra in a position to contest this A bomb again.
Yeah, and you're leaving Hydra on this long look towards B, so maybe an opportunity for him to find some timing and play up. And oh! Little car blows up big car. Story of round number 7. And now it's just on to Hydra to play with the timing of this pitch, but he gets shut down. And Beans, yeah, sets off a chain reaction heard around the world.
Yeah, little car blows up big car is insane, man. That's greatly timed right there from Beans. Earning himself the RC. Telling his teammates, all right, we're going to use this to retake it. And I was curious to why Ultra didn't send in an SMG to try to contest it. That's because they had the RC sitting dead solid behind one of those blowing up cars. And then just strikes at the right time for the opening double. Back-to-back defenses there from Ultra. Slim advantage by 1.
Unreal. Just say what you think, chat. I know you're going to have words for that. RC car out again. Little car blows up big cars. This time, not to the same level of success that Toronto were able to find, and Scrap getting pushed off this angle has to resort to the old-fashioned explosives. But Hydra already in vent. If his teammates from the front side of the site can cause some focus to go towards them, he may be able to stop this plant, and that might be the opener there.
Oh, they strike for the first blood, too, and now if you're Hydra, you gain the info and just able to get it on out, keep the numbers in favor of LA. Scrap with an extra shoulder still knows that they are here.
Sticking now for a secondary look at the plant. Joe deceives just enough help to get the bomb down. He will fall, no exit allowed. Envoy trying to just create focus again. Just look at the flank. It's just, he's everywhere. He's everywhere all the time, always. How do you beat that?
It's just so tough, man, especially when you're gifting LA Thieves their first blood. Like, you have the numbers advantage. You know that you're in a 3v4. We have to put a lot of focus on finding the kills in front of them. And when you get overwhelmed through the front, you're forced to play those trades. That's what allows Hydra to set up that pinch, find a free double, secure the round there for LA. But it's all off the back of Scrap finding that opening kill. If he doesn't do that, you can't start off the trade effect, and you still can't be in a numbers advantage. But they do it to perfection now. Tied up at 4. A grueler up for game 5. This time, Thieves are going to switch it up. Rushing through the middle of the map. Stunts connect, and now we back out.
Just showing a little bit of force, seeing if maybe they can pull the defense around the map just a touch. But again, because of the delayed nature of this play, you've got a defensive player tucked in Joe. What is this timing from Joe Deceives? No, can't turn it into 2. Beans, though, at range, able to at least follow up and find another kill. That's a gunfight Envoy probably doesn't expect to win, but happy to have it, and we got a 2v2.
Oh, and this is the most crucial round of this entire map. 2v2 now. Essentially the play coming over towards B. Both players from Ultra just spotting. These are just stalling out time.
How do you choose to commit to one side or the other right now, though, is I think the biggest issue. A couple of shoulders. Bean still holding tight. Looks like Ultra are going to default to coming back towards B, as Inside hadn't seen much. Here comes the double chow. Not gonna work. Just no way to break through. That's what I'm saying. Like, these delayed hits, and we talk about this a lot on Challengers, Jay. So, like, the longer you wait, it feels like the more difficult the map becomes offensively, and kind of another example of that there.
The crazy thing is, I thought that they played it perfect. It's just the fact that Joe Deceives was the last man standing in towards court and is able to get out and get one before falling. Instantly shuts down that play call. on the side of LA because they're thinking, all right, we have court. Ghosty's already by the bomb, but now we have to play for a kill on Joe. And once we get that trade, Ultra are most likely already rotating their way towards this position. So
that's
got to slow down the game again. Now Ultra at game point.
11-4 from Beans. RC out for Envoy. Just going to hold it on the vent corner. And even do more than that. He puts it on top of the trash cans. Ultra still giving this a look. Keep an eye on Scrap, who's also played a little bit further forward and could potentially hit a bit of a flank. There's the late trophy system as Ultra are looking to get their setup to move on in.
Yeah, but this RC car is so silent. I don't know if they're going to know that it's here, but finally, the RC car battle. Let's blow up all the big cars.
BattleBots!
You know where the play is coming in. Bomb's going to get planted and Scrap. His position isn't even known, and now he's going to get caught.
Yeah, he's got to stay alive. He has to stay alive. You got to keep this post plant on the backside of A while your rest of your teammates try to clear out the site from the front. Beans on the corner. Joe to Thieves, just get it deep. Oh! Thieves for 2. Maybe the game-winning play. Ghosty tracking back, found by Kleenex. It's all down to Scrap, and he's stuck between a couple of different Ultra members, and he will drop. It's Ultra with the upset to finish off the evening, and Beans, I don't even know what he said. I don't know if I want to know what he said, but he looks us right in the soul and says, add us to the top 3 conversation.
Hey, he was definitely having a conversation with Scrap. You heard the interview. Both of those guys like to chirp in the game chats. But Ultra, again, get the better of the Thieves. And the fact that they get it done the way that they did, which is 2 hard points in a Game 5 icy on a map that, obviously, they fell short versus Boston. But the adjustments needed to come in, and they came in to perfection. The fact that they were able to contest that A site the way that they were once they started to make those adjustments was perfect. But the answer of the map number 2 was the first blood. Thieves were able to dominate it.
Yeah,
you tie it up, you make it 5-5 here. Some of these rounds where it's just absolute chaos, you're able to thrive in it, and then you also got some cheesy ones with Beans just being super silent with the RC car to find the opening 2 kills. Ultra showing why we deserve to put them in that conversation for top 4. Like, it's so hard to realize who our top 4 in the league is, but yes, Ultra continue to shine so far in this stage. That's a 3-2 victory over Atlanta, a 3-2 victory over LA, and beating them in some of their best modes, which is just saying Ultra are finding their process at the right time.
And interesting, I'm kind of looking back over it. Now Ultra hold the edge in the head-to-head versus Thieves and FaZe. 2-1 versus both of them. So maybe they're not top 3. Maybe they're the best team in the game. Maven Sunday, wrap us up.
Why not, dude? Why not? Like, I think FaZe is vulnerable right now. Big win for Ultra, but I said this was a test for me for Ultra, like mentally, just with the forfeit and everything went down, like lock in, focus on this dub. And yeah, I thought Thieves were going to win it in 5, but that's a massive win, especially the way you get it done through 5. Like, that's going to be huge for that team's confidence, and I'd love to see it.
Today, I learned do not ever copy Nameless's homework. I read his tweet 30 minutes before the show. I went with all 3 of his teams, and I went 0 for 3 on the day.
But he picked Game 5 for all of them.
He did.
The wrong team for all of them.
Just the wrong team.
Amazing.
Ali, it's kind of fantastic, though, to see Toronto pull off another quote-unquote upset. This is back-to-back dubs over LA Thieves.
Yeah, I would let Beans drive the Supra. I mean, unreal stuff out of the RC car. We don't see that very often, but this is big for Toronto Ultra because now maybe they have the conversation of adding dealership to their S&D map pool, which, as I noted in our pre-show and heading into this match, that they needed to do because their map pool was extremely constricted heading into Major 3, especially with that recent loss versus Boston Breach. So big ups for Toronto Ultra, and LA Thieves, man, they put on a good fight, but Toronto's certainly solidifying themselves in that top 4 conversation.
It's interesting because there's threats to like the top teams in FaZe and Thieves for like different reasons. You think about the strengths of those 2 teams. Like, you really talk about the respawns, especially with Thieves, until their search got a lot better. You talk about the 2-3-5 ability of FaZe combined with their solid hardpoint this year. It really makes them a well-rounded team. And Ultra have showed that they can do it too. Like that's the threat, right? Like, you can beat a team in a 2-3-5. You can win 2 hardpoints against a team like this. Like, they have the ability to do it all, and the Beans versus Scrap drama continues.
I didn't know I needed it in my life, but I'm loving it.
Maybe it's not kind of fake drama, you know, it's like Scrap said, but like it entertains me.
Yeah.
So I like it.
All right, they are entertainers, and here he is entertaining you all in our Scuff play of the game. You know what? Hug this RC car.
Well,
LA Thieves, walk me through this one, Alley Cat.
I mean, it's just unreal. I mean, the double dose of the RC blowing up, and then there's a couple of automobiles nearby that are going to take some of that explosive damage and bank him another one.
That's rude.
That's tough.
That's what do you do? It's tough because
got him.
As the map goes, like I have really liked dealership. Like it's been refreshing. It's been fun, but there is some cheese.
It's almost like if we put new maps in, we have more fun. I'm loving what we're seeing.
I don't know how much the players have mowed the cars blowing up, but we're having fun.
Yeah. Should we recap how much fun we had today?
Yeah, sure.
Let's go ahead and start.
Let's go, Rory.
How about Minnesota going up 2-0 at halftime? We're all ready to get out of here. And then Cloud9's like, no, hold the phone. We're about to roll it back. Sib dropping numbers on you, Maven.
Minnesota's starting to break my heart. You know, I love this gritty team before Kenny joined. And when Kenny joined, you know, my love for Kenny, I really wanted this team to be good. And like they're this close. Feels like they're this close. So I get fives.
Close.
But it's like one of those things when you're this close, it's either it tilts one way and you end up being a good team, or it tilts the other way and you end up being a bottom of the pack team. And I don't know what they are yet. I don't know.
It's hard because even just looking at the numbers, like as far as hardpoint goes, like their last 5 hardpoints has all been within a singular hill difference. And then you look at the search and destroys, they're really struggling when it comes to map pool in that situation. And then you go into the control and it's like, we've got one lockup and it's kind of a toss up between Hossie and Proto. So for Minnesota, still some wonky stuff, but for Cloud9, they needed this win. They've had an incredibly difficult past couple of matches. I mean, you're talking LA Thieves, Atlanta, Toronto, Atlanta again, LA Thieves again across the board. So Sib needed this.
Schedule gets easier from here. Sib, the top fragger in the lobby, but also credit to Mac and Game 3 and Kremp throughout the series.
Look how cool he looks.
Silencing the doubters. He's so cool.
I can't look that cool, just having on hair, but like the tats and the dude, he looks so cool.
Quick fun fact, my favorite part of Sib, he doesn't put on his jersey until we demand it. The man rocks a wife beater until it's game time.
That's a real story. Why do you know that?
You don't ever walk back.
You have a secret pocket cam in his bedroom.
You don't ever walk into the production room? Come out of the green room, you spoiled brat. Now let's take a look here at the Vancouver matchup against Carolina, because this was another one where I'm feeling cocky. Carolina's soaring high out of the gates, but then Vancouver rattles 3 off.
Listen, Carolina is probably the most consistent team in the league when it comes to beating everybody below them, but cannot break into that top 4. And for
Surge were below them.
Surge is still, all right, by that standard, by my personal calculations, Surge is still above the Carolina.
Personal standards, understood.
I'm the one that got that right, so I don't even.
Do you think I'd look more handsome if I had Allie's hair or if I had Puckett's hair?
Yeah, both. Shout out to that guy, Byron Bumrich. Fantastic performance. In fact, he's your fucking powerhouse performer of the day. Snort-inducing 1.32 KD, a plus 21, and most importantly, he was the one who listened to Rambo Ray's heartfelt speech at halftime.
Say Puckett's powerhouse plumberage 5 times fast.
Puckett's powerhouse plumberage. Puckett's powerhouse plumberage. I gave up.
Oh, no, that'd be
Danny's in my ear, and he wants me to talk about KD leaderboard. Shall we talk about this one?
Yes.
Super, in his first 3 matches, has a 1-2-5.
Guys, unreal. I said it. Him and Rencor are going to have to rock, paper, scissors for Rookie of the Year if he keeps performing like this. But with this, I'm so excited to see them versus Toronto Ultra, to be honest. I feel like with Miami on the up and coming, I feel like now that we've seen Toronto Ultra beat LA and Atlanta, it'd be a really good idea of seeing kind of where Miami is.
Boca Raton is around the corner. Before we go down south, though, we have 3 more days of qualifiers. In fact, the hosting squad sits on top of the leaderboard. Miami puts their undefeated record on the line against a 2-1 Ultra, Maven.
Yeah, no, there's some bangers. You just think about the top 8 and stuff overall. I mean, one that pops off the page is important, like for qualification for top 8 for winners, and also for like top 8 for champs. Is that Rocker Heretics match is a big one. There's a bunch of big ones. I like big ones.
Allie, as you go to sleep tonight, what is going to be the Maven Sunday moment that kind of is just stained in your brain?
That moment right there, nightmare.
All right, we'll see you guys 2:45 Eastern for another episode of Headquarters. Thanks for tuning in.
Bro.
Candy paint on love, through the shop, get a steak, mobbing, drop so low, fancy, y'all can't stop us. Detroit top, go ahead and say something.
Vaya remontada, hermano.
Anti-hero, aftershock, 60 from 0, way out past the lines. Rest up, here to get what's mine. peace of mind.
They can go low mid if they got bomb. If they're not hitting, win B. Yep. He's on the hook, going shine barrel, 100%. Go back to right now. Go. God! Go.
Oh my, he's just hitting on top of the fence, bro.
Oh my god, bro.